So, we're back here with another Gsteff original. And before we continue here, because Gsteff found more drafts, before we continue on with this, two things. First and foremost, big shout out to Gsteff, of course. The guy has become one of the most important people in the fandom, especially with the 10-year content drought. Kind of content drought. We have the shows, so, and, a couple of random ass books from George every now and then, but still, Gsteff uncovered a lot of this really cool information. And yeah, shout out to Gsteff. Thank you very much. You're greatly appreciated. And the second thing is, I wanted to be transparent about the situation. Gsteff has been a part of my community for quite some time. I've spoken to him multiple times, and last week you and I together spoke to him on call. And he gave us the scoop before he posted this, and couldn't thank him enough for that.
Gsteff went to the Cushing Library, where George R.R. Martin has previous drafts of his A Song of Ice and Fire books. His writing essentially is stored there for posterity at the Texas A&M University Library. And Gsteff went and found earlier drafts of A Game of Thrones, and they are somewhat different than the published draft. And by comparing them, you get some ideas on what George was originally thinking and how that changed and what it eventually evolved into. And so you may be familiar that he did this with A Dance with Dragons and Feast for Crows, but now he's gone back for A Game of Thrones, A Clash of Kings, and A Storm of Swords. So here we are discussing the differences between the earlier drafts of A Game of Thrones, the ones from 93 and 94, and the published product, which came out in 96.
I'm actually surprised because the Feast for Crows stuff was back in 2022.
And that he did the research, yeah.
Yeah, the Feast for Crows stuff was back in 2022, and my God, man, I was able to compile all the discussions we did. It's about 3 hours plus.
Yeah.
So, all right, let's do it. A Game of Thrones. What's going on here?
All right, so Gsteff has this posted on Reddit if you want to read it there. But essentially, he went back and he found earlier drafts, and there's an earlier draft of A Game of Thrones that contained, he says here, one of the things I noticed is that I went through the books, that there is a clear progression in how much rewriting George did to these novels as time went on. The 14 chapters in the first A Game of Thrones drafts are nearly identical to the published versions. And this kind of makes sense because the first early part of A Game of Thrones, he actually wrote back in 91, 92, and he put that down and then went to try to do his pilot called Doorways. And then he went back and looked at those 14 chapters again, edited them, and then continued on to with the rest of the story. So kind of the beginning of A Game of Thrones was really early in development, and he went over it a lot. So I can understand why there's not that many changes. He had made them perfect in his mind. Now I'm going over them now, and there's a lot of errors actually, but in his mind, these were ready to go.
This was also back when he planned on having Ice and Fire be a trilogy instead of a series.
Yes.
Back when everything was condensed down. I don't know if people will recall this. I think I did a video on it years ago. Back then, things were a lot different. One of the major examples of how different they were is that in the published works, Dany receives her dragon eggs from Illyrio. But in the original version, where it's supposed to be just like a trilogy, Dany actually finds them in a cave after running away when Khal Drogo kills her brother.
Right. Which in some ways makes sense, and in some ways makes more sense, and in some ways makes less sense. A lot of people ask, why didn't Viserys immediately take those eggs and buy an army? Well, yeah, he probably could have. But if Dany has to find the eggs later off in the Dothraki Sea in a cave, well, then that explains it, because he does try to take the eggs in the Dothraki Sea and leave, and not like, when they're traveling through the forests of Qohor or whatever, like that kind of all makes sense. But then again, the coincidence of finding these dragon eggs in a cave is also a little weird versus somebody being like, oh, this Dany, she might be something special. Let's give her some eggs. So it depends how you look at it. But yeah,
I would love a what if. It's completely random. I'm sorry, but I would love a what if. Star Wars actually did a what if. You know how in George Lucas's original draft, Han Solo was a fish guy, a fish guy alien. So I think Dark Horse Comics actually went back and got George's drafts and actually made a whole comic about what would have originally happened had George kept his original ideas. I would love for something like that with Ice and Fire, where. By the way, for those of you who are curious about that, in that whole thing, there's a love triangle between Jon, Tyrion, and Arya.
Right. Which,
and there's a final boss fight between Robb and Joffrey. It's a whole different story.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Anyway, Gsteff says that, Game of Thrones has fewer changes than the later books. The later books, as he goes on, he starts making bigger and bigger changes. It starts off with, a few sentences here in A Game of Thrones, while the edits start getting bigger. And when you get to Feast for Crows, deleted chapters, characters living that he had planned on having dying and things like that. Anyway, so Gsteff is prefacing this by saying that there's not that many big differences between A Game of Thrones published and the one he looked at. But he has a few things here. And the first one is the murder of Jon Arryn. Let's start with the biggest difference in the early A Game of Thrones draft. Originally, the murder of Jon Arryn was masterminded by Cersei Lannister, not Littlefinger. This can be hard to pick up if you're skimming the draft because it's revealed in some small changes to the conversation Bran overhears between Cersei and Jaime in A Game of Thrones, Bran 2, a conversation that is intentionally enigmatic. Describing all the differences would be complicated, so apologies for the length. I'll first provide the published version of the passage first for context, and then the version from the 1993 draft, so you can compare them directly. Here's the published version. This is long. I'm not going to read this all. Now, in case you guys are forgetting, when one reads the original Game of Thrones, we are led to believe through the story, we think that Jaime and Cersei are the ones that murdered Jon Arryn. And then in A Clash of Kings, Jaime reveals that that he has no idea what they're talking about. And I think Pycelle as well, reveals information. Like Cersei at the beginning of the Clash of Kings is like, I don't know who killed Jon Arryn. Tyrion asks her point blank, and Pycelle has this whole thing about letting him die. And then at the end of the book, Jaime kind of reveals that he had nothing to do with it. So you leave that book with your twisted around because you had thought that the Lannisters killed Jon Arryn in the first book, and then in the second book it's revealed they don't do it, and it's not until the third book that you find out that it was Lysa at the direction of Littlefinger.
He really inserts Littlefinger as this like mastermind, insane guy,
right?
I guess just to stretch out the story. What's the purpose in making Littlefinger this secret big bad?
I don't know. I think he just started liking Littlefinger. Probably started expanding the role. But I find this change. So Gsteff is saying, and we'll examine if we agree with his conclusion, because he does some analysis here to say that. To say that Cersei and Jaime were the murderers. The interesting thing about this is very early on, we are given the motive for Lysa to kill Jon Arryn, and that is the fostering of Sweet Robin. So, and we specifically asked Gsteff, is the fostering of Sweet Robin still in those early drafts? And he says yes. Which changes the whole function of the fostering of Sweet Robin. Like originally it's the motive for Lysa to kill Jon Arryn, the fact that Sweet Robin is going away. But if you examine the fostering of Sweet Robin, there's a discussion about whether he's going to go to Tywin or whether he's going to go to Stannis. And there's this back and forth and confusion about who he's going to go to. And then in the end, it doesn't matter who he's going to go to, because whether he's going to Stannis or whether he's going to Tywin, Lysa doesn't have him, and she's going to murder Jon Arryn over that. But I suppose if you're going with the Cersei route, she wants Tywin to have it so that she'll have control of the ward if she's responsible for Jon Arryn's murder. But let's explore what Gsteff is talking about here. So these are the 3 deleted lines in the draft version that acknowledge responsibility for some secret offense. Now remember, we are in this scene. They're talking about being guilty of something, and it's really the incest or and not the murder. But here we say, see, Cersei says this about Ned, or them being suspected of murder when they didn't do it. I think he knows something. Second, Jamie's line regarding Lysa, whatever the Arryn woman suspects, she has no proof, or does she? And last, when Cersei says regarding Lysa protecting her children, do you think she will do any less for hers than I did for mine? So very clearly in the original draft, they are talking about, they feel they're guilty of a crime. Because here she says, do you think she'll do any less for hers than I did for mine? So what's Cersei's action? Cersei did some action. And we kind of know that in the published version, Cersei does nothing. Pycelle kills Jon Arryn. Pycelle lets Jon Arryn die without Cersei's knowledge, and Lysa's the one that poisons. So Cersei doesn't do anything. So I don't know, I would be very baffled by this line. Do you think she will do any less for hers than I did for mine? In both versions of this passage, Cersei is concerned by Ned accepting the position of Hand of the King. But in the published version, it's more generalized. It's a more generalized fear that he will be influential and oppose them. Where in the draft, the line, I think he knows something, indicates that she's worried that Ned knows about something, some specific offense. That's true. And the use of the word knows rather than say suspects indicates that the offense is real, not an imagined crime. Fair enough. Versus I think he thinks that we killed Jon Arryn when we didn't kill Jon Arryn. Jamie confirms that the crime is both true. She has no proof, right? Something Lysa Arryn might know about with the statement, whatever the Arryn woman suspects, she has no proof, or does she? Right? It has to be an or does she. Even if it's whatever she suspects, she has no proof. If it's imagined, maybe that you could say that, but the or does she? Well, she can't have proof for if they didn't do it. In theory, there are 2 crimes that Jamie and Cersei could be worried about, Lysa accusing them of, their adultery or Jon Arryn's murder. And in the published version, we know that they're referring to the adultery. In that version, Cersei worries that the frightened cow shared Jon Arryn's bed, indicating that their fear is that Jon told Lysa something while he was alive. Plus, we know from the later books that Cersei and Jamie are innocent of Arryn's murder. So some of you may still think that the same is true in the draft version. The specific accusation that Cersei is worried about is never explicitly stated. But then Cersei says, do you think she will do any less for hers than I did for mine? Is what confirms in this version the crime that they're discussing is murder, I think. Committing incest doesn't benefit Cersei's children. That's true. In fact, it puts their parentage at greater risk of being discovered. That's true. But murdering the man investigating her children's parentage does. In addition, the incest, by definition, started before her children existed. That's true. Another reason that saying that somehow done for the sake makes no sense. all of this is true. There's one small thing I would add though, because there's one more crime with regard, like in this situation, and there's Jon Arryn being murdered, Jon Arryn letting Jon Arryn die, and the incest. So while it could be, I do agree that Gsteff is probably correct. I mean, I'm just kind of, Carmine, exploring whether perhaps in the original version it was Cersei who let Jon Arryn die rather than Pycelle. Though why the
But
hell would she be taking care of him?
well, and I want clearly some of this managed to get into Clash in the published version, because for those of you who haven't read the books, in Clash, doesn't Pycelle kind of admit that like he let Jon Arryn die because he thought that's what Cersei wanted?
Yeah, you are right. That she would have, but it's this idea that Pycelle knew about the incest.
That's the part that confuses me. Like, why would Pycelle just blindly do this? Because Pycelle even admits that Cersei doesn't outright state it because he believes that Varys has spies everywhere listening. Okay,
Yeah.
fine, but Pycelle never questions why Cersei would want this. So you're right. He either knows about the incest and just goes along with it, or or he's just doing things of his own accord because he's a big Lannister supporter, a mindless Lannister supporter.
Yeah, I'm trying to. There's a big exploration of the beginning. I'm trying to think when he, like the Pycelle quote you're talking about. I know what you're talking.
Tyrion 6, Clash of Kings. Varys was always listening. Always listening.
All right, let me. I'm sorry. Bring this.
No, you're fine.
Here it is. What we're talking about. Varys was always listening. But when I looked at her, I knew it was not me who gave him the poison, though I swear it. Varys will tell you it was the boy, his squire. The queen needed Lord Arryn dead. She did not say so, could not. You're kind of right. Like, Cersei doesn't know that Jon Arryn suspects her. Right? So Pycelle saying that he looked at her doesn't make any sense unless he's imagining it.
Cersei has this power. I don't know if you remember this, but this one of our first ever recordings is remember you telling me that whole situation? Because I'd forgotten this was a thing.
Yeah.
Remember when Jaime was gonna go kill Arya because he was having sex with Cersei and he thought that he could understand what Cersei was saying was to kill Arya?
Right. She's like,
So
I
want,
want, and he's like, I knew what it meant. It was going to be, I want you to kill Arya. And it's like, all she said was, I want. Like,
does Cersei have like some power of like projecting what she really wants, and like Pycelle and Jaime are just victims of this?
So Cersei wouldn't know that Jon Arryn was running about being super sleuth with Stannis, trying to find bastards and all of that. Like, she shouldn't know about that. And yet somehow, I mean, Pycelle knowing, well, Pycelle is smarter than he lets on. Littlefinger is leaking stuff all around about, and Pycelle himself might have spies or whatever, it's very clear that Pycelle knew about the incest. And it's very clear that Littlefinger knew about the incest, and it's very clear that Jon Arryn knew about the incest, and it's very clear that Stannis knew about the incest. I don't know if there's some evidence both ways that Renly knew about the incest, because Renly was trying to get Robert to marry Marjorie while all this was going on. And it's like, well, why would he think that Robert was going to be shopping for a new wife? Cersei's alive, right? So it kind of implies that Renly knew about the incest. Like everybody knows about the incest, but how did Pycelle find out about the incest is a question. But it's very clear that Pycelle did know about it. And for some reason, when I looked at her, I knew that she wanted that the queen needed Lord Aaron dead, though she did not say so, could not. Like, you're kind of right that this might be like a remnant of back when Cersei was the real murderer.
It's also interesting how,
even though in
Stannis
Tyrion 1, she claims she's not the murderer.
Right, but it's also interesting how Stannis, I don't think Stannis is mentioned here. He is mentioned, excuse me, he's mentioned later on in Gsteff's post, but I don't think Stannis is mentioned about the investigation. So I think the addition of Littlefinger being involved in this and Stannis as well in the investigation, I think that's a later addition, because there's no mention of Stannis here helping Jon Arryn.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, it doesn't make it. You're right. You're right that like the absence of Stannis in this conversation is ridiculous because it's Jon Arryn and Stannis who are going around interviewing everybody. If they needed Jon Arryn dead, they need Stannis dead too. And they should at least like bring up the fact that like Stannis is running around. But they don't. They're just like, oh, she needed Jon Arryn dead. Well, she needs Stannis dead too. What are you going to do about that? Like, they're going to brothels together.
I guess this means that Stannis stays in the original draft, stays in Storm's End the entire time. Because as we'll come to find out later, Gsteff told us in the original draft, Stannis and Renly are switched in which they hold.
It's so funny because like I always use the murder as an example of something that's better planned out. The murder of Jon Arryn as something that's better planned out because of the Sweet Robin fostering appearing so early. But and I use the example of the cat's paw as like something that's not well planned out by George. And I usually use these as the two examples. But when you actually examine the text, no, it is kind of really clear that George was changing his mind, and there's some leftover text here that doesn't really make sense.
I just asked Gsteff. He's replying back to me now as we speak, as we record. I asked him because one of my favorite moments of like the entire series is the assassination of Bran, who planned it, yada yada. Because I think it was Littlefinger behind the whole thing, even though in Storm, in the published version, Jaime and Tyrion come to the conclusion that it was Joffrey, which means it wasn't. Right. I asked Gsteff just now, does the cat's paw ever come up at all in anything you found? And he said no. So that must have been a late addition by George to put more light on maybe it was the Lannisters. And that's probably why it wasn't really thought out George never goes back to it.
Yeah.
Because the cat's paw is that's the whole catalyst of this whole thing. Not Jon Arryn's murder, right. The cat's paw dagger.
So, I mean, I agree. In the end here, I agree with Gsteff's thesis that originally it was Cersei and Jaime who murdered Jon Arryn. I think we have a lot of evidence that was originally in there, and then George wanted to make it more complicated. Like, that's just too easy. Let's add another wrinkle to the story that they're because it is really weird that you spend an entire book learning to hate the Lannisters, and then all of a sudden they pull back and he's like, well, they didn't actually kill Jon Arryn. It was somebody else,
This was back when the Lannisters were the main enemies, but they're clearly.
And I guess if you're going to do a trilogy and it can't, and everything's moving fast, you don't have time for all of this like murder mystery stuff. I mean, George spends 3 books on the fucking cat's paw and Jon Arryn murder mysteries. And who knows if they're actually over? I mean, with cat's paw specifically.
I wonder if he's just hoping people forget about it because clearly, you're right. He's clearly changing his mind as things went on.
Yeah. The discovery that Cersei was originally responsible for Jon Arryn's murder shouldn't be too surprising, although Littlefinger's responsibility is now canon. The events of the first book require much less coincidence and luck if Cersei is responsible than anyone else. That is true. What's interesting about the change is how little else in the story changed with it. Lysa's letter to Catelyn is nearly unchanged. Sir Hugh's death in the tourney is unchanged, and Ned's conversation with Varys about John's murder. There are two small additions in the draft version that the conversation that of that conversation that do deserve attention. Though, in light of George's changed plans for Jon Arryn, recall that Varys describes Jon's murder with clever language that could apply to both Sir Hugh and Littlefinger. Although Ned and most first-time readers assume that it refers to Sir Hugh. In the published version, here's what Varys says when Ned asks who gave Jon Arryn the poison. Some dear sweet friend who often shared meat and mead with him, no doubt, but which one? There were many such. Lord Arryn was a kindly, trusting man. And here's what Varys said is that the published version? Yes. And here's what Varys says in the 94 draft. Someone he knew and loved, some dear sweet friend who often shared meat and mead with him, who could come and go in his kitchen without a breath of suspicion. Oh, but which one? There's so many such. Lord Arryn was a kindly, trusting man. I mean, in this situation, yes, it has to be Hugh, right? Because rather than it being ambiguous.
Right. So Hugh working with the Lannisters.
Well, or Varys just like lying and saying Sir Hugh was the poisoner when Sir Hugh wasn't, you know. Maybe are they trying to say that Sir Hugh was Cersei's poisoner and then he was actually murdered by the Mountain? Which is what Ned suspects, but it's not true. In the end, the Mountain kills him by coincidence.
Well, right, but the Mountain works for the Lannisters, and the Lannisters want to keep his ass shut.
Right, it might be coincidence. I mean, they were putting the lists against each other, and Sir Hugh was upjumped, and Littlefinger might control the lists and stuff like that. But before publication, George deleted the phrase "someone he knew and loved" and "who could come and go in his kitchen without a breath of suspicion." Both phrases are somewhat redundant and to the remaining text and could have easily been removed for brevity, but I also think that the deleted phrases are harder to apply to Littlefinger. Yes. And so, I mean, in a sense, it's just, Varys is just directly lying. I mean, he's either directly lying to Ned or Sir Hugh really was the murdering hand. None of the changes the canonically responsible for Jon Arryn's murder, but it does have implications on our understanding of how George wrote the series. I mean, it could relate to, because in a sense, Cersei needs someone to go to and be in Jon Arryn and be close to Jon Arryn's food. And so Cersei hiring Sir Hugh would make sense if Cersei is the murderer. She needs a hand to kill him, right? Cersei's not near his food. For years, a minority of readers have argued that Littlefinger's responsibility for Jon Arryn's murder is a retcon George made after the first book was published. I was sympathetic to that argument, but these discoveries make that significantly less likely. In my opinion, we now know that sometime between November 94 and the manuscript's completion in spring of 96, George decided to explicitly remove dialogue to which Cersei acknowledges responsibility for murder. He may have also intentionally removed dialogue from Varys, who more clearly pointed at Sir Hugh. George made those changes for a reason. My guess is that that as he was starting Clash and Storm, George's plans for Littlefinger expanded, and a very late decision to reassign responsibility for Arryn's murder. I agree. And tried to execute with a few changes to basically complete the A Game of Thrones manuscript. But I think, I think, and maybe I have to talk about it with Gsteff, but I think this is implicating Sir Hugh. I think the original text implicates Sir Hugh as the person that Cersei hired to murder Jon Arryn, and that, I mean, it completely changes the plot. Like, it means that when Ned was suspecting Sir Hugh and Sir Hugh's murder and all of that, that wasn't a wild goose chase. Because now, canonically, it's a wild goose chase. Sir Hugh was guilty of nothing. He was murdered in a coincidence or by chance. No one was trying to murder Sir Hugh. It was Varys was placing all of this as a mind game in Ned's head for reasons. We still don't know the reasons on why Varys is like leading Ned down this road, making him crazy, gaslighting him. In the end, like in the original draft, if Sir Hugh is the murderer ordered by Cersei, it just makes a lot more sense.
If later Game of Thrones is not changed and it goes exactly how it goes in the books, where Sir Hugh is a knight and then he gets killed by the Mountain, then yes, it makes the most sense that Cersei had him knighted as a reward, like she promised, and then felt like she needed to have him shut the hell up and had the Mountain take care of that.
Yeah. Which, I mean, that changes a lot. It changes a lot from it, like the whole Varys, like the plot of the book of Ned getting gaslit by Varys for so much of the story is now like, no, it's a legit, like he's legitimately discovering like these dark deeds, these real dark deeds versus all of these imagined stuff.
I'm sure someone is going to say, well, why would Cersei have Sir Hugh killed that way in like such a contrived way instead of just having him killed in like a back alley or something? It would be incredibly suspicious to have Jon Arryn die and then his squire also die soon afterwards. But die in an accident? Yeah, covers up a lot.
Die in an accident, yeah. All right, a Game of Thrones, a darker Ned. Now, I've been going over, as I've been reading a Game of Thrones recently, I do notice that like Ned is a rather inconsistent character when you compare how other people view Ned versus like how he is when you're in Ned's head. People view him as, commanding. They view him as religious. They view him as silent, and all these things. But when you read a Ned's story, he doesn't seem that silent. He's not religious at all. He seems rather progressive. He's not so strict. There's all these little things that don't really fit. On the one hand, you've got a Ned that's traditional, but traditional enough to like bring his 7-year-old child to an execution. But he's also progressive enough to be like, oh, my little girl, she can play with swords. Or, my little... So I always thought there was like...
You think it's inconsistent, really? I think that makes the most sense.
I do think Ned is inconsistent. Yeah, I do.
Well, I think that's the most realistic thing about the character, because in his head, he has this idea about who he is and how he behaves, and everybody else thinks differently. Isn't that
right?
Kind
I
of
mean, that's the good explanation. That is a very good explanation that people don't really know him. That they think all this crap about him, they don't really know him. Which is, like Catelyn kind of thinks he's religious, but doesn't think he's religious. Like she says like, oh, he doesn't believe in signs. But then again, she talks about his gods and him going to the werewood all the time. But then his kids, like certainly Jon and Arya, think he's religious. But like, I mean, obviously Catelyn is going to know him better than anybody. And she says, he doesn't believe in signs. Like Catelyn believes that he doesn't believe in signs. And yet then Jon pulls this bullshit of like, the old gods meant you to have these wolves. Like, do you not know your dad? Like, do you think he's religious and would fall for that? Because Catelyn doesn't think her husband would fall for that. So Jon doesn't know his own dad, essentially, which is fine. I mean, a wife might know and have a different opinion than a son, but did George plan these little things, or is it just by chance it comes out kind of interesting? I don't know. So, but he's a little inconsistent in that respect. Like in the chapter after Jon thinks that Ned is going to fall for the old gods think it's a sign that these direwolves were sent, Catelyn then says in the next chapter, yeah, this guy doesn't believe in signs. I do. I believe in signs, but he doesn't. So like Jon's wrong. Like Jon's an idiot, but whatever, which is fine. But I'm just saying, it makes a rich character, but he is a little inconsistent. Yeah. So there's a little more explanation here of the darker Ned. The most significant previously unknown difference in the early Game of Thrones draft is the characterization of Ned earlier. They were quite different than his final persona. The most interesting of these relates to the seizing of Tyrion. In the 94 draft, it was Ned's idea, not Catelyn's. During their clandestine meeting in Littlefinger's brothel, Ned instructs Catelyn to seize Tyrion if he passes through Winterfell on his way back to the Wall. That's pretty huge. Because, everybody always complains that it's Catelyn's fault that the war started. And there's all this bashing of Catelyn over it. And originally it was Ned's idea.
Before you go into that, I have to ask you, do you think it was a bad move on Catelyn's part to seize Tyrion at the end of the crossroads?
Oh, yeah. Oh, absolutely. It was the one mistake.
So is this better that it's not just her idea, it's both of their bad ideas?
Well, it's I understand why he did it. He wanted to give Catelyn some agency, because all of a sudden she's just this she's just a tool of her husband. She's just doing what her husband wants, right? But now it's well, she did it. The problem is that you gave the character agency, but then you had her do something really stupid.
Which makes the most sense.
Yeah.
Not every character can act as smart as humanly possible all the time. She's a grieving mother, and it's emotional.
Oh, so. That's true. But it's interesting that it's Ned's idea originally, that he wanted to. But it changes him, changes the story from Ned trying to defend his family to Ned doing this action towards war, kidnapping somebody. Also, see, Carmine, I think you misread the idea about the cat's paw, because she can't be trying to kidnap Tyrion unless there's a dagger.
That's true, huh?
Yeah,
so the dagger goes. So if there's a cat's paw dagger, it's even more suspicious.
No, I'm saying that when you said did you find anything about the cat's paw? I think he meant there's no differences. Because how can she be trying to kidnap Tyrion if there's not a cat's paw?
That's true. That's a good point. Let me call him and ask him real quick.
But during their clandestine meeting in Littlefinger's brothel, Ned instructs Catelyn to seize Tyrion if he passes through Winterfell on the way to the Wall. The chapter in which Catelyn seizes Tyrion at the end of the crossroads is preserved nearly unchanged in the draft, but Ned's instruction gives Catelyn's actions a very different spin. In this version,
no, you're correct. You're correct. I misunderstood. I asked him just now. He goes, no, nothing about the cat's paw changed from the drafts. Yeah. I wish that it had. I just meant that the mystery never made much sense. There was never a good explanation for who hired the guy.
I understand the ambiguity.
Okay.
It's
fine.
Here's the big thing: is when it's Ned's order, and Catelyn is heading home. She has the mission essentially of trying to find Tyrion and arresting him, and wherever she's going to run into him, and she will, I guess, eventually run into him, whether it's at Winterfell or somewhere, they'll cross each other's paths on the road. It does seem really coincidental that they just happen to run into each other at the end of the crossroads, which is the perfect road to go up to the Vale. But I suppose if she's looking for Tyrion and keeping her eyes out for Tyrion, though he says that the chapter's preserved, they only go into the inn because I think Roderick is I could go for an inn, or something like that. It's kind of it is a big coincidence that they run into each other here. But it seems like less of a coincidence if she were looking for him. Here's what she thinks when Tyrion enters. We've come too late. She thought grimly the imp has slipped through our grasp, or had he? And then a few paragraphs later, Um, Marillion gaped at her, confusion giving way to chagrin as Catelyn rose slowly to her feet. She heard Sir Roderick curse. If only the man had lingered at the wall, she thought. If only they could have taken him in the north, as Ned had planned. I see. Yeah. And so it's weird in fiction, um, coincidences that help the characters, we tend not to like, but coincidences that hurt the characters, we kind of like see as expected, you know. And so her being like, oh, it's this is an unfortunate thing that I'm only running into Tyrion here in the Riverlands than in the north. This is like bad fortune. They're framing the meeting at the crossroads as bad fortune rather than good fortune. Um,
Mm.
so yeah, because you know, in my more conspiratorial um, readings, I was always like, how did they run into each other at the inn at the crossroads? That must have been planned by somebody, and it kind of implicates Sir Roderick as like in on it, because like why else would they be going to the inn at the crossroads, you know, at that time? Or you could maybe implicate Braun,
Marillion.
who somehow like knows Catelyn's there, you know. It's like
I'm gonna
what
go with Marillion. I like that theory. That
I,
Marillion is a Littlefinger's creature.
yeah, that Marillion caused them to run into each other somehow. But the thing is, I think it's Roderick that wants to go there, and then I don't know who would, you know, Tyrion seems like the type of person that would stop at an inn, so I don't know. The published changes significantly strengthen the chapter, in my opinion. The increased mystery about what Catelyn is doing as she addresses the inn's other guests makes a more powerful reveal at the end. Making the decision fully Catelyn gives her more um, makes her more charismatic and interesting rather than just being a loyal executor of her husband's instructions. Yes, I agree that you've got to give Catelyn some agency as a character to affect the story and not just be an extension of Ned. I think the primary reason George made the change was to keep Ned's hands clean. Having him order the seizure of the innocent Tyrion would have weakened the likability of his whole family and impact the death on the reader. The logic of several future plot developments, including the future revelation of Jon Snow's true parentage. And yeah, I mean, it's true. Like all of a sudden, like Ned's more of a victim.
Mm-hmm.
Part of the reason I think that preserving Ned's likability is the main reason for this change. It's not the only change that George makes to Ned. In the 94 draft, he also has a deleted passage where Ned is at the small council meeting and he bizarrely dismisses the importance of preparing for winter and is annoyed that the other council members don't treat him with the deference he used in the North. Well, that's interesting. That's funny. Do you want to read that line?
Winter is coming, Ned snapped. What of it? Has it ever failed to come? We have had 9 years of summer. The change is long past due. We will need to make provisions, Maester Pycelle said. Another day, Ned said, perhaps too sharply from the looks they gave him. He would have to remember that he was no longer in Winterfell. There, only the king stood higher. Here, he was but first among equals. Forgive me, my lords, he said in a somewhat softer tone. The miles have blunted my manners. I am tired. Let us call a halt for today and resume when we are all fresher. He did not ask for their consent, but stood abruptly, nodded at them all, and made for the door. So he's a bit of a douchebag.
Yeah. Yeah.
Is that
It's
the
also
line you
kind
wanted
of
me to
funny,
read, by the
like
way?
whatever. Winter's coming. Who cares? Like it's your house words. You're supposed to prepare for winter. Like what?
That's not how I'm reading it. The way I'm seeing is that Ned really just wants to get this over with. And like,
Yeah.
yeah, it's coming. It always comes. Like, okay, we know. That's
Yeah.
how I'm seeing it, but
George also decided to avoid giving Ned a potty mouth in Arya 2. Ned says that the fault of Sandor's in killing Micah was the instead he says the cruel woman he serves, but in the original draft it was the bitch he serves. Um,
let me ask you this. I'm curious. To people you hold in high regard, to people you respect, does it change your opinion of them if they do have a potty mouth?
Depends on the words. you know? Like the thing about the word bitch is the word bitch is specifically a sexist term that is degrading her for being a woman. Um, Here he's just saying the cruel woman he serves, you know.
Hmm.
So there's no like degradation of women here. So like, you know, had he said like um I'm, try, I'm trying to think of like a word that doesn't reveal, that doesn't degrade her gender at the same time. But if he said like the jackal he serves, it might have been fine, like you're still saying like evil person, but you're not. But it's got to be as strong and dirty, right? The I don't know if he said like the shit covered jackal he serves.
Or the
Um,
witch he serves.
well, the witch still gender related, but say
Mm,
I'm saying like you want to use the potty mouth, but you don't want to actually like degrade women. So say you call her like the shit covered jackal, right? He's having a potty mouth and he's calling her something bad, a jackal, but it has nothing to do with her being a woman. Here he
right.
says bitch. Um, all right, a few other changes. Early in the published Catalan 1, there's a sentence that says that she found Ned in the Godswood cleaning his sword in the waters black as night. That phrase has always been a bit jarring to me because it's referencing a mention of the Godswood pool quite a ways back in the text, 169 words back. Oh, I see, because she says, um, in those waters black as night, by my count. It turns out that that's because of the 93 draft. An interesting expanded description of the pool immediately prior to that sentence. Here's how the paragraph reads. In the center of the wood was a small, still pool, its waters black and cold. The deep well that fed the pool was older than the castle. Some said that the children of the forest had sunk it in the dawn of centuries before the coming of the first men across the narrow sea. I think they mean like dug it older than the
Mm,
castle. Do they mean like they dug the well? Sunk it. What do they mean sunk it? Catelyn found that her husband, seated on a moss covered stone beside the pool, the great sword iced across its lap, cleaning the blade in those ancient waters, black as night. Um, I mean, we're adding more specialness to the pool. Like, there's definitely some hints that the pool in front of the Winterfell um, Godswood is like important, and some people talk about whether or not the waters connect underneath, and whether there's a big, I don't know, underground water world. I was theorizing that maybe the pool one could use for sensory deprivation. It's a black pool, so you have the no light, and you can whatever connect with the werewood easier because it's a sensory deprivation chamber. Um, but he cut all this, but he did at least connect it that there's something more, a little more magical and historical to it. The pool by saying it's a children of the forest pool, older than Winterfell itself. Um, but all gone. Um, Next, as many of you know, in George's 93 outline of the series, Tyrion was supposed to besiege and burn Winterfell. There's a bit of dialogue in Tyrion 2 as Tyrion and Jon are traveling to the wall, in which Tyrion says that as a child he sometimes dreamed of dragonfire burning his father and sister, which is seen as many readers as a vestigial foreshadowing of that plot. Yeah, but people also talk about, maybe it means that like Tyrion's going to ride a dragon and stuff like that. And the 93 draft expands on the dialogue a bit, adding the line, I like to watch things burn, and including his mother in the list of family members he'd imagined burning. Ooh. Those lines were gone by 94.
And here comes more fuel for the fire that Tyrion is the Mad King's son, that his mother was raped by Aerys or had an affair with Aerys, and that he is a secret Targaryen.
Another possible deleted connection to the George's 93 outline is that Jaime's attire when he entered the Hand's Tourney. Originally, it's described as shining gold from head to foot, with a lion's head helm and a golden sword and a great red cloak that billowed out behind him when he took the field. Many people take Jaime's regal appearance when he enters the feast at Winterfell as a connection to George's plan to outline in the outline for Jaime to eventually become king. Some might consider this another example, but I think it was probably just deleted for being inconsistent with the protocol of the Kingsguard.
Okay.
That's true as well. Some other small changes in the Game of Thrones draft. Originally, Aerys killed both Ned and Robert's fathers. That means Steffan Baratheon was killed by Aerys rather than just Ned. In the 93 draft of Eddard, Robert says to Ned, "What Aerys did to your brother was unspeakable. The way our fathers died when that was unspeakable." In this draft, we aren't told anything beyond this about how Rickard died, but this line gives the sense that they died together.
So his brother, his father, and then Robert's father.
Yeah.
Okay,
Rather than dying by a ship with both Robert and Stannis like watching from the towers, which I always wonder about the timing of that, because I'm like, when did he go off and get warded? And it's but yeah, they died together, which gives more motivation to Robert. But I understand why it's taken out. It's taken out because it lessens the hung up over Lyanna thing. When he's going to war, he's not going to war for Lyanna. He's going to war for his dad.
Right, but did you find it weird in like the published version and the lore that right after the Mad King kills Ned's father and brother, he also calls for Robert's head too, along with Ned's? Like,
Yeah.
why? Like, does the Mad King know that Robert and Ned are besties, and that Robert is super obsessed with Lyanna, so he might as well take him out too? Is that common knowledge?
Yeah, like why did he, like, it's one thing to go after Ned, but why is he calling for Robert's head? Oh, because he was calling for Robert's head because Robert was betrothed to Lyanna, who Rhaegar kidnapped.
Right, who Rhaegar kidnaps? Yeah, but why go the extra mile to call for Robert's head? Was Robert complaining about the kidnapping? Maybe he would have, but
Right.
why go that extra mile? It just seems random.
Right. Does he need? Yeah. You're right. Like, they couldn't break the betrothal. Did he want Rhaegar to polygamously marry Lyanna? Was this like what was, Robert hadn't really done anything, right? Robert was minding his own business, betrothed to somebody. His betrothed is kidnapped, and then they're calling for his head. It's like, I did nothing. Like, I did nothing.
But this makes more sense that, like, had their fathers die together, then okay, the Mad King wants to,
gotta
this makes more sense.
call for your son's heads too, right?
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, this is a big one. Renly and Stannis' titles were originally swapped. Renly was originally Lord of Dragonstone, and Stannis Lord of Storm's End. And Renly had the title Warden of the Narrow Sea. I mean, that's interesting. It's not that important, but to be Warden of the Narrow Sea makes sense. But but in this situation, Stannis doesn't have any reason to be upset with Robert. Like, there's not the. It also doesn't make sense that Stannis would flee to Dragonstone, because that's not his home, right? He'd have to flee to Storm's End. So, I mean, you do the swap to give the bitterness to Stannis and then have some place for him to flee if you want him to go to Dragonstone. I mean, he'd have to, I suppose he could flee to Storm's End, but
I
still,
guess.
you know, um, because I mean, I guess he gets Storm's End in the end, right?
True.
Just you gotta you get to the same place, but
But it also gives him something to somewhat fight for, to kill
yeah,
Renly over.
yeah, definitely, yeah, to add to that bitterness. Arya's direwolf was originally named Nemerian rather than Nemeria, um, and was named for the warrior witch of Valyria. And it sounded like it may be an early reference to Visenya. Visenya's hill is described when Catelyn gets to King's Landing. So I think Nemerian is likely an abandoned idea.
It also sounds like a dragon's name too.
Right. I mean, I think Nemerian. I think this is very interesting because, as we know, in the original, George's original idea is that the Rhoynar were not from Essos on the Rhoyne, but the Rhoynar were from the island of the Arbor. That's where the Rhoyne was. And so when he wrote those early lines about I'm, king over the first men, the Andals and the Rhoynar, it's those three things, not referring to the Dornish. The Dornish exist in the story, but they're not the Rhoynish. They're not the Rhoynish remnants. And so Queen Nymeria, who is the Rhoynish princess, like that whole story isn't created. Originally, Queen Nymeria was Numerian, a Valyrian warrior witch, right? Nothing. So like, it's very clear in the beginning, the Rhoynar were from the Arbor, and the Dornish were just the Dornish. And he moved the Rhoynar to the Rhoyne in Essos and connected the two. But yeah, this is pretty, But I thought this was interesting that, yeah, originally, because if you go through a Game of Thrones, like the only references to the Rhoynar are through Nymeria. Like, that's where we get, So originally, several of the kids were younger than their already problematic published ages. Jon and Robb were both 12 rather than 14. Dany was 13 rather than 14. Well, I mean, Dany starts as 12 and then she becomes... She in the original, she's 12 and then 13. Now she's 13 and then 14.
Mm-hmm.
And that change comes very late. Like last minute bumping up of ages. But Jon and Robb being 12, it makes a little more sense when you look at like Robb's reaction to like finding the direwolf pups. The whole like, oh my god, cute puppies. Like, it's like, I understand it's the scene is in complete juxtaposition of these were children that you just sent to an execution, and now they're children going, oh, puppies, like they killed a human being, but the idea of killing like direwolf pups, they're like, no, you can't kill direwolf pups. You just killed a man. You just killed an innocent man.
Yeah.
Like who had PTSD, who was scared of like undead, like strange supernatural beings north of the wall. You probably should have talked to him, but instead you cut off his head and thought all your kids should look at that. And then the next scene, it's, oh my god, cute puppies. We can't kill them. Oh, I can't make my kid cry and witness the death of a puppy. But like Rob being 14 or 15 is a little ridiculous, because at that point he'd be like, I'm too cool for school.
Danny, I like that Gsteff mentions the problematic ages things, because this is something we touched on when we were going over the Game of Thrones season 1 pilot, the Dothraki Khal Drogo Dany wedding, I'm glad that Dave and Dan, we discussed this on there, and I'll say it here for the audience. Uh, we both agree that we're glad that Dave and Dan changed the way that scene, Danny's wedding night, is from book to show. In the
Yeah.
books, it's she's almost like jumping into his arms, where in the show she's clearly more scared, more afraid of who this crazy ass
Yeah.
barbarian dude
And I would say
is,
a
and
lot of people disagree with us. A lot of people prefer the
huh?
book thing because they think there's some like it's more nuanced or something. But I actually like the show's more
The
realistic
show's version
portrayal.
is more realistic. Like this,
Yeah.
she's never met this guy before in her life. He's this crazy killer, and clearly she's afraid. Clearly she doesn't not want to be in the situation. And Emilia Clarke did a banger job of that, and I'm
Yeah.
glad of the change. People are arguing against that. Fuck.
Yeah, yeah, I've heard people argue against it. I've heard people argue the other way that I don't know, like people saying it takes away Dany's agency, and like I would argue the whole point of her story is getting to the point where she gets agency at the end. She can't have agency
Hmm.
right at the beginning,
Right.
but I don't know. People I don't know. It's one of those things like no one wants to throw D&D a bone, but like D&D did some stuff that was better. Like not most stuff, especially not the late stuff, but they did some stuff that was better.
Thank you for actually calling that out because you're so 110% right. Like Dave and Dan are not like they're just they're thrown into like how not to end a show. Cool, but how to start one, how to adapt one,
Yeah,
they get
yeah.
110% credit for that.
Um anyway, the following changes have already been reported by other Cushing visitors, but I think worthwhile to confirm. Yes, Danny didn't receive um gift of dragon eggs from Illyrio. Illyrio gives her a large cedar chest, as in the published version, but in the draft, it's full of the finest silks of velvet and damasks the free city could produce. Instead of eggs, the 93 outline said that after killing her husband, she would discover a cache of dragon eggs in the wilderness beyond Vastoth Rock that may have still been the plan in 1994. Yeah, that's the 93 outline. Several visitors have posted photos of the original Westeros map. I've heard some people complain about the image quality. Here's another attempt.
When I spoke to Gsteff, he specifically outlined my complaint that the map was a little too blurry. But we were correct. It was Sunstone, the Royne Island. Instead of it being the Arbor, it is Sunstone.
Sunstone. Okay.
I can clearly see it right here. It's Sunstone.
Let's see here. Okay.
So if you right click on that and click open in a new image, no, go back to the other one.
Oh, the other one?
Yeah. No. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Go back to that one. Now click out of that.
Uh-huh.
Now click on the right click on that and click open a new image. And then you can like zoom in like majorly on that. There it is.
Oh, yeah, it's clearly Sunstone.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, that's what we're talking about. That there's the Royne, or the island is the Royne. That's the Roynar. Huh. And instead of what was Sunspear? What was the name of Sunspear?
Let me see here. Sunspear is Ironport.
Ironport. Boring. What a boring name.
It's I guess it's better than hold on, where is it? I guess it's better than where's the rest of the map? I just had it right here.
I mean, I guess it makes sense. They're trying to bring in iron from Essos or whatever. That's where you're going to do it.
Kings Road, Three Sisters,
House of Aaron. Aaron in the Vale was named Harrenhal, not the Eyrie. Yeah, there is a little bit of evidence that the Eyrie and the Vale of Aaron are different places in the original draft. I mean, in the published draft, actually. If you go to the Dany chapter, I just did this one. This is why I'm remembering it. But the quote is, I'm sorry. So this one. Remember, it says she had never seen the land her brother said was theirs, the realm beyond the narrow sea, these places that they talked of, Casterly Rock and the Eyrie, Highgarden and the Vale of Arryn, Dorne and the Isle of Faces. Do you see how this list is kind of fucked up? Because, like, Westerlands and the Vale, the Reach and the Vale, Dorne and the Riverlands. So like you can see the Vale is twice, right? But had the Eyrie been somewhere else, and Harrenhal been the capital of the Vale, then it's Casterly the Rock and the Eyrie, which is somewhere else. Highgarden and the Vale, Dorne and the Isle of Faces. You know, like it makes more sense, this line, when they're not the same place. So, but little things like that.
That one slipped by him.
Oh yeah, I mean, you know, like it doesn't matter, you know. But yeah, it's you get those little things that you kind of notice once you find that, like, oh, this was the original plan. Oh yeah, well. In the 93 draft, the plague was rampaging through King's Landing at the start of the story. Jon Arryn was believed to be killed by the plague. And as they also found in the 94 draft, it was Arryn who accompanied Ned to the Tower of Joy and found him after Lyanna died rather than Howland Reed. Ned's recollection of Lyanna's death and her promise me line isn't present at all in the 93 draft. And Dany's house with the red door is still in Tyrosh. Yeah, we kind of know that.
There it is, the red door.
Well, you know, that's not changed until pretty late because we have the Blood of the Dragon version of Dany's story that has all that. So anyway, this is my analysis of changes of George's draft of game. Tomorrow I'll post Clash and Storm. All right. Yeah, so there it is.
So no Howland Reed. You're the arch nemesis of Preston's book. Howland Reed is not in it. It's just Jon, and Jon is given way more to do. He's given way more of like a Jon Arryn is given way more of a presence in the drafts than just being like the catalyst for how everything goes down.
People have like clear motivations in the original draft. You know, George is adding more nuance and more complexity, right? Like, why is Robert going to war? You know, but when George does add all of the complexity, you know, certain things start contradicting and stuff doesn't completely make sense. But it's fine. I mean, we're being more critical of this than any other story. No story makes sense, but we're like analyzing this to the bone. So we like see all these tiny little things like, oh, you put Eyrie and Vale of Arryn. That's that's a fuck up.
Real quick, no promise me here. So does that mean, because the popular theory is that, you know, Jon being Rhaegar and Lyanna's, you know, son, promise me, Ned. So possible Jon Snow wasn't the son of Rhaegar and Lyanna in the original?
I mean, I just didn't think that the line was there. I think I mean, in that original outline, they talk about, you know, Jon's parentage being an issue. And once his real parentage is discovered, like, he and Arya can totally bang, right? Which means that, like, Jon is not Ned's son. So at least that part is part of the original outline, you know, that Jon is somebody besides Ned's son.
It doesn't matter anyway, because fundamentally the story is still the same. Ned goes to war, Ned goes to the Tower of Joy, whatever happens there, he comes back with a kid. So it's still...
Yeah, but I mean, I don't know if the promise me line is that important. I actually think the promise me line doesn't make any sense, but it's fine. Because he later calls it a broken promise. And you're like, well, what broken promise? You took care of Jon.
That's a good point. Oh, shit.
What broken promise? But whatever.
R plus L equals J in shambles. Fuck.
I know. But I don't know. It's
I know you like to say that like Ned doesn't think about Jon that much when he's in King's Landing. Does he really have to? Jon's safe at the Wall. Does it matter anymore? he doesn't have to worry about that whole situation. If Jon is Rhaegar and Lyanna's son, he's at the wall now. Doesn't matter.
Right. I mean, none of it matters. I mean, we don't know what the broken promise is. I mean, Lyanna says, promise me. And then Ned thinks that he has regrets about broken promises. What broken promise? What broken promise? We don't know what it is. Like, if the promise me is like protect Jon, okay, done. Protected. Like, what's the broken promise? But I don't know. People have their theories. That's about all. You have anything else to add, Carmine?
No, this is all pretty friggin' good. When we're done going over Clash and Storm, we should have Gsteff on and discuss everything with him. By the way, of course, I recorded our conversation with Gsteff several days ago when we first talked to him. We'll be putting that up on Patreon if you guys are interested in hearing our initial conversations with him. But I don't know about you, but I'm definitely down to have him on again after we go over this and just shoot the shit with him.
Sounds good. Thank you for joining me, and we'll see you guys later. And we are back. Carmine, how you doing?
I'm doing good. Back are we for the second part of the Gsteff Cushing Library, Secrets of the Cushing Library. So he combined the Clash of Kings and Storm of Sword drafts together, but for this one, we're just going to tackle Clash of Kings.
Yeah. The ACOC. Yes.
By the way, before you continue on, I forgot to tell you, there was actually another person who went to the Cushing Library that we briefly talked about. Some person named Honeybee, I think it was, and I'll have to show you this later. We did this like over a year ago, and I always thought it was just Gsteff, but no, it was another person. I think they were Honeybee, but they just found out a couple of minor things. And the other thing I wanted to get out of the way is we had this discussion privately, and I know the audience is going to ask, what about the Dance of Dragons drafts? You were telling me how Gsteff combined it together with the Feast because Feast was originally one book and George.
Well, right. George had combined them. I mean, he didn't know he was going to split the books until he was, a good 800 manuscript pages in, and then split out the dance portion and then continued to just finish Feast. He thought it was going to be one book. And then other stuff like related to dance as it went further is I think it might be locked up and not released until Winds of Winter is out or something. There are things at the Cushing Library that are not accessible to the public.
Okay.
Yeah.
I did not know that part actually. When we eventually finish all the drafts, the Game of Thrones, we already did Clash of Kings and Storm of Swords. We're going to have Gsteff on and just ask him some questions, shoot the shit with him. So,
yeah, sure thing. So let's get into it. A Clash of Kings. So this is what Gsteff says. He says, welcome to part 2 of my 2024 series. So his first thing, he says, A Clash of Kings, the glass candles. Now this is probably the juiciest thing I would say he found in the entire trip. The Cushing the Cushing Library contains one draft of A Clash of Kings, essentially from June 1997. The book was published in 98. There's another final draft with no substantial changes. This draft had 31 chapters, 567 manuscript pages, roughly 48% of the final text. You can see the chapter structure. Sadly, it doesn't include the most important chapter for foreshadowing Dany's vision of the House of the Undying. But he felt that the most interesting change was a Clash of Kings draft relates to something that was hinted at in the A Feast for Crows prologue, and that George has been wrestling with how to introduce the glass candles. And he was thinking about introducing them long before Feast was published. So what we're talking about here is in A Feast for Crows, at the in the prologue, Lazy Leo mentions that a glass candle is burning in Archmaester Marwyn's chambers. And then at the end of the book, in Sam 5, the final chapter of A Feast for Crows, Sam goes up to those chambers. He sees the glass candle, and he actually stares into it and loses time. And so, and then in A Dance with Dragons, we have Quaithe kind of visits Dany, and she claims that the glass candles are burning. So we're thinking that she's using one. But the glass candles are essentially a device that allows communication over a distance where you can enter someone's dream. Or at least that's how we understand it currently in the story. But they mention other things, that there's 4 glass candles in the world, and there's some suspicion that perhaps Maester Aemon was getting glass candled by someone on his trip back. And then we start thinking of all the different dreams that people have in this series, and whether or not a glass candle is the reason that they are getting interfered with.
Were you the one that said the glass candles can be used to also like make projections?
Well, I mean, it's hard to say what the projection is. Like when Dany sees Quaithe in A Dance with Dragons, is Quaithe physically there, or is Dany unconscious? Is Dany the only one seeing it or not? Dany's the only one there, so it's hard to really say.
Mm-hmm.
But I think personally that it's all in somebody's head. I don't think that there's any physical manifestation myself or any projection. But I think people are sending their consciousness across and into somebody else's mind.
I'm sure the connection has been made before between the glass candles in Ice and Fire, and the Palantir in Lord of the Rings. You remember the Palantir?
Yes.
The crystal ball that, yeah.
Yeah. And obviously the glass candles are also a parallel to the werewood nets. They're just the fire version of it or something, So you have your ice version and you have your fire version.
Just like the whites.
Yeah. So like people enter the werewood net and they can enter people's dreams.
Mm-hmm.
And across a distance, and people enter the glass candle and they can enter people's dreams across a distance. So this is what now originally in the Clash of Kings we know there's only one mention of the glass candles. It's the first mention of the glass candles, but Dany is in Karth and she hears that Earthon Nightwalker has been using glass candles. That's all we kind of hear about it. But apparently there was many more glass candles in this original draft of A Clash of Kings. So Gsteff says there's no new lore here, just stuff that eventually made it into Feast. But it's interesting that George tried to make the ignition of glass candles coincide with the arrival of the Red Comet. A few pages later, he seems to connect them more directly. There's a passage in the published version of this chapter where Cresson thinks about the comet before going to bed. Originally, it read like this. Yet when he closed his eyes, he could see the pale bright flame of the glass candle burning steadily against the inside of his eyelids. As he watched, it grew into the comet, red and fiery and vividly alive amidst the darkness of his dreams. There's also a deleted line after he wakes up about him having had dark, terrible dreams, perhaps somehow prompted by the glass candle. And after he falls and Melisandre helps him up at the feast, Cresson has this deleted thought. She knows why the glass candle burns, what the comet pretends. She is wiser than you, old man. In retrospect, the last line of this chapter was originally written as a callback to Cresson's ominous glass candle. Here is the published version. As the cowbells pealed in the antlers, singing "Fool, fool, fool," while the red woman looked down upon him in pity, the candle flames danced in her red, red eyes. So that's the published version of A Clash of Kings. And well, hold on a second. I'm gonna go to just making sure that oops, what am I doing here, man? A search. but what he's saying, I'm just making sure that's the last line. Yeah, that's it. Crescent tried to reply, but the words were caught in his throat. His cough became a terrible thin whistle as he strained and sucked in air. Iron fingers tightened around his neck. As he sank to his knees, he still he shook his head, denying her power, denying her magic, denying her god. And the cowbells pealed in the antlers, singing "Fool, fool, fool," while the red woman looked down upon him in pity, the candle flames dancing in her red, red eyes. So that's a remnant, but it's still, she still thought it was worth putting in there. Because it still sounded pretty, but originally it had a double meaning or the candle flames were glass candle flames in her red, red eyes. So it's a pretty big plot point that every single maester now has a working glass candle.
So in the published version, there's only a few of them, but in the original drafts, everybody had one.
Yeah. So what we find here is that, like, later in the Tyrion chapter, Tyrion runs into Pycelle, and Pycelle's glass candle has ignited. Behind the shelves, hidden in an ornate lacquer screen, he stumbled on a tiny windowless alcove where a tall black candle was burning atop a carved marble shelf. Something about it made Tyrion want to examine it more closely, and then he knew he was running short on time. He made a hasty retreat back to the table and was peeling another egg when Grand Maester Pycelle came creeping back down the stair. And then he says, "Lord, please, please, you must heed me. You are in danger, all of you, grave danger, the realm. There's so much you do not know, secrets, the hidden mysteries. The glass candle is burning. It's true, I swear. Spare me, and I'll show you the conclave. You must send me to Old Town at once." So, and then apparently through the rest of Clash of Kings, there's just all these references to the maesters disappearing and all going to Old Town.
All the maesters, all over Westeros, all of them.
Yes. With the exception of Lewin.
Poor Maester Lewin.
Right. But there is a weird, and I noticed this, in fact, when we had our conversation with Gsteff, I sort of said, yeah, there's this one line that from Clash where Theon goes home and he asks about the maester, and it's such a weird inserted line that it struck me, because we never hear about Theon like liking maesters or whatever, and there's a million people at home that you could ask about. You could ask about the cook, you could ask about the smith, you could ask about a wet nurse, you could ask about a handmaid. But he goes home and he's like, "Oh, where's the maester?" And the line always stuck out to me. And it turns out when I asked Gsteff about it, he's like, actually, that's one of the remnant lines. So he says, Wendermere keeps the ravens now. Before he's like, "Oh, where's Wendermere?" And they're like, "Wendermere's dead." But now he's like, he sleeps in the sea. Wendermere keeps the ravens now. And then the added on thing, but he's gone south to Old Town on some maester's business. So like the original, I think, is just he sleeps on the sea. Wendermere keeps the ravens now.
So this was like I wouldn't say it's a major plot point, but it was a plot point brewing behind the scenes, and clearly all the point of view characters were starting to get cued in that something's going on with Theon, and here with Bran. You mind if I read this?
Sure.
With Bran is listening to petitioners at Winterfell in Bran 2. There's this altered description of Leopold Tallheart's visit. Quote, he talked of whether portents and the lax wits of small folks for what seemed like hours, complained that his maester had left them to visit the Citadel, and told how his nephew, Benfred, itched for battle. So, yeah, this is also something I brought up in our conversation with Gsteff. It's kind of crazy that all the maesters in all of Westeros, except Lewin, went down to the Citadel. They left their post for this gigantic meeting in Old Town, and we were talking about this briefly as well. That's kind of insane that, like, the entire realm's scientists, doctors, teachers all get up and leave just to go do this one thing. So...
Yeah. And it's very clear that George has been playing around with, I mean, here the magnitude of how many glass candles there are, but he's been playing around with what the abilities of the glass candles are too. In the original prologue draft, Pate is not trading a key with Jock and Hagar. He's trading a glass candle with Jock and Hagar. The entire like iron for gold is glass for gold in the original. And then George was playing around with the user of the glass candle gained immortality. Yeah. It doesn't seem to be the case in this Clash draft, but in the original Feast draft, it was that the glass candles also granted the user immortality, mirroring the werewood again, because the werewood grants people immortality, right? You live in that werewood forever. But this idea of like the werewood granting immortality, and you start thinking about like Euron's mission of what if we can all fly? Like, what if we can all be these like this we can all be our own heaven, our own religion, our own god, and live forever. You know, if he had access to a glass candle, if he's Urathon, Nightwalker, and all sorts of things. Because actually Euron's not supposed to have aged, right? He comes back and he looks the same. Or like Melisandre, like she doesn't age, right? So there's like these elements of immortality linked with like objects. And so the idea is that, the glass candles would be like the werewoods and grant immortality. But it doesn't seem that George has added that and then taken away that ability with the in the Clash of Kings.
I don't think you and I ever really discussed it, but Melisandre in the show, the fact that she hasn't aged is like quickly answered. Apparently, it's this thing in her necklace, and
and it's just all glamored, yeah.
It's all glamour. So you think that there's something to that? Because the moment she kind of like takes it off after the Battle of Winterfell in season 8.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely think George has thought about that. There's definitely some weird lines about how long she's lived and how long she's studied. I think she says something about years beyond count or something, that she's studied something years beyond count, which maybe she can't count very high. But I think beyond count. Yeah. Melisandre had practiced her art for years beyond count, and she had paid the price. There was no one in her order who had the skill of seeing the secrets half revealed and half concealed within the sacred flames. So, there's this hint that she's actually super old. But she doesn't seem to have a glass candle, but she has flames, which kind of do the same thing as glass candles. You can go and see things from afar, maybe go into people's dreams. Anyway, evidently in this draft, the Citadel quickly became aware of the glass candles were burning, considered a big deal. According to Pycelle, it put the realm in grave danger. And so they called a conclave to discuss the ramifications. This is different from how they're treated in A Feast for Crows. There, Marwyn seems to be the only maester aware that they now work again. And, in some of the early drafts, like Marwyn has rather public like arguments with the other maesters. But again, that's all kind of.
Isn't that like the main thing about Ice and Fire though, about the story, is how there's this impending danger that no one seems to either care about or just they gloss it over, and there's only that maybe one or two people who really know what's going on. Isn't that the whole thing?
True. That's true, and then nothing seems to be, and then nothing seems to happen for books and books and books. Yeah, definitely. Nearly all of this was deleted, but remember that George did retain one mention of the glass candles in Clash, where Xaro tells about the strange magical phenomenon. And so it was then, but how? It is said that the glass candles are burning in the house of Urathon Nightwalker that have not burned in 100 years. So what does it all mean? Well, here's my guess. Although he really liked the glass candle concept, George, probably with his editors, decided that as magical omens, the candles and the comet were redundant, and that the book was getting too long as it was, so he deleted the candles and the conclave subplot from Clash, but with an eye toward coming back to it later, he left that single reference from Zorro as part of the general catalog of weirdness without the original Citadel connection. This was George planting a seed while strategically keeping things vague, given the trouble he had trying to make the original glass candle concept work.
I agree with that. That seems like what it, either that or he forgot, but
Sure. I mean, but it's like anything else. Like for instance, the rats chewing off their own tail. Like that doesn't mean, he leaves it so ambiguous that had he never brought this up again, glass candles burning in the house of Urathon Nightwalker, and then decided to like drop it completely, he could drop it, and we would just have it as a random freaking thing that happened in Karth, like rats chewing off their tail. But he did bring it back, so now, it's significant. But he could have he kicked the can down the street, and he did come back to it in Feast, but this was just kicking the can down the Feast. Like him leaving one glass candle reference is fairly meaningless.
By the way, Urathon Nightwalker, are you coming back to that guy?
Well, Urathon Nightwalker is kind of funny. Many people, because later we hear about Uragan, and maybe in a World of Ice and Fire there's an Urathon. It's a Ironborn name. I think, you know what it is? In a World of Ice and Fire, they reference the same guy, but I think they call him Urathon once and Uragan another time. Urathon Good Brother. But I think Urathon Good Brother is called Uragan Good Brother in the text of A Dance with Dragons. So yeah, it is. So Uragan the Third, Uragan the Fourth. So it definitely sounds like, it sounds like an Ironborn name, and we know that Euron. Well, Euron sounds like Urathon to start with, but Urathon sounds like a Ironborn name. It seems to be an Ironborn name in the World of Ice and Fire, Uragan. We know that Euron was near Karth around the time Dany was, because he picks up the warlocks, and he has the warlocks. So Euron being Urathon Nightwalker is not much of a stretch. He could easily be him if you wanted him to be, because Euron was in that area, and Euron seems to be somebody's been going into Aeron Damphair's head, and maybe it's Euron. So, you throw all these things together, you're like, yeah, your Urathon Nightwalker could easily be Euron,
I feel like I've heard that theory before. Out of all the Euron Greyjoy theories, him being Benjen or him being Dario, I kind of like this one the most. I feel like I've heard this one before, but possibly not. Also, Urathon being in the World of Ice and Fire, was that Elio and Lindo, or was that George? I hate to be that person that always asks, because I do know that Elio and Lindo came in and they did do their own thing with that. So I'm wondering if that's George, then there it is. But if it's Elio and Linda, then take it with a grain of salt.
Right. Here, I it depends if it's an aside. Let's see. Urathon Good Brother. And then there's an Urathon Peak. Urathon Good Brother, the Bad Brother. And then it says N1. In A Dance with Dragons, Your Urathon is called Uragan, good brother, where in the world of Ice and Fire, they call him Urathan. It has been suggested. It has been suggested to change the spelling in A Dance with Dragons instead of the world of Ice and Fire, making Urathon the correct spelling. It sounds like George. It sounds like George went and put Urathon in the world of Ice and Fire, and they went back and asked him, and then he somehow, and then he's like, oh, sorry, Uragan is a misspelling.
Okay.
Here's actually Linda talking about it. Uragan, this one should have been fixed years ago. Correction on this. Something about this niggled at me, and I checked through my emails again, and see the reason it wasn't fixed is that there was a notion of perhaps adjusting A Dance with Dragons instead of the world of Ice and Fire. I don't know the status of that. So it sounds like they at least asked him about it, but that it wasn't Elio and Linda, that it was George. Once Clash was done, George had a huge set of fully developed plans for Storm and had no room to introduce anything else in that book. But once Clash shot to the top of the bestsellers list and A Song of Ice and Fire started to become a big deal in the publishing world, he decided to take his time on the next book and include all the stuff he wanted to include in the previous books, but hadn't had time for, including the Citadel and the Ironborn plots, which are basically the first two things he worked on for Feast. It's hard to say on this. I don't know if he's like intentionally taking his time. But I do get a sense that George had realized that this was, and a lot of writers do this. They realized this was a cash cow and decided to stretch out the series. Charles Dickens did this, but certainly Robert Jordan talked about doing this. That like, oh, this is my income. I better put out I don't want to finish this up too fast.
Well, props to Robert Jordan for actually being honest about that. He gets my respect for that, because I hate when people try to bullshit their way out of that, because it's very clear. Like, look, if you enjoy writing stories and you want to keep making that money, but I feel like it's a bit of both with George. Like, obviously, he wanted to make his money, and he had all these ideas he wanted to put in and couldn't before in the second book, but here's the third one. So
people were certainly surprised with Feast going in a completely utter different direction. And what does this mean for the story? Given that the glass candle material was specifically deleted and then replaced with other glass candle material in A Feast for Crows, I don't think we can read much into it. But if I had to draw conclusions, it would be these. George originally meant for both the candles and the comet to have been triggered by the return of magic, or perhaps just fire magic in the world, which in turn was prompted by the birth of dragons. This isn't a novel theory, but the more explicit candle timing and candle comet prose linkage in the draft Clash prologue suggests George considered them all connected. Certainly all connected. I think there's a causation issue and problem, right? Like, is the comet causing the dragons, which is causing the candles, which is causing the wildfire? Because remember the wildfire discussion in A Clash of Kings where the wisdom is like, are there any dragons around? We produced more wildfire than we thought. Are there any dragons around? And Tyrion's like, what the fuck are you talking about? So there's definitely a return of magic element that we're supposed to think about, right? And I don't know the causation. Is it the dragons causing the comet? Is it the dragons causing the we don't think about anything causing the comet, right? We think of the comet being independent. It's hard to believe that the dragons would pull a comet in. So maybe the comet caused everything. I don't know.
I
What do
always
you think,
thought,
Carmine?
in my opinion, I always thought the comet just amplified the dwindling magic in the world. That magic will dwindle every now and then; it'll go away, and
Hmm.
then some event like this will come and it will flare the fuck up.
Right. So I mean, you're on board with essentially not literally, but thematically, Comet is a Vulcan. That like
Is
you
that
know
what it
the
is? Okay, I'll
well
take it.
the Vulcan enhances people's like telepathic and telekinetic abilities when it's near, right? So like um if the comet is a Vulcan, the comet is enhancing magic, or what, or maybe telepathic telekinetic abilities,
Hmm.
you know, when it's near. That's it. And then he said that he wanted, and then he thought that he wanted Pycelle at the Citadel, and the Citadel to be freaked out by this because the Citadel had a hand in the elimination of dragons and thus magic from the world roughly 151 years ago. Yeah, I think that's fair. That there, I mean, that same connection is being made in A Feast for Crows. So they're linking the Citadel and dragons and magic together, as some sort of event. But really, the material is 27 years old at this point. It's interesting, but whatever plans George had for the glass candles and the Citadel then have been overtaken by later books. That's true. And then, okay. Anyway, anything more you want to talk about glass candles, or do you want to move on to Cersei's mole?
I really wanted to know like what the plan was for the glass candles going forward in the original draft.
I mean, if I were to guess about the glass candle, and I think I push the fan fiction in this direction, that George loves the idea of the all powerful shut in, this person that's in a room that has power over all sorts of things in the realm. I think Sam is positioned to be like Bran, where he is sitting in front of a glass candle, seeing the world, sending himself out, affecting change in his environment. And keep in mind that the Citadel is very similar to the Werewood, where you have all of this knowledge. The Werewood has it within the trees, but the Citadel has it within books. You have all of this knowledge, and then you have a character who can, from their little, immobile place, can affect change in the entire world. And so I think you have, these twin kind of ideas, one of ice and one of fire. And, he may have cut the idea that the glass candles have immortality, but I don't necessarily think it's that important, but I don't know. That's kind of how I see it going forward. That and maybe it relates to Euron, about Euron wanting to create his own House of the Undying, or his own religious network of minds that would continue on forever, like the Werewood net. But that would be my guess. That it's something that it's just at the end of the day, another Werewood is what it is. It's just a fire Werewood.
Hmm.
Would be my guess.
By the way, earlier we mentioned fire white. That's not in the books, but this is something that George said. I remember
George
George,
said, yeah.
yeah, him talking about that specifically in case people were confused by that. He
Yeah,
called John a
exactly.
fire white.
Yeah, which means you'd assume that like Lady Stoneheart and Beric Dondarrion or whatever are fire whites or whatever.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Cersei's mole.
Cersei's mole. So this is like kind of a random scene. The second interesting set of changes in the draft of Clash relates to Tyrion's attempt in Clash of Kings Tyrion 4 to flesh out the identity of Cersei's informant by feeding Pycelle, Littlefinger, and Varys 3 different stories about his plans for Cersei's children, and seeing which story Cersei learns about. There are some key differences in the draft that may change your understanding, but here's what happened canonically. But this change is a bit tricky, so before getting into it, recall these details from the published version. Yeah, so Tyrion meets Pycelle in his chambers, gives Pycelle 2 letters containing duplicate copies of an offer to foster Myrcella with Prince Doran and instructs Pycelle to send both letters via Raven immediately. He tells him that like he wants to send 2 because in case one gets lost. But really the reason he gave 2 is because he's thinking Pycelle would go, well, I can just send 1 and then give the other message to Cersei.
Mm-hmm.
While waiting for Pycelle to return, Tyrion hears wings and then sees 1 raven fly from the rookery. Varys arrives at Tyrion's bedchamber roughly an hour later and already knows that Pycelle just sent a secret letter to Doran on Tyrion's behalf. Cersei later is angry at Tyrion for offering Myrcella to Doran, but not for the other offers he described to Littlefinger and Varys. Tyrion ambushes Pycelle with Shagga, accuses him of giving one of the letters to Cersei. Pycelle denies it, accuses Varys, then after harsher threats admits to letting Jon Arryn die. So, most people read this and don't question that Pycelle was Cersei's mole. It just seems logical that Pycelle was Cersei's mole. He's pro-Lannister, so it just goes without saying. But you could read into these events and say that maybe Tyrion just didn't see the other raven, or missed it, and Pycelle didn't inform Cersei. Varys did, and it was pinned on Pycelle, and Pycelle was actually like not Cersei's mole. The significance of Varys being Cersei's mole is not that much. I mean, like Varys disappears later and it doesn't matter. Okay, so in the draft version, Tyrion sees 2 ravens go. Here's the differences. Tyrion notices 2 ravens leaving the rookery. Technically in the draft, he saw 1 but heard 2. Varys arrives minutes after Littlefinger leaves rather than a little under an hour. Varys originally denied knowledge of the substance of Doran's letter and instead claims to guess its content rather than saying that his little birds told him. So what's the significance of this? He says, I've spent a lot of time thinking about it. My best guess is that George wanted to subtly indicate that Varys was the real leaker, having Tyrion notice 2 ravens leaving, as he almost subconsciously does in the draft. It undermines his theory that Pycelle kept one of the ravens back. Having Varys appear so quickly when summoned in the draft also may have meant as a hint that he was nearby listening to Tyrion's conversations. There's also a connection to the glass candles changes that makes me think of that, at least in the draft. George meant for Pycelle to have been fully honest when interrogated by Tyrion, and Tyrion didn't realize it. The chapter in which Tyrion interrogates Pycelle about the leak also contains the deleted passage in which Pycelle warns that the glass candles are burning and the realm is in grave danger. Tyrion blows that warning off. At the end of the chapter, he notices that the glass candle Pycelle was talking about again and cheekily extinguishes it. We know from other draft chapters and future books that the glass candles are real and significant, so Tyrion's reaction here is meant to be misguided. When you combine it with the fact that Pycelle denies being the leaker, blaming Varys instead, and that Pycelle quickly admits to a number of other crimes, I think that the draft chapter, Tyrion meant to be mistaken about Pycelle, and that he's been played by Varys. George's decision to go from Tyrion noticing 2 ravens to noticing 1 and increasing the amount of time between Varys arriving might indicate that he wanted to drop the idea just to make Pycelle the leaker in the published version, but I personally think Varys could still be the candidate there too. I would say that Varys is the leaker. Myself.
Even in the published version?
In the published version. Not that it has any consequences, but Pycelle is unusually honest. Like, he admits to letting a man die. Like it's over the top, and yet he still denies being the leaker to Cersei, So like it doesn't really make sense that he would admit to this greater crime and not the lesser crime. We also look at like Pycelle and Cersei's relationship in A Feast for Crows is rather strained. Like she doesn't trust the guy at all. And that doesn't really make sense if he's been leaking to her in A Clash of Kings,
That's a good point, yeah.
So, but then again, like it's not like Cersei thinks about Varys very much in A Feast for Crows when she's like, oh, I really needed him. But it's...
Varys being everyone's friend seems more like the role for Littlefinger, that he be the one doing this instead of Varys. I don't know, I like Varys trying to play all sides, but at the same time, yeah, that's how he destabilizes the realm for the Blackfires.
It's just because we also know that Varys is in the walls, so he can find out all of this information anyway, and he has little birds everywhere. So it's so easy for him to take on that role, but like I say, it doesn't affect the plot at all.
Mm-hmm.
So here,
and I know someone's going to ask me this later. Yes, Varys working for the Blackfires. Someone was telling me a theory about how Varys himself may be a secret Blackfire. That's why he shaves his head. I kind of like that theory.
I do. I like it. It's a good theory. It's certainly fun. Or just a secret Targaryen of some sort, secret anything. And that's why he shaves his head. But I also think he has nuts. I also think he has his testicles. So
because of that one line where who was it that noticed that he had some
Kevin.
Okay, yeah.
I think it's also mentioned because maybe Ned, when Ned meets Rugen, but his Rugen the Jailer persona in a Game of Thrones.
I'll take Varys having balls over him being a merman. I'll take that one.
Anyway, the removal of the glass candles is the only significant change to the plot, but there's a bunch of small changes. When Jojen and Mira meet Bran, there's a deleted line where Jojen approaches Summer and says, "Go careful, Jojen. Remember what father said." It's not much. There's another deleted passage. Well, he says it's not much, but given how much speculation about the current status of Howland Reed, this at least provides indication that Howland was at home in the Neck at the beginning of Clash. A variety of characters have tried to contact him, but there's no reports on where he is. So at least he's supposed to be there. At least in this version. There's another deleted Bran passage one chapter earlier in which Bran wants to ride Dancer into the Great Hall for the Harvest Feast, but Maester Luwin refuses, saying it would be unseemly. The chapter ends with this line from Roderick: You have stark pride, Bran, but the Maester has the right of it. I think riding through the Great Hall, no, we will carry you in. With all dignity and honor, believe me, boy, it will be best that way. But riding Dancer into the Great Hall for the feast to hearty cheers for the guests is exactly how Bran's next chapter begins in both the draft and the published book. So the published version loses a bit of context from the draft. It's implied that Bran must have put his foot down and gotten his way and had been proven right. That's true. They're all telling him not to do it.
For non-book readers who are confused, Dancer is the horse that Bran, yeah. So yeah, we're never. He just rides in, and we're like, oh, that's an interesting idea. But here we find out there's the idea, and everybody's like, don't do it, and he does it anyway. And that tells you, that's a complete. It's a big deal, right? That everybody's telling him not to do something, and he does it anyway. Big personality shift. Oh, here's an interesting one. This is really interesting. I'm surprised this didn't get more, but another interesting change comes from the end of Daenerys 2 when she sends Jorah to the docks of Karth looking for ships. As published, Jorah returns with Kahuro Mo.
the captain of the Cinnamon Wind, who informs Dany of the death of Robert Baratheon. Originally, Jon intended for Jorah to return with Daario Naharis. Yes. This is an interesting one because it has his descriptions of what Daario looks like. He says, "What would you have of me, Daario Naharis," instead of Gahoromo? "Nothing but the honor of serving you, my queen, and the joy of watching your face shine with delight when you hear what I shall tell you." "Get on with it, Tyrosh," Sir Jorah growled. Her Grace has no taste for hints and feints. "As you will, Dragon Mother Stormborn, fairest of queens, hear my tidings. Robert Baratheon is dead." Outside her walls, dusk was settling. Dead? In her lap, Black Dragon hissed and pale smoke rose. "Are you certain the usurper is dead?" "Dead and buried, your grace." A golden tooth gleamed in his mouth when he smiled. "When we set sail from Tyrosh, many moons had turned past. The talk was of nothing else. The gods are just." So yeah. Like, at least as far back as A Clash of Kings, Jorah had this character, Daario Naharis, in mind, and what he looked like. Like, he was a Tyroshi with a golden tooth and all of that, you know, and super overly devoted to Dany. But any sort of weird niceness that we get from Gahoromo seems to be a remnant of him being Daario Naharis. Because Gahoromo doesn't really act like that with Sam. You know, he doesn't have the same personality at all.
So Daario was always intended to be either George really liked the character and he wanted to save him to have a bigger importance, and introduce him with. Then why introduce him with the Sellsword Company?
Yeah, I mean, was he supposed to be the person that she was going to get on a ship with? And then you don't have to meet him in Slaver's Bay. He's already the ship's captain. I mean, I would say that that Grolio is kind of I would say that it's really weird for Illyrio to get Grolio all the way to Karth. But if you're going to eliminate Grolio, yeah, you're eliminating Barristan, and you're not going to not have Barristan like arrive with Dany. That seems like a major plot point. So I don't know why she would be running into Daario in Karth if she's not going to take his ship.
This is to say, if this is the same Daario, the same character that we'd get in the published version, and just not
right.
Just
Did he just look
swap.
At this character and go, "Oh, I kind of like this character. That's who Dany is going to be boning later," and I
taking her every which way.
Right. I mean, I don't know. Like, did he still want Dany to meet and bone someone in Slaver's Bay? It's just that he had this character that he fleshed out in Karth, and he's like, "Damn, yeah, I'll just use this one," and then swapped him out for Gahoromo. Anyway, this is yeah, in this version, he swears himself to Dany immediately, and Stormy only does this on the second meeting. So I guess he swears himself immediately and then follows Dany. I would imagine that George's plan was that Grolio and Barristan would arrive, and Daario would still just be in her service,
right?
And and then along for the ride, with his ships behind her or something in tow. I don't know. Yeah, she invites him to dinner so she can hear his tales of his voyage from Tyrosh. So she's getting to know him in Karth. And then the deletion wasn't done for space, but it doesn't make a ton of sense for a Tyroshi sellsword in Karth to be the person bringing Dany the news from Westeros. I suspect that George originally introduced him in this chapter because he wanted to emphasize the pattern of Jorah warning Dany not to trust anyone. I mean, I think personally he wanted to introduce her next romantic interest, but it just didn't really work to have him be introduced at that point. It makes more sense to, in Slaver's Bay.
Right.
I suspect Jorah originally introduced him as a character because he wanted to emphasize the pattern. Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, I think the news works just as well. I mean, I'm trying to think about this. Like, the news of Robert Baratheon dying, it being in Tyrosh. Like, Tyrosh isn't that far from Westeros. So, yeah, he could hear about the news. And then he would bring the news to Karth. It's not that different than Kahuro Mo being in Old Town. It's not significant. Not significant. Like, the news location of Tyrosh and Old Town, it's not that different. There's only one substantial deleted passage from the Jon chapters, a flashback to a conversation with Sam, Gren, and Pip before he left on the Great Ranging. Pip offered to trade places with Sam, but Gren says that the deception would never work. Well, obviously. There's another, I mean, it's weird though, right? Because Gren's the stupid one. Why is Pip making that? It should be the other way around, really. Like, the Gren would be like, I'll swap with you. Because Gren's the dumb one, right? Anyway, this is another likely brevity deletion. It adds nothing to the story. Saved George 2/3 of a page. There's one small deletion from another Jon chapter that likely does have story significance. A conversation between Jon and Mormont about Maester Aemon's biography early in Jon 1. The draft contains this deleted exchange. The old bear gave a loud snort and the raven took flight, flapping in a circle about the room. If I had a man for every vow I've seen broken in my day, the wall would not lack for defenders, I promise you, especially when it might have been you, Jon. You are the elder, are you not? By a few turns of the moon, but Robb is trueborn. That is what he shares with Maester Aemon. So one of the ambiguous things is that we don't know who's older, Jon or Robb. Jon looks older, but it would only make sense if Jon were younger, because Ned is married not necessarily at the beginning of the war, but at the beginning of his participation in the war. So, and he fathers Robb on Catelyn at, right after the Battle of the Bells. So he's, Robb needs, and then the story is that Ned went off and was warring and then, had sex with somebody else. So logically speaking, Jon should be younger, but Jon looks older. And here we find out that Jon claims he is older. But if Jon's older, then the entire story of him being Ned's bastard falls apart.
That makes sense.
So, they would have to, he would have to delete it. But yeah, I mean, Gsteff says the Sam published books have no indication whether Jon or Robb is older. But if Jon is older, then the story of Ned fathering him in Robert's Rebellion makes it impossible. Yes. And the the same passage also makes one small change to Maester Aemon's biography. As published, he chose to go to the wall to avoid undermining his younger brother. In the original draft, Aegon was the one who sent him there to avoid being compared to Aemon. The published version makes Aemon more noble, and Aegon and Egg more of a douche. Sending his brother away to the wall. Doesn't sound like Egg at all. The Clash draft chapters have a deleted connection between Jon and Arya. There's a deleted line near the end of Arya 3 where she thinks of Jon while falling asleep. When Arya's eyes finally closed, it seemed as though her brother Jon was with her. He smiled at her, but something in his eyes looked sad, and she knew he had something important to tell her. They said it together. Winter is coming.
Aww.
Aw, the half-siblings that want to bang.
I mean, I wasn't saying that, but okay.
Well, I mean, that was the original plan, right?
Yeah, the fucking the triangle with her, Tyrion, and Jon. Yeah.
Interestingly, the next chapter is Jon 3. Its end has a deleted mention of Jon thinking of Arya. Suddenly, he remembered how he used to muss Arya's hair, his little stick of a sister. He wondered where she was now. It made him a little sad to think he would never muss her hair again.
Aw, sibling love. Not in that way, but sibling love.
I mean, yeah, muss her hair. Why we? Is that the reference to muss her hair? Anyway, we know what Jon Snow is good at. Egret tells us. Egret tells us what Jon's good at. So
Jesus.
George was clearly setting up the two of them to have an intersection again. The fact that he deleted the passages and that 3 books later it still hasn't happened may indicate that he changed his mind. In the Sansa chapters, we have some small changes where her dialogue with Dantos about escaping. Originally, Dantos planned for someone else to row Sansa out to sea during the escape. Taking you from the castle, it would be the hardest. Once you're out, I know a lad with a little skiff. For a bit of coin and a taste of wine, he'd row you out to sea. These are fisher folk, I know. He's a mute. So he asks no questions and he gives no answers. A mute? Icy needles scraped up Sansa's spine. The king's justice was mute, and the very sight of Sir Ilyn filled her with dread. When would this be? Could we go now? This very night? No, my lady, I fear not. First, I must speak to my friends and find a sure way to get you from the castle when the hour is ripe. It will not be easy nor quick. They watch me as well. As you can see, originally Dantos also hinted that someone else was directing the plan when he said he was in need of his friends, Littlefinger. Although another deleted line, there's no other hints of who this mute might be, but evidently it was an abandoned subplot. Yeah, I mean, another mute. I mean, everyone, like the fans would just be like, a little bird. What's going on? Right?
Mm-hmm.
But yeah. Not much to that, but okay. And some other quick hits. Dany's dragon Rhaegal was originally named Rhaegor. Sir Gregor's torturer the Tickler was originally named the Piper. The Harrenhal whore Pretty Pia was originally named Pretty Mia. Zaro Zoandaxis was originally named Jaro Joandaxis. The Greyjoy banner was originally supposed to have 3 tails, streaming from it like the arms of a kraken. And when Renly dies, there's a deleted line in which Catelyn is said to stand still as stone. I'm skeptical that this was meant as a Stoneheart foreshadowing, but the same draft has the line in which Catelyn looks her reflection in the some breastplate and sees the face of a drowned woman, so it's possible.
Yeah, that's definitely foreshadowing.
Well, that's definitely foreshadowing of her dying and getting thrown in the river. But who knows about Still as Stone and Stoneheart.
All right.
And that's it. That's the differences between what George was doing during Clash.
So the major thing being the glass candles.
Oh yeah.
I don't know if I like that every maester had one, because it kind of reminds me of the one of the chains and one of the links in the chain about how they try to light the glass candle, but it doesn't. It's just a reminder that some of the mysteries out there, not everyone.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think so all the stuff about it being a mystery and like learning a lesson from it, that's in the Crescent prologue.
Mm-hmm.
That's actually like borrowed from the Clash of Kings and brought back and dumped in. See, it says here, every maester was given a glass candle on the day he took his vow at the Citadel. They were beautiful things and required careful handling, for each was a foot tall, icicle slender, and covered with delicate tracery. They were wrought of gleaming obsidian, even to the wick. Dragon glass, the small folk called it, black, brittle, beautiful, and so sharp that many a maester had bloodied his fingers on the candles over the years. Like the chains around their necks, a maester's candle was said to be symbolic. The candle is the wisdom you have learned here in the Citadel, they were told. They are as beautiful as knowledge, as fragile as truth. They are made in the shape of candles to remind you that you must cast light wherever you serve, and they are sharp to remind you that the knowledge can be dangerous. Wise men sometimes grow arrogant in their wisdom, but a maester must be humble. So each morning when you rise, you will try to light your candle, and learn again that, even with knowledge, some things are not possible.
Right. And I actually like that, but I don't know.
It's beautiful. I mean, it's a really beautifully written paragraph,
it is beautifully written, but I don't know if I like the idea of like everyone having a glass candle. I like the...
Too many glass candles.
I like the idea that they're very rare and just sought after, and only like certain special people have them. So it makes it more unique, kind of like the Palantir from Lord of the Rings.
Yeah. One thing about these ideas is, see, I mean, I guess if you have a very superhero idea of George, there's this idea that like George has just so many ideas. And it's an infinite well. And then there's this other kind of things where it's like, actually, maybe George is struggling, and that he got to a Feast for Crows and he didn't know what to do. So he looked for what cut material he had, and he had this cut material on glass candles and was like, okay, I've got this. Let's get going on this, versus being, rather than it being something that he always wanted to put in, and that, he was just waiting for the right time and delayed it. Could very well be that he'd come up with this thing, he'd cut it because he thought it was a bad idea. And then when Feast for Crows came around, he's like, crap, I need ideas. And he like pulled it out of the trash, essentially pulled his cut stuff and started including it. Because I mean, he includes text itself, on what the glass candle means, and
I'm gonna be very real with you. I don't like the idea that George just needed stuff to put in there, so we went back to the garbage bin and just inserted it in there because he needed stuff to pad out. I want to say that there's a plan. There's been a plan this entire time. I want to believe that. I want to believe that he knows what he's doing instead of stumbling.
I will say that with Feast, I am inclined to agree with you. Like I think with Feast, there was not much padding. I think I think there is some padding in Dance, but I think you are right. I think you're right, at least, especially on the first half, like the first parts of Feast. That it's filled with his ideas.
Mm-hmm.
Like even if you're claiming like, oh, Brienne is wandering around or whatever, or, is there really any purpose for her to go to the Quiet Isle and stuff like that? And you're like, okay, but that's near the end, that's near the end of the Brienne story. Like, I'll say that with the glass candle, I'll admit that I think he had thought of this and wanted it back, and it wasn't just padding. Tyrion and Volantis, though.
What is it? Tyrion 3, the worst fucking chapter ever?
Tyrion 7.
Tyrion 7?
Worst chapter in Ice and Fire, yeah. Oh.
Okay, so that's the Clash drafts. Next time, we will check out the Storm of Swords draft.
Yeah, sounds good.
Which is going to have some Red Wedding stuff. I took a peek. It's going to have some Red Wedding stuff. It's going to have some Night of the Laughing Tree stuff. To let the audience know, I know for a fact Preston was itching to talk about the glass candles. That's his bread and butter right there.
Oh, I mean, I love the glass candles. Glass candles are great. I love the glass candles.
That's it. That's
All
all we
right.
got.
All right. Well, thanks for joining us. We'll see you next time.
And we are back for the final G-Stuff draft, the Storm of Swords one. Preston, please remind the audience that there will be no Dance of Dragons. It was Feast, Game of
Yeah,
Thrones,
that's
Clash,
right.
and Storm.
Well, or A Dance with Dragons was already done, like with Feast. I mean, maybe later stuff, will eventually be opened up, but that there are drafts of A Dance with Dragons that are not available to the public. But the
Mm-hmm.
early drafts of A Dance with Dragons, it was still combined with A Feast for Crows, and so we already covered that material. The stuff on, there's some stuff on Tyrion and I don't know what other early stuff was there that on a Dance with Dragons material. Dany, there's some early Dany stuff we talked about and stuff like that. But yeah, no, we covered. We did a video on changes to the draft of Dance with Dragons and Feast for Crows. We have a video on changes of the draft to A Game of Thrones. We have a video on changes to the drafts with A Clash of Kings, and this is our final one, unless something changes, unless something opens up to the public. But on A Dance with Dragons. But this is the final book of changes of early drafts that George had, and what
Mm-hmm.
to what he put in his published version. And so today we're talking about a Storm of Swords. Um, a Storm of Swords. Now you got to remember, the Storm of Swords is a very unusual book in that George wrote it just at lightning speed, much
Really?
faster. I mean, obviously much faster than Dance and Feast, but he wrote it faster than even A Game of Thrones and A Clash of Kings.
Any specific reason? Maybe he was running out of money.
I don't know. Some people theorize that because A Storm of Swords is kind of closing up stories and concluding them, that George is going faster. And I've heard similar stuff, like when that some people thought years ago that Winds was going to come out quicker than Dance because he'd be closing up plot lines and resolving stuff and he would get faster. And some people, still say the same thing about A Dream of Spring. They're like, "Oh, if Winds comes out, then he'll just be wrapping everything up, so it'll be easy for him. He knows exactly where the story is going." I don't buy any of that. I think that I think Storm is fast because George is using a different writing style. He is trying to pump out a book that is a page turner. It's very different in style to the other four. It's a very, which is why I think it's also many people's favorite, is that it sticks out. It sticks out with a lot of action. It sticks out where just the writing style is not so precise, with little references here and there that A Dance with Dragons and A Feast for Crows is filled with, that I think you and I love, Carmine. We love all the little details that he shoves in there. But it's I don't know. Some people say it's just this perfect sweet spot. There's just there's so much excitement in it, and it's just kind of breezy. John battling on the wall, Tyrion's trial, Lady Stoneheart, um, uh, Sansa in the Vale, Purple Wedding, Lysa going through the moon door. Just so many things like stick out from this book, from A Storm of Swords, as like these great moments. But I don't know.
To put this in perspective for non-book readers, in the show, Storm of Swords, the third book, was broken up to season 3 and 4 because there was just so much stuff there. They had to just break it up, otherwise everything would have been rushed.
Yeah, I suppose, though in the show Arya does wander around the Riverlands quite a bit.
Yeah,
But that's
that
what she
is.
does in the I mean, it's kind of funny because it's like, for the most part, the Arya story from A Clash of Kings and A Storm of Swords, many people think drags because it's just her wandering the Riverlands for 2 books, meeting various bands of outlaws. Like it's she meets faceless men and Amory Lorch's men and the Brave Companions and the Brotherhood Without Banners and then the Hound, and it's her and outlaws wandering the Riverlands. And then the show just was like, well, we'll just rush it, and she'll meet the Brotherhood Without Banners briefly, and then she'll be with the Hound, doing nothing for a while. So, but yeah, so this discussion of like Storm being so fast means that there's not as many drafts, and like the draft that exists, gets so much gets written after it. So this is kind of where we started. Was we say that the library's A Storm of Swords draft is from July 1999, roughly 10 months before George finalized the manuscript, and contains 574 manuscript pages, roughly 38% of the final text. That means George wrote 2/3 of A Storm of Swords in 10 months.
Jesus Christ.
Right?
Those
like
are good days.
This manuscript pages, that's kind of, you could maybe say, oh, that's a lot of leftover from Clash kind of stuff. But it was just such a booming period. That's 1,000 manuscript pages that he wrote in a 10-month period.
So I play this. I unfortunately play this video game Destiny 2, and whenever Destiny 2 comes out with like new cosmetic DLC, the joke in the community is rent's due. They're putting this out right now because rent's due, and I'm assuming this is why George was writing so fast. Rent was due. Yeah,
it may be. I mean, things were kind of blowing up with it, but Storm of Swords is really the one where everything blew up. So I don't know. I mean, by comparison, he wrote essentially around 1,000 manuscript pages in 10 months. If we believe his report, he's taken 12 years, 13 years to write 1,000 manuscript pages for wins. It's just such a strange comparison. But anyway, then he says, by raw word count, the edits to Storm are unquestionably more extensive than for Clash and Game. They mostly take the form of heavier wordsmithing and of the entire prose. There are no changes to major subplots on the same level as the deletion of glass candles from Clash or changes to Victarion's fate late in the writing of Feast, but some of that wordsmithing may have significance to George's biggest mysteries. The best example of, this is kind of interesting because it's not, as you say, in the later books, there's deleted chapters, there's whole subplots, characters that should be dead are not dead. And in Clash, there was the glass candle situation, but here he's saying nothing much changes, but little word changes go through are in it. So he spent a lot of time, essentially he breezily wrote quickly and then like went back and edited his own work. He didn't like painstakingly go through it slowly. Anyway, the best example of that comes with George's edits in the story of the Night of the Laughing Tree, from A Storm of Swords, Brand 2. It's Mira telling the story. The protagonist is the young Crannogman, clearly Mira's father, Howland Reed, though she doesn't say that. According to Mira, he could talk to trees and weave words and make castles appear and disappear. The story begins with Howland leaving his home in the Neck and visiting the mysterious Isle of Faces. He spends a winter there with the Green Men before continuing south. Here's how Howland's time on the Isle of Faces is described in the published book. All that winter the Crannogman stayed on the Isle. All that winter the Crannogman stayed on the Isle, but when the spring broke, he heard the wide world calling and knew the time had come to leave. His skin boat was just where he'd left it, So he said his farewells and paddled off towards shore. And this is from the '99 draft. The Crannogmen dwelled on the isle for most of that winter, but when spring broke, he heard the wide world calling, and he knew the time had come to leave. His skin boat had just where he left it, so he said his farewells to the trees and paddled off to shore. So he just said farewell. The difference is he just said to the trees, right? He said the farewell to the trees. So Gsteff is saying here these few words. There are a few wording changes here, but the most significant is the shortening of the phrase "said farewell to the trees" to just said his farewells. Reasonable people can differ, but I think that phrase is potentially a major hint that the nature of the Green Men. The Green Men are in some sense trees.
Is your head swirling that when he's saying goodbye to the trees, he's either saying goodbye to Bloodraven or time traveling Bran?
No, I think so. The problem is the werewoods aren't green. If the werewoods had green leaves like other trees, and you said, "Oh, they're saying goodbye to the Green Men," you could say, "Oh, well, the Green Men are trees because trees are green." But werewoods aren't green. Werewoods are red. They have red leaves and white bark. And you could say like, "Oh, the green is some aspect of nature," and maybe we're supposed to think that the green is some aspect of nature, but we don't know anything. There's no green aspect to werewoods. So that's what I think is kind of a little weird there. Keep in mind, George's first use of the word green dreams comes from a short story he wrote starring Haviland Tuff for Tough Voyaging called Guardians. And he describes a hive-minded alien race telepathically talking to each other musically. And he calls their musical thoughts going back and forth to each other green dreams. And so the green, like George's idea of green and like hive-minded telepathy wasn't necessarily related to chlorophyll and like the greenness of nature. It was just a color that he kind of pulled out of nowhere to represent telepathy. So I don't necessarily think that like the Green Men are green in the sense that they're like leaves. However, when he says I think it's just simpler. Like if he's saying farewell to the trees, it may be that like Howland Reed was bonding and connecting to the tree in the same way that Bran was bonding and connecting to the tree. And that like Howland going to the Isle of Faces and leaving is very similar to Bran going to the Bloodraven's cave and leaving, or something like that. But anyway, I'm not sure if this is the point, if that's the point that Gsteff is hinting at or what, but this doesn't tell me any kind of nature, like thing about the nature of the Green Men themselves. Like, obviously, I think the Green Men are connected to the werewoods somehow, but anyway. But this shouldn't be too surprising. The story already contains one human tree hybrid, and both Bloodraven and the Green Men have connections to the Children of the Forest. It's not that I don't think the Green Men are connected to the trees. I don't necessarily think that saying goodbye to the trees is saying that the Green Men are trees. I do think the Green Men are like connected to the trees, but I think it's hinting that Howland was connecting to the trees in the same way Bran was, and that he's saying goodbye to them.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I agree with that.
Yeah. Anyway, the limited description of what of we have of the green men also includes tree-like elements. Later in the same chapter, Bran says to old Nan that the green men had leaves instead of hair. Well, that idea does lend to them being green, but again, like weirwood leaves should be red. But I've told you the theory about like why the green men, why the green men have antlers, that they're actually weirwood branches that they've stuck on their heads.
Right, to connect themselves better to the
Yeah,
weirwood net.
which like is very similar to the Grishka aspect of A Song for Leah. And like it's funny because like when I first heard the theory that the green men had stapled branches to their heads or whatever, at first I was like, that sounds pretty crazy. And then I thought for like just a minute, I was like, no, that really makes sense. That completely makes sense in every George R. R. Martin way that they just were like attaching branches to their heads to try to connect. But anyway, there's a section on the green men in the world of ice and fire that says their clothes are green. Perhaps misinterpretation of leaves or moss. Don't the children of the forest wear leaves for clothes?
Oh, there's so many different artist interpretation of the children, and I'm trying not to confuse it with the ones in the show.
Yeah. Blood Raven's nature could be foreshadowing the nature of the green men. Sure. There he is. Problems. Old Nan says the green men were thought to ride elk, which doesn't sound tree-like. And that particular tree that Bloodraven is merging with, the weirwood, is instantly recognized because the trunks and leaves are not green. Yes. So Gsteff is aware of the same problems here. The alternative interpretation of the deleted said farewell to the trees might be that Howland was able to communicate with the werewoods and also believed to populate the Isle, and that the children, the green men, and the werewoods form a trinity of ice magic mediums that coexist on the Isle. Yeah, probably something like that. I think it's just Howland had connected to the werewoods and then he said goodbye, and that's, who knows what's going on. Yeah, the green men are whatever, like that they've attached werewoods to their head.
And yeah, you're correct. The children of the forest were cloaks of leaves, and they had vines and leaves and flowers in their hair, weaved into their hair.
Yeah. In addition to this change, there are a few other interesting changes to the story of the Night of the Laughing Tree worth mentioning. One of the next events in Howland's story is that he's attacked by 3 squires soon after arriving at the tourney. As published, he's rescued by the she-wolf, who most readers understand to be Lyanna Stark. But in the draft, the Crannogman is rescued by the wild wolf, Brandon Stark, Ned and Lyanna's dead brother. Here's the version. And that's my father's men you're kicking. A wolf on 4 legs or 2, said Bran. 2, said Mira. He scattered the squires with a tourney sword, swatting them with the flat of his blade. The Crannogman was bruised and bloodied, so the wild wolf took him back to his lair where his maiden sister cleaned his cuts and bound him up with linen. Soon the whole pack had gathered in the tent, the wolf squire and serving men and friends, and the 2 young brothers as well. The middle brother was quiet and serious, the youngest a playful pup. How do you feel about it being Brandon, like scattering the people instead of Lyanna?
I like the original, and I feel as though the reason he changed it from Brandon to Lyanna is to probably connect it to the Night of the Laughing Tree, that she is the Night of the Laughing Tree.
Well, certainly without Lyanna, like going out and smacking him with a tourney sword, you don't get the idea that Lyanna is a tomboy.
I
Or
agree.
that, and you kind of need that idea that Lyanna is a tomboy to suspect her as the Knight of the Laughing Tree. Um, on the other hand, Brandon is given so little in the story that it's almost sad that this is taken away from him, because we now know essentially nothing about him to make him seem like a good guy. I mean, he gets angry about his sister, and he like goes in to try to rescue his dad and like strangles himself trying to rescue his dad. But we just kind of think of him as being a hot-headed asshole. Um, and this would actually be like a moment where Brandon is trying to defend the meek. It would be an actual positive thing about Brandon Stark, which we don't have
Uh,
in the story.
that makes you make a good point there, but at the same time, I mean, the information we later get on Brandon, in regards to Barbary Dustin, was that her that he
Yeah,
had the okay, I want to go into detail, but
yeah.
um, I mean, that's a good point, but at the same time, I do feel as though George was trying to point the reader that the Knight of the Laughing Tree might have been Lyanna, so that's why the
Mhm.
change. He wanted to make that connection there, but yeah, yeah, I see your
Mhm.
point about Brandon.
Yeah, I mean, it's also interesting that so I've read different theories on the Night of the Laughing Tree, and you know a, most fans believe it's Lyanna, but but I've had the logic that it's actually Ned is it's just so
Hmm.
much more logical that it's Ned. Like
Give it to
Ned
me.
was raised in the
Let me hear it.
Vale where they would joust more.
Right.
Um, but if you took this paragraph, uh, um, and then you think of the Knight of the Laughing Tree, you have nothing to really connect it to Lyanna, so you might more quickly assume it's Ned, and that like Lyanna, it could be that he's making Lyanna the red herring by having her be the star of the story, and then when the Knight of the Laughing Tree appears, you assume it's Lyanna, as most fans do assume it's Lyanna. But if it is Ned, then it it's quite because you're giving the role of caretaker to Lyanna in this. Oh, she cleaned up the cuts, so you're like, oh, she's just a traditional woman, and so now you're like, who's the Knight of the Laughing Tree? Oh, you immediately think it's like one of the guys, so it's probably Ned. While if you make Lyanna the tomboy and star of the story, you start thinking it's Lyanna, and if it is actually Ned, then she's a red herring.
It, so real quick, I don't mean to jump ahead, but when how long is it from Harrenhal incident to the end of Robert's Rebellion? What is that? A year? Almost two?
What Harrenhal's in 81 or something, 281, and the Robert's Rebellion is 283. Yeah. So yeah, it's
The
about
reason I
2
bring this
years.
up, the reason I bring this up is if Howland can, it would make sense if it was Ned, in the sense that when Ned goes to rescue Lyanna, Howland would come with him because they're besties. Maybe
Mhm.
Howland figured it out, or maybe Ned told him. But at the same time, it would also make sense if it was Lyanna, because Howland owes her. So
Mhm.
that's why he comes with Ned to the Tower of Joy. Because why the fuck would you bring Howland Reed, of all people, to the Tower of Joy when he couldn't even beat up a couple squires? You gonna take him to fight Kingsguard? I
Just
say
yeah.
this as someone who does not like Howland Reed, not because of your reasons, because I know people are gonna say like you hate Howland Reed, and therefore I gotta no, because Arthur Dane's the goat. How the fuck does how the fuck does
Right,
Howland
right.
Reed beat Arthur Dane? But yeah, so it actually makes sense both ways.
It does. It does. I mean, the thing is, it's so abstract and so little information that yeah, a lot of different solutions make sense. There's another small difference in the above passage worth mentioning. The pup is generally assumed to be the youngest Stark, Benjen. But in the published version, it doesn't include the word playful. By the time we meet Benjen at the wall, he is described as dark and serious. Others have suggested something may have changed Benjen's personality around the time he joined the Watch. The description of young Benjen as playful could be considered more evidence of this. Yeah, I mean, we get asked this all the time. People ask me all the time, like, why did Benjen join the Night's Watch? Like, what was the reason? And yeah, if you could just say, "Oh, well, for honor" or whatever, but there seems to be something more to that. And if you describe him as playful and then serious, well, then there's been some major change to the guy. I mean, for instance, Aeron Damphair was a playful dude, and then he went through a life-changing experience of nearly dying, and then all of a sudden was very different, was dark and serious. So, you know, you're expecting some other huge change in Benjen's character, but then he just removed the word playful. So maybe he was dark and serious from the beginning. Who knows? Anyway, in the draft version, it also contains a deleted reference to Rhaegar's newborn son being present. The king presented his new grandson to the lords assembled on the Golden Shield, which I mean, it changes Aegon's age quite a bit if we do that. And then he removed that. If Aegon being alive during the tourney would have changed the chronology slightly, he was still supposed to be an infant when killed by Gargar Clegane during the sack. If he were an infant during the tourney, he'd have probably 1.5 years old during the sack, which in my opinion is beyond the cutoff of an infant. Many 1-year-olds can walk. Perhaps others can think of some significance to this, but it's also possible that it just doesn't add anything to the story and was deleted for space. I think that, you know, I'm trying to think like why we think that the Harrenhal tourney was in 81. Because don't they say during a spring? But like at what point, yeah, it's Storm of Swords, the year of the false spring. So it's like within this book that George places the tourney when it was. It could well be that George wanted the tourney closer to the rebellion, like in 282 or something, and only later was he like pushing it back. So it's hard to say because the pushing of the tourney back changes everything. I mean, it changes things about like Ashara being pregnant and who was the father and all sorts of weird stuff. And like what happened at the tourney. And, you know, had the Harrenhal been later, it would have been a very different, you know, our calculations on baby swaps and parentage would be different, but you know, it is what it is. But, anyway, anything else to talk about with the Harrenhal tourney and Night of the Laughing Tree and Howland Reed?
No, I think you pretty much covered that section. Yeah, as for keeping changing Aegon's age, I guess it's easier to have the story be more believable that Varys switched them out.
Yeah,
Sure,
it's true.
whatever.
I mean, it's much easier to swap a little baby
Then
versus
a
some
toddler.
squirming baby that's almost one, you know.
Hmm.
There are a few small changes in the draft that might provide hints to the nature of the others if you squint. The first of these occurs in the draft version of Jon 2, as Jon and Mance are inspecting corpses at the Fist of the First Men. Who did this? No men of woman born. Mance Rayder had been kneeling over a corpse that looked like Brown Bernard, but now he stood. It's very Shakespearean to be like no men of woman born. That's Macbeth.
Yeah, and it's one of the things that the witches tell him, right? The
Yeah,
prophecy.
that's right.
And doesn't Macduff eventually kill him? And what's
Right, because
Macduff's
he's a
reasoning?
C-section. He's a C-section baby, and
Right.
that's it. You know. Um, which is, I mean, we all accept it because it's Shakespeare, but yeah, that makes no sense. You know. Like,
Oh, by the way, completely. So you're skipping Arya?
did I pass Arya? Did I go that fast? Oh crap! I'm sorry. It was just
No. You want to just go back to Arya after we're
we'll
done
go
with
back to
the
Arya
nature of the
after the
others?
nature of the others.
Yeah, short.
Um, One of the unanswered questions about the others is where they come from. Are they somehow created from humans, or do they have wholly unrelated biology? There's evidence for both positions in the books, but this deleted line could be perhaps taken as a hint that they're unrelated to men. There's no reason to think that Mance is an expert in the others, but he is a better position to understand than most characters. And George also gives some gives his fictional characters unearned wisdom for the sake of storytelling and foreshadowing. There's another deleted example of Mance having correct instincts on the others after instructing Harner to forget Mormon Mance originally said, if the others did not linger here to raise these dead, it can only mean they're hunting down the living. Mance is right about this, as the very next chapter shows, in which Sam is hunted by and eventually defeats another. That chapter contains a second possible deleted hint about the creature's nature. At the end of Sam's first A Storm of Swords chapter, after Sam stabs the other with the dragonglass dagger, the published book says that the other tries to pull out the dagger, but where its fingers touched the obsidian, they smoked. Originally, George said that its fingers melted instead of smoked. I think it's very likely that George made this change simply because he liked the imagery of fingers smoking more than melting, but the fact that he considered melting plausible in the first place could be a sign that the others are made of ice or some other elemental matter and not derived from flesh, which does not melt. Yeah, but George is kind of weird though, with like what burns and what melts. Gold melting, you know, like gold, like gold melting and being able to pour it over Viserys's head. Like, no, not at that temperature. But so who knows? But I know at some point George does say that the others are never born.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, because of TV, we're all in this idea that that the babies are just transformed into others, and so that transformation could say that they're not born. You know, they're transformed, and that's where they come from. Like saying, like,
But the idea we discussed this briefly last time. The idea,
yeah.
and then I think one in something we've done, the idea that like because we never see the babies actually transforming in the show, at least into the White Walkers. But it's like alluded. Okay, fine. But so the moment the Night King puts his or whoever it is in the books puts their hand on the child, the eyes glow blue, and then they all of a sudden grow like super quickly
Oh,
from like
I'm just assuming there's like another. First of all, with regards to that baby, okay, I'm assuming they left him behind north of the wall, and he was like a toddler. And then when Arya stabbed the Night King and all of the guys shattered, that toddler north of the wall shattered. Like that's just what I'm assuming.
But why have the toddler though? Like that's what confuses me. This is like, are they using it for sustenance? Are they eating
No,
it? Like,
he
why
eventually grows up into a full sized other.
eventually grows up or grows instantly, like some kind of werewolf transformation. How
I
does
mean, I
that
didn't
work?
think about the instantaneous, but yeah, I mean, I just figured he eventually grew up and into an old other. Maybe they used the young ones for like manual labor back in Other City. Um, someone's someone's gotta like, you know, run the trains and clean up the, you know, make the food, clean the
Preston, the
streets of Other
children,
City.
the White Walker children yearn for the mines. Preston, don't you know?
Yeah,
Oh,
they're working in the mines. It's only the super old ones that go out that go out attacking people.
Because yeah, they specifically all look like old men, and like some have beards and whatnot. Remember that? But
Yeah.
this is in the show. Whatever.
Yeah,
The
yeah.
show books is different. By the way, completely random. I've never asked you this question in regards to the White Walkers in the show.
Hmm.
I This is one of the things that you and I have discussed about the show. How the show did a lot of things better than the books. I have to throw in another one. I like White Walkers better than the others. I don't know. White Walkers sounds more fantasy-ish. It sounds more mystical. It sounds like
Oh, I see.
creepy.
Yeah. Hmm.
I've never liked the others, or even Neverborn sounds kind of lame.
Yeah,
I don't know.
yeah.
White Walkers sounds more ancient, mystical, creepy.
I see what you're saying. Others, I mean, others has more um thematic weight, but if we're going with the show, they never leaned into the thematic weight. Because like you use the word other and we think of like, otherizing immigrants or something, otherizing, Russians in our, in the world of warfare and our cultures otherize other cultures, right? To make them the foreigners and
Mm,
make them the outsiders. And when they're the
I like
outsiders, they're
that.
no longer human and we can kill them easily and things like this. Um,
Good point.
but in this situation, the others, at least in the show, are essentially just pure evil, and they should have been otherized. And it's fine that they're otherized, and it's fine that they were killed. And you're like, oh, then what point are you making about war? Oh, none. So
Preston, stop it! Don't you know that themes are for eighth grade book reports? Don't you
right,
know?
themes are made for eighth grade book reports. Now, so here's the thing: when you say, I guess when I say I like the term other, it's only because I have assumed that other is referring to the anthropological sociological term of the other, and that George is making a statement about that. If George is not making a statement about that, then I think you're completely correct, Carmine, that White Walker is a better name. Then it's just like, oh, then why did George choose the term other? Oh, no reason. Oh, you weren't
I
referring
like
to
your
the sociological,
I like.
anthropological term of other? Oh, fuck. Should have just called them White Walkers.
I like your term better, but no,
But
it's
but
like
it
name.
completely assumes it completely assumes that like George is taking the story in that direction, that the others aren't completely evil and things like that. But I don't know.
To
I,
non-book readers, the White Walkers, the others, they don't appear that often in the books.
no.
I feel as though up until when the show stops adapting the books, we had slightly more appearances of the Walkers in the show than we did the others in the books. Pretty
No,
sure.
yeah. I mean, the show has a lot more references to the others. I mean, to the White Walkers. Um, like, because essentially we get of the others themselves. You have Waymar Royce fighting one, and then you have Sam like attacking one, like, and that's it. Sam killing one, and Waymar Royce.
Isn't there an off-screen battle in both book and show at the Fist of the First Men? That's off-screen though.
Right, but it might just be whites.
True.
Right?
But
Like
in
the
the
Fist of the
show, we
First
know
Men could be
specifically.
all whites. Hardhome could be all whites. Um, Jaffer Flowers and whoever, like, that's whites. Um,
But
we
in the
have
show,
no.
season two ends with Sam seeing a White Walker general leading a white army. So technically that counts. And of course, Hard Home, that counts too. That's technically book territory. Season
Yeah.
five, for those of you who don't know, season five is where like the book adaptations end. So yeah, we have slightly more of them in the show than we do in the books. Huh.
Yeah.
George said when Winds of Winter comes out, we'll go further north and deal with that. So who knows?
All right. On to the aria that I missed. Okay. So, um, another small wording change with potential significance to the stories. Endgame occurs in the drafts of A Storm of Swords, Aria 4, when word of the Kingslayer's release reaches Arya and her captors in the Brotherhood Without Banners. In both the draft and published versions, Arya is ordered outside by Greenbeard when the conversation turns to Jaime's release by Catelyn. But in the draft, Arya remains infuriated by the rumor outside and says something interesting. It's not true. Arya told herself as she ran out a back door, it couldn't be true. Behind the sept, an archery butt had been set up, and Angai was giving Gendry a lesson in the longbow. They took one look at her and lowered their bows. What's wrong? Asked Gendry. It's just a lie, Arya told him angrily, almost shouting. She never would. If she did, I'd kill her too. Who? Her, Arya shouted. She couldn't bring herself to say her mother's name to them. Now, before we go on, I wanted to say that rereading now A Game of Thrones, there is just a lot of placed obvious favoritism of Sansa over Arya. That's not just imagined by Arya, but real and legitimate. Like in Catelyn's head, like Catelyn in A Game of Thrones just clearly likes Sansa more and clearly likes Bran more. She likes Bran more than Robb and Rickon, and she likes Sansa more than Arya. Like, she definitely plays favorites. And so
Sansa I can understand, because I feel as though Sansa has more in common with her mother than Arya would.
Sure, but it's
Bran?
also a very, I don't know. I mean, I don't know what's going on in other people's heads, but there is now being a parent, I actively try to feel that I love both of my children equally. That you don't have a Sophie's choice, if there's a Sophie's choice with Catelyn, it's just so clearly Sansa over Arya and so clearly Bran over the other two kids. It's just of the other two boys, However, it begins changing later on, because I think in A Storm of Swords, Cat specifically challenges Robb about disinheriting Arya and or not, writing his will and not and talking about not giving things to Arya. And when we get to A Feast for Crows with Arya names herself Cat of the Canals, as she's trying to remember her mother, and there's more of this idea of missing and loving her mother. So that I think maybe George had just more distance between Cat and Arya that he decided to undo and be no, that's just not realistic. Arya's a little girl, of course she's going to love her mother, and of course Cat is going to love her daughter. Of course, So, I mean, it's not a subject I've researched specifically, but it's just something I'm feeling right now. Having just rereading the beginning of A Game of Thrones and being Cat's really, really a jerk to Arya, and Arya has real problems with her mother. And then they're oh, that's not just typical family argument. It's legitimate, and Arya's gonna kill her mom. Arya wants to kill her mom. A few readers have hypothesized that Arya is destined to kill Lady Stoneheart, and that doing that could bring closure to both Stoneheart and Arya's arcs. It does seem inevitable that Stoneheart will eventually meet one of her children again. Catelyn still deserves a modicum of closure and comfort, and Arya is as likely as any, given that George tried to connect them late in Storm via Nymeриa's retrieval of Catelyn's body. Yeah, that's the other thing, is Arya's trying so desperately to get to Catelyn at the Red Wedding. You need to establish that love of oh my God, I got to get to my mom. I got to get to protection. If she's oh, I'm going to kill my mom because she because she let Jaime out of jail.
I also I strongly disagree with the idea that it'll be Arya who ends up killing Lady Stoneheart. I think
I do
that's
too.
yeah, it's Brienne or Jaime's story right
Oh yeah,
there. Mostly
absolutely.
Brienne.
It's thematically, Lady Stoneheart has little to do with Arya. I mean, Cat might, but you'd have to. I mean, you'd have to close things off with Jaime and Brienne, and then move Lady Stoneheart into another different direction, to bring it back to Arya and Sansa. It's just
I also think the idea that Arya will be around the Riverlands area. If we're following the show, where Arya eventually goes back to the Riverlands to kill the Freys, if Lady Stoneheart will even be alive by then, like
right.
I don't see how that would happen in the books. There's no way Jaime and Brienne leave that situation with Lady Stoneheart with everyone alive.
Yeah, I mean I've been obviously mulling this over a lot in the fanfic, and it's like when I'm really thinking about okay, Brienne's story, if Brienne is really talking about the nature of morality and in the same sense as Jaime, she needs to kill Lady Stoneheart in the same way that Jaime killed Aerys, because that's the whole idea that we shouldn't think that vowing your allegiance to someone and just passing the puck on morality is good, right? So Lady Stoneheart, Brienne is bound to follow Lady Stoneheart. She and Lady Stoneheart told her to kill Jaime, and it's well, that Brienne can't do that. So Brienne's not gonna fucking kill Jaime, So it's she's got to do something like kill Lady Stoneheart in the same way as Aerys, and that breaks her, that frees her. But at the same time, what do you do? Is Lady Stoneheart gone after that, or do you have Lady Stoneheart rise the same way Beric Dondarrion did? You stab her, and she collapses, and then she just gets up again like Beric Dondarrion did, and you're ah, fuck. Then you could say okay, Brienne and Jaime are resolved, and you can do something else with Lady Stoneheart, and then maybe Lady Stoneheart could meet Sansa or Arya or whoever, Littlefinger. But you need to have her have her role in the Brienne and Jaime story. But anyway.
That's actually I'm sorry, before we move on from that topic,
Yeah.
that's such a good point. I also didn't realize that Catelyn's body, after they cut her throat and threw her in the river, her body must be so fucking it must be so fucked up.
Oh yeah, more fucked up than Beric. Yeah.
Right. So what can put her down for good? Valyrian steel?
That's true. And who carries Valyrian steel? Brienne. And I mean, there's a certain irony of killing the person that you've made an oath with a sword called Oathkeeper. Oh my god, it's just the irony of it, right? That you're
George,
breaking your oath with
video.
You're literally breaking your oath with a sword called Oathkeeper.
I wonder if afterwards she'll give Jaime the sword back because she broke her oath, and he's like, "Nah, keep it, Oathbreaker, wear it proudly."
Yeah, I mean, he can go get Widow's Wail or whatever.
Oh, there it is.
But Widow's Wail is back in King's Landing with Tommen. Let's see. Yeah. Anyway, even if that line was significant, it was written deleted 25 years ago. That's true. I mean, at this point. There are a few other small changes in the Arya draft. While traveling with the Brotherhood, there's a deleted mention of the group visiting an underground river. That's interesting. A few days later, the searchers sheltered down below the ground in torchlit cavern beside the underground river. One of the cave dwellers said the Lightning Lord had gone to White Crown. Another insisted that he'd been at Acorn Hill. So this, it's just there's a million parallels to the Brotherhood Without Banners and their situation and stuff going on north of the Wall. Beric Dondarrion sits on a weirwood throne underground, like he sits on a throne of roots. He has one eye. He's under the earth in a hollow hill. He's it's the exact same situation as Bloodraven, one eye, weirwood throne, beneath the earth, beneath where a tree was. Beric is the weirwood's gone, but they're still in the hollow hill where the weirwood was. Having an underground river is, just more. More similarities.
Also, clearly a reference to you. It's not much,
yeah.
but those who suspect that Westeros is riddled with an underground network of caverns might find that interesting.
That's true. The reference to White Crown is the original name of High Heart, the hill ringed by ancient weirwood stumps. Oh, right. So the crown, right, like Queen's Crown, White Crown would be like weirwood. The weirwoods would make the crown. And in the same lore, but gets much less prose in the draft. No character like the Ghost of High Heart exists in this version. Huh. I guess the Ghost of High... Yeah, the Ghost of High Heart is just... It is kind of a tacked on thing that doesn't really add anything. It just adds some prophecies. Fills some pages. And he can't really like comment.
Prophecies are fun.
They are. People love it. People fucking love the Ghost of High Heart. And he needs to know, he needs to finish the book to know which prophecies he's going to shove in, right?
I guess, yeah.
Arya's chapter traveling with the Brotherhood also includes a hint of a deleted subplot. When they arrive at Acorn Hill, Lady Smallwood is... I always am just like, what's the significance of this Lady Smallwood stuff? When they arrive at Acorn Hill, Lady Smallwood informs them of an ominous-sounding singer named Honeytongue, who is searching for Beric Dondarrion. Smallwood says that Honeytongue wants to find Beric and make him into a song, he claims, which sounds a lot like a not very subtle assassin to me. Smallwood says that she directed him to the Inn of the Kneeling Man. Perhaps George meant for him to kill Sharna and husband, the inn's current occupants. Huh. Honeytongue. There's also an interesting change to Sandor Clegane's dialogue when Arya tries to kill him after he defeats Beric. The draft of that chapter contains some deleted lines indicating some serious self-loathing underneath his main exterior. "You killed Micah," she said once more in a voice gone soft and small. "I did." His voice broke, and then he began to cry. "Mother of mercy, I did. I wrote him down and I cut him in half. And the little bird, the pretty little bird, I let them beat her. Gods be good, girl. Do it. You hear me? Do it." That material is mostly cut and moved to, a Storm of Swords Aria 13 in her, where that's when he begs for the gift of mercy. But in this context, Sandor's confession functions partly as manipulation to get her to end his suffering. In the draft context, his self-loathing seems more honest. Yeah, that's true. Absolutely.
I like that.
Yeah. No, the move is definitely a really great, because Gsteff is correct that like him begging her to kill him, you don't know if he's just trying to goad her into killing him and he's using whatever methods possible, or if he actually really does feel bad about Micah. Could go either way.
¿Por qué no las dos?
Yeah. Anyway, that was George did very well moving it. It shouldn't be that early on.
The Honeytongue one, random. I know someone in the comments to this post is theorizing that could that be Jockin, but no, Jockin is in um, in Old Town, or so we think.
Yeah, by a storm of swords, yeah, he should be gone. Yeah, Honey Tongue. Make him into a song. But it's another one of those things about, song person being a memory, being a song, afterlife. Um, hmm. All right. The Red Wedding. The July 1999 draft of A Storm of Swords doesn't include the Red Wedding itself. George has said it was the last chapter he wrote for Storm, but it does include some deleted foreshadowing that may affect your theories about how it was planned. Here's the original final page of A Storm of Swords, Tyrion 3, Tyrion's first small council meeting with Tywin. The interesting thing about this passage is Tywin's reference to Tyrion building his chain back in Clash. This suggests that Tywin was somehow planning Robb's death long before Robb had even met Jane Westerling. Let me see this. Am I reading this correctly? Let me think here. The foreshadowing strikes me as problematic on multiple levels. It weakens the shock impact of the Red Wedding itself and shows Tywin hinting way too casually to others about an incredibly sensitive plot, and requires an implausible level of foresight from Tywin, especially during the chaos of the war. So I'm glad the passage was deleted. He says, Robb Stark is as capable as I am, presumably, and sworn to marry one of those fertile Freys. And once the young wolf sires a litter, any pup that Sansa births are heirs to nothing. Every once in a long while, Tywin Lannister would threaten to smile. He never did. But that threat alone was terrible to behold. Robb Stark will father no children on his fertile Frey. You have my solemn word. Tyrion cocked his head. How can you prevent it? I won't need to. The boy prevented it himself. A man's seed goes cold under the earth, Tyrion. While you were forging your chain for Stannis, I was digging a grave for a direwolf, and young Lord Stark was obliged enough to step in it. All that remains now is for us to throw a little dirt on his face before he can climb out. Now,
How
so
the Rob stepped into that bullshit with the phrase betraying him on his own when he decided to do what he did with Jane Westerling. There's no way Tywin could have prepared for that or planned for that.
so I'm trying to think. When he slept with Jane Westerling, though, I'm trying to think. That was after the storming of the crag, right? And the storming of the crag happens in trying to think here. The storming of the crag happens in Clash. The crag is stormed by night. No, wait. Maybe it happens before, or it happens like kind of between where Clash and everything. Here we go. It says, after taking Ashmark, along with the Westerman castles, the Starks move on to the crag. And so that happens in Cat 6, A Clash of Kings. So, the thing is, I've kind of been down this. I've once talked about this topic before. So before I became very obsessed with time traveling Bran, I was going through prophecies and being like, well, they're all bullshit, and most people bring up like, well, what about the Red Wedding? Because Dany clearly sees the Red Wedding at the House of the Undying. How and then and so I was like, well, the Red Wedding hadn't happened yet, but the idea for the Red Wedding could have happened. And so if we go back, yeah, there it is. So Catelyn 6, the Blackwater is over here at Davos 3, Tyrion 13, Sansa 6, Tyrion 14. This is the Blackwater over in the 58th, kind of their chapters. Catelyn 6 is over at 45. So if Tywin was planning the Red Wedding, like essentially Robb gets injured and the Westerlings send their letter to Tywin, and Tywin sends back, you better get your daughter to sleep with Robb Stark. That would be at the same time that Tyrion is forging the chain.
But that also requires Rob to be a dumb fuck, and the whole situation with the way I always saw it was that the reason that happened was because he was in a moment of weakness. He just got injured. The news about his brothers is still on his mind, and getting laid takes his mind off it. Fine, but there's no way Tywin could have.
I mean, I think the thing that's not predictable to me is like, I think, yeah, you can feed a kid Viagra. Plus he's whatever, 15-year-old boy. Like, fine, you can throw a girl in his bed and get him to have sex. That's the easy part. The hard part is him afterwards being like, yup, gotta marry her. Like, that's the part that's unbelievable. Right? Like, that's the part you can't control. Like, it requires you to, like, even with this like sense of duty and honor, like in times of war, like someone wouldn't just be like, no, not this time, not when I have a war and I need the phrase. Like, that's the part that's unbelievable, is that they knew Robb would actually marry Jane Westerling rather than just
President, unbelievable. Like, Tywin's a great strategist, but the motherfucker's not out here playing 7D chess. Like, there's no way. There's no way.
So, I mean, the thought of Tywin having come up with the Red Wedding very early, and as early as when the vision appears in the House of the Undying, yeah, that's one, but I mean, it's very much implied that it's at least implied that, yes, the Westerlings did throw their daughter at Robb. Because they got no punishment. In fact, they were rewarded later. So it seems like they did do something. So I do think that, even though it doesn't really make any sense to like know that Robb was going to marry this woman, I think it's pretty much implied that, yes, like they threw their daughter in there and were
what
happy.
Punishment should they get though from Robb?
What? Right. I mean, I don't know how they ensured that he married her, but there's no reason that the daughter should be in there taking care of Robb. Like, that's just in any normal circumstance. She shouldn't be in there. There should be a maester in there, no one else. You don't throw your daughter. I mean, I was talking to my sister about like my nephew, and he was invited to he's 14, and he was invited to a sleepover where there was going to be girls, and My sister's like, nah, let's not do that. Like, and this is a totally different time. Like you're not throwing your daughter in there to take care of Rob, unless you want her to sleep with Rob. So I do think that, like, yes, it was the plan. That
Sleep
was
with
the
Rob
plan.
in the hopes that she softens him enough to give them like an easier time to like not behead everybody in there. Which that was always my assumption. My whole thing is the reason the Red Wedding plans came together was the moment Roose Bolton learned about Rob and Jane, and Vargo Hope brought Jamie to him. This was a perfect opportunity for Roose, and then that's how the plan came together. There's no way. Yeah, I don't. I. You're right. It's unbelievable. No way.
I mean, some would say like um, the biggest line that kind of shows that was left in is Tywin says some wars are won with Quill. He says some wars are won. Some battles are won with sword and spears. Others are with quills and ravens. So a lot of people point to that. That's Tyrion 3, A Storm of Swords. So, he says that. I'm sorry. He says that in Tyrion 1. Tyrion thinks about it again, but he says, some battles are won with swords and spears, others with quills and ravens. So some people say that, okay, what was left in the book is that Tywin was already thinking about the Red Wedding in Tyrion 1, A Storm of Swords. Which is well. I mean, that's before we even hear about Robb arriving to shock Catelyn. So it can't just be, the Red Wedding can't just be like, oh, they heard about the marriage, let's capitalize on it. It had to have been happening before that. So this just makes it. So I mean, anyway, Gsteff says, look, he says, the foreshadowing strikes me as problematic on multiple levels. It weakens the shock impact of the Red Wedding, and it shows that Tywin's hinting way too casually about its sensitive plot. I mean, he kind of hints at it pretty casually in Tyrion 1 too. And it requires an implausible level of foresight for Tywin during the chaos of war. The story still does that. I'm glad this passage was deleted. I'm fine, I'm fine it's deleted too, but I'm saying George still left in all of that stuff. He already makes Tywin's foresight unbelievable.
Give us an example of that.
I'm just talking like saying that some wars are won with quills and ravens is saying that he planned the Red Wedding as early as Tyrion 1. That's before most people know, certainly Tywin, that Robb has.
No. I meant like examples of Tywin's insane foresight in the published version.
That's what I'm talking about. The Quills and Ravens thing is published.
Oh, okay. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I misunderstood you.
Yeah. I'm saying that this pushes it back a bit, but it doesn't change very much. Like Tywin conspiring with the Westerlings to have Jane Westerling seduce Robb. Like that already makes Tywin like ridiculous, because there's no way that he would have been able to actually predict that Robb would have married her. It's just a level of understanding of a boy that goes beyond. Because even Kat, here's the problem with it. Okay, one would think Catelyn would know her own son better than Tywin, and yet even Catelyn is shocked that Robb went as far as marrying her after sleeping with her. So like somehow Tywin knows Robb better than Catelyn. But anyway, we're beating this dead horse. I'm sorry. Anyway, I generally don't look at the final drafts during library visits, but my time is limited because my time is limited. But I made the exception for the Red Wedding. Here's the late draft of the second to last page of the chapter with copy editing annotations. As you can see, Catelyn's death was originally more gruesome. It had her raking her face with her nails. She tore off her lips and ears. The copy editor said that it was too much. Oh, I see.
Yeah, that was unnecessary.
The birds bore off her lips that Ned had kissed and ripped the ears from her head that had heard him pledge his love. Is that what that word is? Birds? Yeah. Okay. It hurts so much. Our children, Ned, all our sweet babes, Rick and Bran, Arya, Sansa, Robb, please. Ned, make it stop hurting. The white tears and red ones ran together until her face was torn and tattered, her face that Ned had loved. The birds and then the birds bore off her lips that Ned had kissed and ripped off the ears that had heard him pledge his love. Catelyn raised her hands and watched the blood run down her long fingers over her wrists beneath the sleeves of her gown. Like slow red worms, it crawled all the way through her arms and her clothes. It tickles. It made me laugh until she screamed. Mad, someone said. She's lost her wits. Someone else said, make an end. And a hand grabbed her scalp, just as she'd done with Jingle Bell. And she thought, no, don't cut my hair. Ned loves my hair. The steel was at her throat, and the bite was red and cold. Yeah, they copy editor cut that out. That's probably true. Too much. I'll cover the remainder of vaguely interesting things from Storm. Sam's flashback, the Battle of the Fist, was originally included Dolores Ed saying, "The first time since we've been here that I don't have a night watch, and it's see what happens." I think George should have kept that line. That's true, but I guess he
agree with that.
didn't want it to be too funny. Maybe we'll steal that, put it back in. After Tywin shows Tyrion the two Valyrian steel swords he'd created from the metal of ice, there's a deleted line in which Tywin mentions that Robert owned a bronze rune blade 6,000 years old, a dragonglass dirk made by the children of the forest, and doubtless hundreds more. The reference to the dragonglass dirk is in the same book that Jon discovers a cache of them, and Sam used one to kill another, was likely meant as a hint to the reader of where Jon's stash originally came from.
Does he mean where Robert's stash originally came from?
Well, see, here's what I'm confused in this wording. A bronze rune blade, 6,000 years old, a dragonglass dirk made by the children of the forest, and doubtless hundreds more. Doubtless hundreds more. Is that referring to just any dagger, or does it specifically mean dragonglass daggers? Because I take it as...
It almost seems like Robert has, at least in the vaults or something, I don't know, like more artifacts, because he's listing off a bunch of artifacts.
Right, but I don't think it means he has hundreds of dragonglass daggers. I think it might just mean he has hundreds of daggers. And then the reference to a dragonglass dirk in the same book that Jon discovers the cache was likely meant as a hint to the reader where Jon's stash originally came from, or maybe a red herring. Like the idea that somehow the stash of dragonglass was taken from Robert's armory at Winterfell and then brought north of the wall and stashed then. Or was he just... Oh, or is he? Oh, I think Gsteff is just talking about from the children of the forest. That the stash came from the children of the forest. That it was buried by the children of the forest. I think is maybe what's being said here. I'm sorry. Now it seems rather clear that we're supposed to think that the children buried that stash rather than anybody else. On the topic of swords, the ancient Lannister family sword Brightroar was originally named Blackroar. John's first chapter contains another blatant hint that he'll live on as Ghost after dying. After Harnath threatens Jon, Varamir, who was originally named Rendhor in the draft, says, "If you mean to kill him, I'd best hunt down that direwolf, or his shade will soon be stalking us." Yeah, okay.
There it is.
But I mean, Orell's eagle already has that in it because he's like They already talk about like Orell's eagle having the shade of Orell in him, and the hatred of Jon living on in it. There's a deleted Sansa flashback in which she meets Dantos in the Godswood and rejects his rescue plan in the belief that she'll soon be going to Highgarden to marry Willis Tyrell. By the end of the chapter, she's married to Tyrion. And in the published book, Jaime successfully saves Brienne from being raped by the Brave Companions via the Sapphire's ruse. In the draft, Brienne is raped repeatedly, and after a while, fully submits to it, lying there like a dead fish as it happens. Going
Jesus.
this way would have made Brienne a broken character and harder to find inspiration in. Plus, it would have weakened the connection between Jaime and Brienne and the cruelty of her ultimately betraying him. I mean, yeah, absolutely. I mean, the whole thing is that like Jaime sacrifices his hand to or no, I'm piecing everything together. No, he gets beaten over and over again. His hand gets taken immediately. So I guess he doesn't sacrifice his hand, but his hand is taken immediately, but he's beaten over and over again in order to save Brienne. So at least there's that sacrifice. Yeah. So yeah, I agree that it's probably best that they remove that. And that's the conclusion there. Yeah. All right. Anything else?
Uh, that last part, my God, that got a little dark. I'm glad.
Yeah, that's how we're ending things. He says, "This concludes Act 2 of my research of George's A Song of Ice and Fire draft. I hope you've enjoyed reading it as much as I've enjoyed writing it. I look forward to returning to College Station one final time for Act 3, if and when Winds is released, to study the current closed drafts of Dance with Dragons." This is what Gsteff was talking about with there are certain drafts that are not open to the public. Thanks, as always, to the staff of the Cushing Library who cannot have been more helpful. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer your questions. Yeah, and I guess, let's thank Gsteff for all of his work heading to the library, making the trip.
We gotta have him on and just shoot the shit with him. I'm sure he has way more information that he hasn't put on here. We can ask him
Right,
about
I think things he may
trip.
have forgotten or something like that, things that weren't covered.
Mm-hmm. I know for a fact that he has a lot to say in regards to George's dealings with various video game publishers and how there have been people trying to get a game made from Game of Thrones for quite some time, amongst other people trying to scam George. Remember, for those of you who don't remember, I had conversations with Gsteff beforehand, and yeah, he has a lot more to say on that. So pretty soon we'll have him on, and we'll just shoot the shit with him.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I mean, all of his work is really fantastic. I mean, some of the best. I mean, I can't think of, since the release of the Forsaken chapter, what has been more enlightening and on the nature of like the story, than his research and going and looking through the drafts. Like nothing, right?
Yeah, I'm inclined to agree. After having such a large content drought for 10 plus years, yeah, I mean, what else can you say? But other than he's made very big contributions to the fandom.
Yeah, fantastic stuff. Fantastic stuff.
Mhm.
All right. Well, thank you for sticking with us, and we'll talk to you next time. All right, bye.
So, Preston, you hit me up a while ago about someone who went down to a library that has some of George's earlier drafts and other works, and they found some writings that may lean towards your Grand Maester conspiracy and prove you right about it. What's going on with that?
Well, I mean, prove might be a little strong because obviously something that's not published is not canon. But but we have to give a lot of props to Reddit user Gsteff. So Gsteff spent a lot of time to go to Texas A&M's Cushing Library and go through George R. R. Martin's stuff. Now, for those people that don't know, George R. R. Martin has put a whole bunch of old correspondences, emails with fans, with his editors, with old props, all sorts of old drafts of previous books, not just Ice and Fire, some previous stuff too, but mostly Ice and Fire, obviously. And every once in a while, fans go through these boxes, and there's like 100 of these boxes. So it's very
Wait, they're allowed to go through them?
yeah, yeah. Anybody
That's
off
a
the
thing that they allow.
anybody off the street, if you can get access to the library, get a membership or whatever. You might have to be I'm not sure if you have to be a student in the University of Texas system or whatever, or however, but if you have access to the Texas A&M Cushing Library, yes, you can go in. And actually, the fans that have done this have been somewhat shocked that they were just like we're just like, hey, can I go in? And people are like, okay, here you go. And you're like, oh, Jesus, But obviously, it's a library. You can't destroy things. You can't take anything with you, like that sort of stuff. But the most famous situation so far that happened, and actually, I think Gsteff's work is much better than the original even. But the most famous was this Reddit user named Honeybird, who went to the Cushing Library and went through the A Dance with Dragons drafts and found in the margins of a draft that George had given to his editor. The editor asked, "Is this Benjen?" during a exchange with Cold Hands, and George wrote in no, in the margins.
I remember I did a video on that. Yeah.
So, I mean, what Gsteff has found is there's just much more. I mean, I think because it's not necessarily Dance with Dragons, people might not have as much interest, but finding all of these different what Gsteff essentially found was alternate versions of the A Feast for Crows prologue, as well as correspondence with George and his editor about the A Feast for Crows prologue and how it relates to various things that George wanted to establish in that. This relates to high towers, maesters, glass candles, and such. Everything that we'd find in the prologue. George was talking to his editor about this, and because there are a few versions there's 3 versions of the prologue that he found in the that Gsteff found in the library. There's some interesting aspects, things that strengthen theories, things that get into George's head, and again, stuff that's not published is not canon, but still we get into George's mind a little bit when it comes to what he was thinking when he was writing things about, say, Aleros or the glass candles or Marwyn or the high towers and stuff like that. So So yeah, I mean, essentially, Gsteff went through the correspondences and found that George was having a lot of trouble with the Feast for Crows prologue, and he rewrote it. It spent him. He was rewriting it for a couple years. He writes, and that he wrote 12 different versions of it, and he wasn't sure which version his editor would like. So he actually sends his editor all three, the three that he thinks are the best, which is essentially a long version, a short version, and a rosy version. That one of the versions of the prologue was not from Pate's perspective, but from Rosie, the sex worker's perspective instead. So it's kind of interesting stuff. He also writes that he essentially had a bullet list of 7 things that he was trying to achieve with the prologue that he thought was important. And which were essentially, 1, Dany and her dragons have arrived in Westeros, and Westeros is aware of it. And then 2, that they were getting introduced to Old Town and the Citadel, and becoming familiar with that, so that the readers would know more about like what that is and the city and get the feel for that. I would say actually George fails on that front. I think reading the prologue and Samuel 5, you get very little idea of what Old Town and the Citadel are like, and I would have wanted more of that. But the third thing that George wanted to introduce was various characters that are going to be important in the future. Specifically Lazy Leo and Aleros the Sphinx. And he was attempting to introduce even the bit characters like Armin and Molander and stuff like that, saying that these were and that he even thought Rosie was going to be important, but he wanted to introduce all of these characters that he thought were going to be important later.
Do we even have enough time? Do we even have enough time for all of these new characters? Like, just coming in here and becoming just as important as what everybody else?
Right. I mean, I think he failed in this respect too. I think that all of those characters are given such little time that we know hardly anything about them. I mean, maybe a little bit, we get to know Lazy Leo's personality a bit because his personality is strong. But I feel like we hardly even know the Sphinx. We hardly, certainly not Armin and Melander. Most people just forget who those people were, So number 4, he wants to imply or suggest that the Citadel is a player in the Game of Thrones, and that the Maesters have their own secret agenda. And that he essentially does shove in that paragraph from Marwyn. I think the fans do focus on that quite a bit. Or at least now they do. I think I'm not sure if in the first few years of A Feast for Crows being out, people talked about it very much. But I think with the Lady Dustin suspicion of the Maesters as well, people started talking about it after that. But
the intention is there, that he did intend for the Maesters to be somewhat, the schemers you've always thought they were.
Right. And we know that, and obviously with the Marwyn accusation is there. It's just whether or not you believe Marwyn or think like Marwyn is paranoid or whatever. But it sounds like the fact that this isn't just some sort of random paragraph that he's throwing in there that doesn't mean anything. Like George very specifically wanted to write a prologue that implied this. And of course it's actually a failure in the prologue because he has to move that information to Samuel 5. So I think a lot of the different versions had information, I think, that eventually gets moved to Samuel 5. The two, which are our 2 scenes that take place in Old Town, so there's a lot of text that's just pushed over from the different versions. But yeah, so I think when I say things he wanted to establish in the prologue, I think it also means the prologue or Samuel 5. But he does have that come across. Marwyn has his little speech about the Maesters, but a lot of people, I don't know if it's a big focus because A Dance with Dragons hardly touches on any of this, you know? Lady Dustin mentions a little bit about the Maesters, but like Old Town, we're completely silent on Old Town all through A Dance with Dragons. So like people have kind of forgotten about Old Town. I mean, Jesus, when you think about it, it's been 20 years, right? It's been 20 years. Thing 5 that he wanted to do was introduce the Hightowers, because they haven't played any role yet, and they're one of the most powerful houses in Westeros. I also think this is something he largely failed at. You know, Sam briefly goes through his thoughts about the Hightowers when he's like coming into the city, but it's just like there's so many chapters where George mentions a random house that you just kind of like, it just goes over you just kind of, your eyes glaze over at some point. It's like, how much house history do you want to give? Like, he doesn't do anything that makes you latch onto the Hightowers more than any other house. You don't really get the sense that the Hightowers are going to be this huge players. Now, yeah, if you crack open your appendices and you see how much space is given to the Hightowers there, like perhaps you can get that impression. But I think for the average reader, no one reads the series and is like, House Hightower. Now, of course, now that we're watching House of the Dragon, people think House Hightower is important. But you know, the mystery of House Hightower, of why this incredibly important house has been not in the series, is I probably lost to most people. So I'd say that George actually failed in doing a lot of, and then number 6 is he wanted to show some traditions and cultures and mysteries of Old Town and the Citadel. Again, largely a failure. Like, what did we learn about the Maesters? Like that they do some tests and they hang out at a bar. You know, like that's about all the acolytes hang out at a bar. We hardly hear anything. And then the last thing he wanted to do was introduce the glass candle. Number 7, he wanted to introduce the glass candle. Though George said he was losing confidence with the whole concept, which is very, very interesting. So he says that he tried to write the prologue a dozen times. None of them made him happy. And he provided 3 versions: the long version, the short version, the rosy version. And so in these original versions that George provides, Jaqen H'ghar, the hooded man, is not seeking a key to the Citadel, but he's seeking the glass candle directly. And so Pate actually sneaks out a glass candle, and he's bleeding on the leg because he snuck out the glass candle and was hiding it in his pant leg. So, you know, in this case, like maybe he decided that it was just impractical or wanted the glass candles to be bigger, but because at the end we do see Jaqen H'ghar near the glass candle, but it's funny that like, you know, he switched it to a key in order to get to the glass candle, you know. Because, yeah, and then the diversion, I think the diversion of that the keys lead to the vaults. And so a lot of people think that he's going for a book, but it sounds like he's going for the glass candle, which I had assumed that he was going for the candle just because like the candle turned on, what would draw somebody to Old Town now? So I figured that. But
for the people listening to this right now who don't know what a glass candle is, it's basically a candle-shaped dragon glass type of thing. They haven't burned in like thousands of years, and supposedly when they do, you could use them to communicate with people across the world, get into visions, and what else?
Yeah, that's essentially what it is. It's essentially like glass candles are essentially Skype, except it's Skype, and then it's also you can go into somebody's dreams.
It sounds like a future cell phone, basically.
Right, and it's not dissimilar to the werewood, which is important later on. Like when we start talking about later what George was going to write and then didn't put in. But, Bran and Bloodraven or whoever can go to into people's dreams with the weirwood, and they can see throughout the world with the weirwood. And so the glass candles are similar in that respect. So we know that Quaithe has been speaking to Dany, probably with a glass candle. And we know that Aemon on his ship was getting weird dreams, and we kind of get the sense that maybe Marwyn or Aleros is looking at going into his dreams with the glass candle. Or when Sam approaches, he says, "How did you know I was coming?" And the Aleros nods to the glass candle. So this idea that they've been watching the world with this glass candle, and that's how they know a lot of things are going on, and that you can actually influence people and go into their dreams, which starts changing the story. Like how many people have been influenced by in their dreams by somebody with a glass candle, or somebody with a weirwood, or somebody with flames. They all seem to be providing the same kind of thing, different method to the same end. One thing that they mentioned, that in these other versions, there's a quick description of the middle of the Citadel. Like if you go into the Citadel's library, the chapter describes the library as the Ring of Wisdom, and that Pate raises the lantern above his head, and over the place where the wooden spokes meet, like slices of a great pie, hung an ornate oil lamp of gold leaded glass, wrought in the shape of the sun. And what's funny about that description is it's very much like the description of the Citadel in Game of Thrones. You know how when they finally go to the Citadel in Game of Thrones, and they have that, he looks in with that big lamp, and it's the lamp from the opening sequence.
Did George share his ideas with Dave and Dan on this? And this is where they got it?
I don't know. This is the thing, is that there's some speculation here that perhaps like the video effects design people might have consulted with George. But it's strange that like in the middle of a circular library, there's this big sun lamp, and that's exactly what we see in Game of Thrones. So George had completed A Feast for Crows like long before the Game of Thrones series. Now, granted, like there's not the whole. I think when Sam goes into the Citadel library, which isn't a big ring, and the lamp has a bunch of like lenses on it and rings and shit like that. So it might just be a coincidence that this weird ringy lamp thing is also the sun in the original in the Game of Thrones opening. But it's a bit it's a bit interesting that like in the center of this big ring there's this weird lamp. Maybe there's some sort of influence to it. Oil lamp of gold and leaded glass wrought in the shape of the sun. And no, might be reading into it too much. I mean, I think the thing that we see in Game of Thrones is a lot more intricate, but nonetheless, that thing is used as a sun flying around the map in the opening sequence. So, I don't know. So in the original prologues, there are many glass candles, not just 4. And every Archmaester has a glass candle. And so Pate is stealing one of the Maester's glass candles. And rather than one of his keys to get to a vault or whatever. They mentioned that the Ring of Wisdom, the middle of the library, is where novices are tested on knowledge, or at least that's where they're tested on knowledge of the heavens with Archmaester Valen. So maybe that gets more into the weird concentric rings or whatever being tested on the heavens, because that together with the fact that the lamp looks like the big sun, does make it seem like there's a big model of the solar system in the middle of the library, just like in a Game of Thrones, just like in Game of Thrones series. Let's see what else. So the unfinished short version is not that different from the one that's published. There's some minor changes to the dialogue at the pub, many more mentionings of the Ring of Wisdom. There's more about Aleros, but stuff we kind of knew because it's in the appendix. Leo claims that Aleros is a lord's son, but Aleros denies it. And then they kind of say that sphinxes used to exist before the Doom of Valyria, which is a kind of interesting concept and I'm going to get into that. So there's some belief about how much genetic engineering the Valyrians were doing, either scientifically or magically. And, were there half humans, half dragons? Is there dragon DNA in human DNA? Is there human DNA in the dragon's DNA? Like, how much splicing went on? And the idea that you could have this half, because we know that when we say sphinx in the world of Ice and Fire, we don't mean woman and an eagle. They mean like woman and a dragon. These are half human, half dragons when they say a sphinx. And the Valyrian sphinxes. So this idea that, maybe there are these half dragon, half humans that existed in Valyria before the Doom, which is kind of weird kind of stuff. But of course, George removed it. Maybe he thought it was too weird to have that kind of thing.
You can tell this probably was killing him because he really loves to go into this. Like, you find a lot of this stuff in the Thousand Worlds novels, don't you? In the stories.
About George's like love of genetic engineering and stuff. Yeah, there's a lot of that. So I mean, it's right up George's alley. Like when I hear that, like, the idea that the Valyrians might have done all sorts of like crazy genetic engineering with like monstrous half human, half dragons. Like, yeah, that's very George. That's very George. So in the original story, Pate passes out from blood loss because the glass candle is cutting him. And he wakes up in some room with the hooded man and then with the glass candle, but then Pate dies again. So in the Rosie version, which is all from Rosie's perspective, which is weird. Rosie had dreamed of becoming a maester herself, but couldn't because she wasn't a man, and that Rosie is in love with Aleros and thinks he's so beautiful, and like wants to take Aleros to bed, but like which kind of gets into like which is funny because that we did the fanfic prologue and how playing around with the sexual relationships with Aleros and people being like fooled. In this situation, like a woman wanted to have sex with Aleros thinking that her a man, and in ours, like we had another man who was gay wanting to have sex with Aleros and not realizing that he's a woman. But that we like actually hit upon something like George was playing around with. Like
This is a meme you have to continue on into like if you guys go on into Dream of Spring fanfic. Yeah. This is a meme you have to continue with.
Yeah, so she calls, but it's very clear through it's just much more clear that Aleros is Sorella Sand. Not that too many people deny that Aleros is Sorella Sand, but it's just much more obvious when like Rosie is specifically talking about how she wanted to be a maester but couldn't because she was a woman, and then she's in love with Aleros and she's describing how pretty he is, and they go into the fact that he is a lord as a father and all sorts of things. It's just much clearer that Aleros is Sorella Sand. But it's it's just Rosie listening to the conversation that Pate and Lazy Leo have, and the other acolytes have but it's just from her perspective. Let's see, anything else that from now? I mean, Gsteff is gonna be posting more stuff from some other findings, but this was a big thing. There was a big thing about the fact that the glass candles grant eternal life. That's the huge thing. Yeah. As long as the flame lasts, the man whose life is bound to it cannot die. Which is really quite odd, because I think in somebody was mentioning that there's a passage in Jaime 6, A Storm of Swords, where Jaime also compares life to candles. And he says, the flames will burn so long as you live. When they die, so must you. So a glass candle is made of dragon glass or obsidian, and it has an unflickering, like, undying flame. And so, like, I joke that, or not joke, but I theorize that the glass candles are actually made of silicon, because the
story is post-apocalyptic.
Right, or these are futuristic things, whether it's post-apocalyptic or not, but these are futuristic things. So, like, how would a person in the Middle Ages describe a long, like, tech piece that has a flashlight at the top? They would describe it as like an unflickering, like, blinding light or whatever. And so at the top he says, so here he's saying that the candles are kind of similar to binding to a werewood, or even closer to maybe a dragon or a direwolf, where if you're bound to the dragon and the flame lasts, you cannot die. And before I was mentioning that the glass candles are a clear parallel to the werewood. In fact, the citadel itself is a parallel to the werewood net, where the werewood net is this network of trees where knowledge is absorbed into the trees and lives forever, and you live forever in the werewood. The werewood net is heaven too, like when we die, we go to heaven, and then you can see everybody you want and you live forever. It's just heaven, right? The werewood net is heaven. However, George has often written that, okay, well, if you don't believe in the afterlife, there are other ways to live forever, and that is through, like, your memory and knowledge. And so the citadel, in a sense, is a parallel, because it's a way in which knowledge lives forever. In books and research and things like that. Of course, the glass candles make it a little more direct, like now, where the werewoods can see around the world, the glass candles can see around the world. So, but then it's like, you have eternal life if you're bound to a glass candle. That's very, very direct. It's not just like a metaphorical, your life continues on through your knowledge and research. It's very literal. You don't die as long as you're bound to the glass candle. But yeah,
but how easy would it be to blow out the flame, though? Because that seems kind of like a shitty deal, depending on how easy that would be.
Yeah, of course. Now George talks about in a lot of his writing about, people living forever in computer chips, like in simulated realities. I've had him write even in his blogs about these sorts of things, that, like, let's get on that, having people live forever by downloading our memories into computers. This happens a lot in, say, Night Flyers, where the Royd's mother gets her personality soul, like, uploaded into a computer crystal. It might be very similar using technology to achieve heaven state versus like, religion achieving it through magical means, using science to achieve the same thing. But I think he was hinting at all of these kind of themes, but he never committed to it. He seemed to not want to do it, and in the end he didn't. So how much he can't really be canon. None of this can really be canon, but because we know, for instance, the Archmaesters don't all have glass candles, and it was never introduced that you have eternal life if you're bound to a glass candle or any of these sorts of things.
I'm surprised you, of all people, have never gone to this place yourself and combed through this, because this seems like it would be up your alley, something you'd like to do.
It's not that I wouldn't, but it is a lot of boxes, and the people that have gone have said they haven't, like, people go and they spend like days looking through boxes and don't find anything new. So I think that's like, after reading about Honeybird trip, and I was like, wow, you did all this research and you found, like, okay, Cold Hands isn't Benjen. Like that's a lot. That's a lot of work for that kind of stuff. But
well, let's be honest for a minute here. These people who go, they don't have an entire YouTube channel focusing on being analytical on the material. I'm pretty sure the stuff they've gone over that they thought was like whatever, that's probably like 100 years worth of videos for you.
Maybe, yeah. But, yeah. Anyway, but, I think some of these fans are as dedicated as me, so it's, they have, I think maybe that, some people have been cataloging what boxes are what, but yeah, there's, I think it might be 200 boxes, but it's a lot of stuff to go through. There's a lot of show props and all sorts of random stuff in there too. So
show props from Game of Thrones?
Yeah.
Oh, That'd be interesting. See, that's like a trip stuff right there. That's a whole video right there. Your trip to this place.
Yeah, I'm not sure how much you're supposed to video or take pictures of. I think maybe people do stuff clandestinely. I'm not sure what you're allowed to do.
Do they have the pages laminated? Because I would hope so. Like everything.
No. I think it's like you just have to be really careful with the papers. It's like any other library,
You just have to be really, because people have like oils and what on their hands. It's just like this. Just okay. Well.
Yeah, you're not going to go in with like a hoagie and.
Well, no, of course, but like even like someone's hands, they're like, hands just they're hands. They have like oils and stuff and all that, and that can fuck up the pages. And okay, well. Hopefully we get some more inklings of these storylines and Winds of Winter whenever that comes out, but apparently there's an update to that.
Yeah, now you were telling, this is something you were telling me about, that Elio and Linda did some chatting with George R. R. Martin recently.
Apparently
did some tweets.
Yeah, so the book they're releasing. What's it called? Rise of the Dragon. It's the summary thing. Yeah, George throwing them a bone. The book looks great. I'll be the first to pirate it. But I will say, we got some updates on the Westeros.org Twitter, and apparently they did a live stream, which I can't really find right now. I don't know where people are seeing this, but they asked George how far along he is, and George said George says that Winds of Winter will be the longest in the series, and he thinks he's 3/4 of the way done, but can't predict when done. And he recently reread some of the chapters he already did and decided that they need to be rewritten, but he's working on it. So,
okay,
not really 3/4 of the way. If he has to go back and like rewrite.
Now, when you told me 3/4 of the way, I was like, wow. I can't believe I was like, and again, like George being like somewhat exaggerating, and then also saying that he needs to go back and like rewrite some chapters. Like, I gave the 2/3 figure. Like, when was that? When was my video on the
that was what, a year ago?
Let me see. I don't know if it was a year ago, but
I think it was a year ago.
Let me see here.
It feels like a year ago.
Let me see. I published this in June.
This past June?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Wow, it feels like a year ago.
So I know. So in June, I published the Pessimist's History, which somehow I posted that video not thinking it would be anything, and it's gotten so many views. I don't like.
Did you put a red arrow and circle on it? Because that helps.
No, I don't know what it is, but it's like one of my most successful videos, and in that, which essentially, a too long didn't watch is of that video is, George had about a third of the book left over from Dance. He didn't write anything until COVID, and during COVID, he wrote an additional third. Was my claim, in that with a few, maybe a few couple hundred, slowly written here and there. But 2/3 is 67%, 3/4 is 75%. I think it's, I think I'm being, and, plus George is maybe exaggerating a little and saying that he wants to go back. But I think that weirdly, I hit the number. Like I hit it, not to toot my own horn, but I hit it. I hit the, like, cause a lot of people are like, oh, he's nearly done. He's nearly done. I'm like, no, he's not. And then a lot of people are like, no, he hasn't written a thing. I was like, no. So I hit the number.
Apparently Winds will be more than 1,500 pages. So I'm wondering if they're going to be able to split that like they did. Because remember, wasn't Feast and Dance originally one giant thing and then he split that?
I think that what will happen is that the editors will have him cut a few chapters and move them
to Dream of Spring,
that kind of stuff. The same thing kind of thing.
How is that even possible to move it to Dream of Spring? Because then all the stuff he planned to write for Dream of Spring, that'll be another.
I mean, it might as well just be into an abyss, because like move it to a Dream of Spring, it's gone. like.
Well, no, that and you move it to Dream of Spring, and then Dream of Spring is going to be another 1,500 pages. So you can move that to what? What was the last final book? That may be because he said he wants to do 7, which okay, but is there going to be enough space in the Dream of Spring? Because then they might have to do an 8th book, A Time of Wolves.
No. Right, exactly. But we all kind of know that. There's no way George can wrap it up in 2 books. I'm not saying a writer couldn't wrap it up in 2 books. I'm saying George can't wrap it up in 2 books.
Yeah.
He's not, he hasn't even gotten on to phase 2 of his plan. Like his plan from the beginning was War of the Five Kings, Dany's invasion, others' invasion. Like there's 3 stages to the story. And he hasn't even gotten to stage 2 yet of like his story in his mind.
That others' invasion, the White Walker invasion, that's going to have to wait because that's the one thing he's having the most issue with. According to Elio and Linda, Bran is still tough to write because of the supernatural and sorcerous matter, and he's struggling with these chapters for the Winds of Winter. So what was the one that people thought he was originally struggling with? Marine?
Well, back in A Dance with Dragons, he was struggling with Marine because of simultaneous events happening. And in this, he said he was struggling earlier. He said he was struggling with Cersei, and everybody's like, "Oh, well, that makes sense because there's simultaneous events happening with like Jon Con coming in." And it seems to be tough for George to coordinate simultaneous chapters where a lot of different events are happening at once and how people should be reacting. And so with A Dance with Dragons, he ended up, he claims he wrote and rewrote a whole bunch of chapters where, Quentin Martell arrives, after Dany flies off from the dragon pit. Quentin Martell arrives much earlier. Victarion arrives at a certain time. Tyrion arrives at a certain time. Like when these characters are arriving, because you have the 3 characters of Tyrion, Victarion, and Quentin all coming to Slaver's Bay in a race to meet Dany. He was having trouble like timing it all. And then the way he fixed the Myronese not is by inventing the Barristan point of view. He never planned on having a Barristan point of view, but he had to get rid of Dany, and he needed somebody else to pick up from where she left off. So Barristan was invented.
The other minor thing that he touched on real quick is in regards to, he revealed that his preferred starting point for House of the Dragon would have been about the heir and the spare, showing both the love and rivalry of Jaehaerys' son Aemon and Balon.
Yeah, it makes sense. I mean, that gets more into like why, like immediately why, Rhaenys might have been passed over the first time for Balon, and reasoning for that, which eventually leads into everything. But back on Bran, I think it completely makes sense that Bran would be the thing tripping him up. Bran has to be the most difficult chapter to write. It has to be, just because you're dealing with time travel elements. And the time travel stuff that Bran is dealing with, it's so, like, having done the time traveling Bran series and now like really understanding like what George is trying to do with time travel, and I do think he's trying to do Groundhog's Day in a sense. Like how complicated that is. If a three-eyed crow, if previous versions of Bran have been through this a million times, and now this version of Bran has to go forward, there's a lot of very confusing elements to the story. Because time travel always, once you think about it, like ties your mind up in knots, because it doesn't make, time travel never makes sense because it can't. It's a paradox, so. But George is going to try. That's what the story needed, was time travel.
And is that all from the Reddit piece as well?
Yeah. No, I went into the Reddit piece pretty well, pretty detailed. And hopefully we'll see more from Gsteff's great research. So
this is ongoing.
Yeah, and I'll leave a link to Gsteff's original Reddit post about it, because it's just exemplary research and work being done. So
that's definitely a trip you should plan once you're back in the States to go visit this.
Yeah, I mean, I'll see about getting access and things like that, and flying down there. It seems like a lot of work, and it's like a shot in the dark whether you're going to find anything interesting.
So Preston, we have the sequel to that Reddit post last time where someone went to the Cushing Library in Texas and they found some old George R.R. Martin notes and ideas and drafts about what the story could have been. And someone hit me up with it and they sent it to me, and I'm like, oh, this sounds juicy as hell, because there was at one point in time, Victarion Greyjoy was going to die. So I had to bring it to you. You read the whole thing.
Yeah.
What's going on?
I did. Well, first off, again, just props to Gsteff who did this, who did this research. This is the most new, interesting stuff we have about the story that we've gotten in years, and it couldn't have happened without like just painstaking work. So really, just props. But let's get into some of the interesting stuff here. So Gsteff found. What Gsteff was looking at was an early draft of A Feast for Crows. And when we talk about an early draft for A Feast for Crows, what we mean is the draft before it got split into A Feast for Crows and A Dance with Dragons, and it was still a singular book. And there's a couple in the writing process. You have to remember that first, like, George R.R. Martin believed that he was going to have a 5-year gap. And then he believed it was, then he abandoned that, but he still thought it was going to be one book. And then he abandoned that and split the books up. And so it's interesting because some chapters from A Dance with Dragons that, we didn't read for years, George had actually written, years before, because he'd done it for A Feast for Crows. And then, but then a lot of changes can happen to it and stuff like that. So some of these chapters are very old, but some of them deal with like Jaime's adventures, or Victarion and Slavers, arriving in Slavers Bay and well, actually his plans for Victarion arriving in Slavers Bay, but, Daenerys, as well, like what was going on with Daenerys. And, that's the major stuff has to deal with, what Gsteff found here, and this entry has to do with the Daenerys chapters, some Jaime stuff, and the Victarion chapters. And it's yeah.
Before we started, you said there was something juicy involving Jon.
Yes. So it involves Dany. So again, like so Daenerys is there was a big interesting evolution of the Daenerys chapters in A Dance with Dragons. They were changed quite a bit because you had the 5-year gap abandonment, you had the story split, the book split, and then you had the Myronese knot eventually coming in, and all of these things like reshaped the Daenerys story, and it was rewritten many times.
Jesus.
Yes, and I have mixed feelings about the Daenerys story from A Dance with Dragons. Many people's, it's their least favorite part of the book. But I will say that there is a lot of interesting consistency and a lot of Easter eggs going from one chapter to the next that you don't necessarily see in all point of views. It's not like when you read Tyrion 7, you're harking back to Tyrion 2. While with Daenerys, you are. The only other chapters that are kind of comparable in those sorts of Easter eggs going back to previous chapters would probably be Jon and Theon, where something that happens in the first or second chapter is being brought up, these tiny details. And so there's all these little details in the background of the Daenerys story in A Dance with Dragons that are very interesting. You can tell whole stories based on other characters going on in the background. And it doesn't necessarily mean that the Daenerys story like came out well, but it George definitely worked hard on it, and there's a lot of detail to it, and a lot of changes went to it, and so what Gsteff kind of discovered here, researching an early draft of Dany, is we kind of knew that from previous interviews and reports and stuff, that we kind of knew that before the 5-year gap was abandoned, the reopening of the fighting pits happened very early in Daenerys' story. If not, like Daenerys 2, I think, was when it was supposed to happen, rather than Daenerys, 12? Or is it Daenerys? It's way, it's the second to last chapter, right? For Daenerys, in A Dance with Dragons. And so, so many people thought, okay, well, the previous belief was, okay, I guess she was picked up by Drogon and exited really early, and the 5-year, and because the 5-year gap was abandoned, this entire story had to kind of establish what Dany was doing and ruling Meereen, rather than it happening off page with the 5-year gap. But that's what Gsteff discovered, is that's not actually the case. Is that the pits were opened in the old story, but she wasn't carried off by Drogon.
Oh,
she flew around with him. Drogon picked her up with his talons, which is claws, flew around, and then she was back in the city ruling. And it's so the fighting pits were opened, but she didn't actually leave yet, which kind of shifts everyone's super fans ideas of what George was writing. And now keep in mind, George abandoned all of this, so even he got stuck on what he thought Daenerys should be doing and started over. So,
wait, so he just picks her up and they fly around the city for what's the reason for that? Just to show power?
I guess, or the idea is that she's now bonding with the dragon, and that she's now becoming a dragon queen, and how that affects people's mindset, that she's bound to this dragon. Like, and she actually describes in her monologue, like that, well, actually even talking to somebody that she is now, like, she and her dragon are now one. So it's definitely like, more of that, how we were talking about with House of the Dragon, like Daemon being hit and the dragon feeling the pain and that kind of stuff. There was definitely more of that, like, discussion. Now, what's really interesting and so when this is something that is that the follow-up chapter to the fighting pits used to be Daenerys 3, which is when Xaro comes from Karth and talks to Dany, and it's this random scene where they're having a dinner and there's like naked dancers. Daenerys 3 is one of my least favorite chapters in A Dance with Dragons. And it's not that it's poorly written, but it has nothing to do with the other chapters. It really, it sticks out like a sore thumb if you read the Daenerys story. Like, there's all these little references.
Is that the one where he doesn't look at her breasts? He doesn't take a peek?
Yeah, he doesn't look at her breasts, but he's instead looking at, like, naked dancers. And, she pisses off Karth. Like, Karth, offers her some ships, and she pisses off Karth, and the Karth decides to join the war against, or, decides to blockade Slaver's Bay. The events aren't that important because anyone could have done that blockade. It didn't need to be Karth. It doesn't really even make sense that it's Karth because Karth is really far away. They don't even send many ships, which kind of contradicts like a Clash of Kings where Karth has hundreds and hundreds of ships, and all of a sudden they send a handful to do a blockade. Plus there's just no references to all of the little Sons of the Harpy activity that is sprinkled in all the rest of the chapters. It's my least favorite of the Daenerys chapters. But what's interesting is that it's one of the oldest, that it was reworked, that George took paragraphs and chopped them around and stuff like this and changed the plot around. And the reason that Daenerys 3 sticks out as this chapter that doesn't do anything and is kind of irrelevant, like if I were to cut a single chapter from A Dance with Dragons, I might make it Daenerys 3. Like, there's just no point to it. Like, it doesn't need to be there. Well, Jon 2 is also horrible. Because that's the one that doubles from the Samwell chapter. But
well, you say that, yeah. but Daenerys 3, if it mostly spends time with her and Xaro, and she pisses off Karth, you firmly believe that she's going to go back to Karth at some point. So wouldn't that make more sense? Wouldn't that harken back to this chapter eventually?
I guess, hopefully. But I mean, I think it's more important that Daenerys goes back to Karth to talk to Quaithe, not that she talks to Xaro. Like, her meeting Xaro again isn't really very important to, in the grand scheme of things. I mean, Xaro is a fine character. I like his character. I like the character. And his character shines in that chapter, but the chapters are relevant. It just doesn't add anything really to the story. So it's really interesting that it's like this older chapter that was there. And like completely reworked. So, but yeah, there's definitely some like lines that were there because I think she's telling Xaro about her dragon bond, and she's like, "I'm the blood of the dragon. I have no fear of Drogon," and things like this. She like innately like. She explicitly like tells what Drogon was doing. She says like, "My life was in peril. Drogon must have sensed it, and that's why he returned and attacked everyone." Like stuff like this. Like she's explicitly like telling people about her dragon bond and why Drogon came back and like why he was killing people. That it was some sort of like, mental link with her. So it's it's stuff that like George improved on things by making it more subtle on what was going on or making things a mystery. So but yeah, but Xaro, yeah. So that was there. Oh, some other interesting things about the fighting pit scene. So the fighting pit scene happens, and the locusts are there. And Strong Belwas still loves the locusts and chows down on the bowl. However, the locusts aren't poisoned. There's no reference to the locust being poisoned. No one offers Dany any locusts. Like in the chapters after it, Belwas is not poisoned. So it's really quite funny that like the locusts were there, and only like because George went back and started reading stuff and was like, oh, maybe I could make these locusts poisoned, does he add it in. Also, in the original draft, most of the lines of Hisdar are given to Reznak. That Hisdar is like just less of a character and Reznak is more of a character. And when George rewrote, he just transferred the lines of Reznak to Hisdar to make Hisdar a bigger character. But yeah, it's kind of funny that the poisoned locusts thing, like he had the locust there and he had Strong Belwas loving locusts. And then he just like, but there was no poison originally, and he just like added that later on. So that was kind of funny.
Didn't we have this conversation last time about like you don't believe Dany was poisoned and that Strong Belwas just, I guess the locust didn't agree with his stomach?
I mean, you're kind of right that like that knowing that originally there was no poison and he just had the scene of Strong Belwas chowing down on locusts. And then he kind of retroactively needs to throw poison in there. But at the same time, he doesn't want to kill Strong Belwas. It does make me rethink my Locusts of Marines series, just because I don't know if George like really thought through the logic of the scene. You know, like because he already had written the scene of events that needed to happen, and then he like retroactively throws poison in there, and so it's like going and looking at the details of, say, like how many locusts somebody eats is like not something that's really relevant, considering it was like a fully written scene before the poison was even added. But yeah, it's kind of interesting in that sense. But the other thing that was kind of interesting is, so you know how in A Dance with Dragons, Hisdar has a trial of, he has to achieve peace for 90 days. And if he achieves peace for 90 days, he gets to marry Dany. Originally, Hisdar was going to be given 3 trials. He had to achieve peace for 20 days. He had to achieve peace at sea. And then she reserved a 3rd one that she hadn't decided on giving him that was going to be near impossible. And Missandei is like, so you don't actually want to wed him? Because she's like, maybe it's going to be like, I'll have him fly a dragon or something like that, or something. And Missandei is like, oh, so you don't really want to marry him? And he's like, no, if he like achieves it, I'll marry him. But like, you know, it's going to be hard. And so there's no hint, like George never gets to the point where a 3rd trial is ever created, or, you know, or maybe he didn't know. And that's one of the reasons he like abandoned it. But he originally was going to have more trials for Hisdar to get through in order to marry Dany.
Well, the trials seemed like they would have added more chapters to this already, because
yes, they would. Yeah.
would have made this a bit longer.
And then there's a very small House with the Red Door, Lemon Gate change that's in there. But it's very, very, very small. So in the original text, there's a line in Dany's story that says, in Bravos, there had been a house with a red door, but that was all. And the line originally was, in Bravos, there had been a house with a red door, but only for a little while. It's a very, very slight change, but only for a little while. But only for a little while too, but that was all. You know, like, and it's hard to say what's going on there. Gsteff thinks like it's a shift to a tad more ambiguity, but you know, and that's the whole, you know, George was trying to add just a little bit more mystery to the house with the red door. But both lines are kind of weird. Like in Bravos, there had been a house with a red door, but only for a little while. So
You could take that in so many ways. Like, did she live in Bravos just for a little bit, or maybe she lived in Bravos but
longer,
they moved from house to house, or did they change the door? Like, you could take that so many ways.
Yeah, I know. And changing it to, but in Bravos there had been a house with a red door, but that was all. Like, both lines are pretty weird and ambiguous, right? Yeah. In general, though, what Gsteff noticed is that, George likes to go back and make his writing more concise, and most of the writing are like, making writing more concise, smaller, taking up less space on a page. And then
that must suck for George, because you can tell he wants to like expand this, but the story has gotten away from him.
Yeah.
Like, it really has, to the point where he has to split it into books and all that. And like you said it years ago, and it's still relevant now, there's no way he could finish it in just 2 books. And even with this, Yeah,
but there's also just like weird ways to like reshape sentences in order to like cut out the number of words and stuff like that, proving worthy he drew the sword from the stone is a lot shorter than he approached the stone and pulled out the sword, and in doing so showed himself to all that he was worthy. Like, that's like you can take long sentences like that and shorten them, and George does that a lot to try to fit everything, fit everything in. So, there's one other thing. So there is a mental sex scene that Dany has where she has sex with Hisdar, but he's kind of like an other, and his like penis is made of ice. Do you remember that?
Kinda, but it's been so long.
The original is beneath her coverlets, she tossed and turned, dreaming that Hisdar was kissing her, but his lips were blue and bruised. And then he thrust himself inside her. His manhood was as cold as ice. She sat up with her hair disheveled and her bedclothes a tangle. Now, most people read this and they think, oh gosh, like Dany's having a nightmare about the others. Like, who would have like a penis like that's like ice? Which, obviously that's supposed to be one of the many ways to take it. But the original version actually has a little bit more, because some people also think like, okay, maybe it's not Hisdar. Maybe the person is with the blue lips is really like Euron, and maybe she's having like a nightmare about him. But I think in the original version, and Gsteff points this out, and I agree, it's actually more clear that the person is Jon. Like, and I know, because Jon is dead, and so he's going to be cold. His lips are going to be cold as ice because he's like dies, And then, and the thrust inside her is rather than it being just his penis, because dicks are swords and swords are dicks, it's Jon killing her at the end. Right? Like what we saw at the end of Game of Thrones. So in the original version, it's not Hisdar kissing her, it's Daario. So Daario is kissing her, his lips blue and bruised. He thrust inside her, his manhood was cold as ice. She sat up, and then my queen, said a voice in the darkness. Dany flinched, imagining pale skin, blue lips, a twisted blade. Who's there? So like, in this situation, like, he's being a little more explicit that the dick is a sword, right? He mentions the dick and he mentions the sword before he just mentions the dick. And like, it's so here, like, oh, maybe she wasn't actually getting stabbed by a dick. She was getting stabbed by a sword. Now, all of a sudden, the scene seems a lot more like the ending of a Game of Thrones. I mean, the ending of Game of Thrones, the series, like her getting stabbed by Jon, a person who's cold and dead with blue and bruised lips, and stuff like that. So, rather than her actually being, having sex with an ice penis. So Daenerys 7, she's having sex with Daario in the morning. She gets married to Hisdar, and she has sex with him at the end. She gets married and has sex with him at the end, but somehow, somewhere in the middle, she has a dream about about having sex with his star. And in the original, it was Dario, because apparently, like, I mean, it doesn't matter if it's Dario or his star, because they're the red herring, like, because it's really about somebody else. It's really you're supposed to be thinking about the others, but the true answer of who it is it's probably Jon. And I've heard theories that it was Jon, like, but this I would say, like, there being a twisted blade in the original version kind of confirms for me that, yeah, no, he, like, that was definitely the reference, you know, that she was really dreaming of Jon killing her in that chapter. Let's see what else. Right. So some people have noticed this, because there are previous readings of George's chapters from years ago. I think a 2005 reading. So a lot of people had, like, noticed there's, in an early version, there's, rather than when Quaithe lists the people coming to meet Dany, she says in A Dance with Dragons that the people coming are Crow and Kraken, Lion and Griffin, the son of the sun, and the Mummer's dragon. Remember the Undying, beware the perfumed seneschal. Yeah. In the original version, it was Kraken and Dark Flame. I'm sorry. It was. I'm sorry. I said it backwards. I'm sorry, confusing everybody. Originally, in the published version, it's Kraken and Dark Flame, Lion and Griffin, the Sun's son, and the Mummer's dragon. The original, it's Crow and Kraken, Lion and Griffin, the son of the sun, and the Mummer's dragon. So the big thing being Kraken and Dark Flame being changed for Crow and Kraken. And there's a reason for this, and that is, and Gsteff really finds it, is some people theorize, like, oh, Crow and Kraken, did that refer to Euron and Victarion heading instead of Kraken and Dark Flame, which is Victarion and Makoro, you know? So Crow and Kraken, why would Euron be coming to Slaver's Bay? And apparently this was the original version. So in what Gsteff found is that originally Euron doesn't leave Victarion behind, like, doesn't stay behind in Westeros and send Victarion off. The two of them go together to Slaver's Bay. And Euron is along for the trip. And this is why the original version said Crow and Kraken. Euron was really heading to Slaver's Bay. Now, this is what's kind of crazy. Okay? Because what Gsteff found is not only was Euron and Victarion heading to Slaver's Bay, Victarion was supposed to die. And he finds this in one of the chapter placeholders of a chapter that's supposed to come in the future. George lists a Victarion chapter and puts parentheses, Victarion dies. Now, some people might think, okay, well, this is kind of weird. Like, if Victarion dies, who's the point of view to view all of the events of Euron? And the answer is Aeron, because Aeron is the stowaway aboard is like captive aboard the ship. That Victarion would die, and Aeron would take over as the point of view to view Euron. Now, you may think, like,
wow,
Yeah.
Okay.
Now, what I think is most interesting about the fact that that Victarion dies, is that Dany has a vision in the House of the Undying of a guy with gray lips smiling sadly on the prow of a ship. And this vision clearly comes true in the Victarion sample chapter. And it's Victarion, like, clearly. However, it's very clear that, like, originally George meant that vision to be Euron. But then Euron isn't coming to Slaver's Bay, so he switched it to Victarion. That he could take, that George purposely switched, like, what one of the visions of the House of the Undying was. That his original plan was supposed to be Euron, and he changed it to Victarion. So I think that's pretty.
I wonder why he made the change. Like, maybe because Dany's vision in the House of the Undying and George needed Victarion to be that guy, or maybe because he has bigger plans for Euron in Old Town?
No, I think he didn't kill off Victarion because as he wrote Victarion just became an awesome character, and like it became an awesome story. I think that's more it. He definitely had he just changed his mind because Victarion, as you go through Victarion, the Victarion story just gets better and better. And I can imagine George being on a roll, being like, oh crap, like I really like this, and like not wanting to kill off Victarion anymore. But it's
So originally Euron wasn't going to go raid the Reach. He was going to go to Meereen and try to court Dany.
So the Reaver chapter still happens. So the Reaver chapter, which was originally entitled the King's Brother, is a chapter that was fully written. And that chapter, which was written very early, has very few changes to it. So the Ironborn chapters of A Feast for Crows are the earliest written chapters of the story, and they go through whatever George did. Like he went to the editors and did everything and cleaned them up. They're pretty much like from verbatim the same up to the Reaver, and then the stuff that happens after that, like the Dance with Dragons Victarion chapters, haven't been written yet. But like all the Feast for Crows chapters were pretty much the same. So the raiding of the Shield Islands and going up the Mander, that was definitely a real thing. That was part of the plan. But then Euron was gonna fuck off to Slaver's Bay, like and essentially abandon the Ironborn, all the other Ironborn to like get killed. And he would just come back with dragons or something, was his plan. So I don't know what the point of the reaving was, to give, I guess the point was to get elected or something and then go and then leave, and the reaving was what he promised everybody. So he had to give it to them, I guess.
Well, I would assume he would go raid the Reach and get all this bounty, all this boon, and then go sail to Meereen and offer her lavish gifts from Westeros, because besides ships, what else can he really offer her?
Right. I mean, I suppose he could steal some wealth or something, some plunder, right before he goes. But yeah, no, Victarion was supposed to die. Euron was supposed to go to Slaver's Bay. Aeron was supposed to go to Slaver's Bay. Euron was clearly the House of the Undying vision, but it got changed to Victarion. Yeah. So that's pretty.
Okay, so
interesting.
Dany's is changed around. Victarion is almost non-existent after a while. Okay, interesting.
Yeah.
So,
and then there's Jaime chapters. Now what's kind of funny is that so Jaime chapters. There was a plot in the Jaime story that was completely abandoned. And that was Kevin Lannister went missing. and
was he last seen a horse? What happened?
He just like throughout the Jaime story, for some reason, like characters are mentioning like, oh, have you seen my uncle? And everybody's like, no, I haven't seen him lately. Isn't he at Derry? No, I didn't see him at Derry. Oh, okay. And then it just kind of goes on like this, right? And all of that kind of was cut. It's very weird. There is some explanation. Well, there is kind of an explanation, and that is the Jaime story and the Brienne story seem to have been more separated. And that it may have been that Kevin was the hostage that the Brotherhood Without Banners had, rather than Brienne. There are some weird things. Like when Jaime arrives at Castle Derry, there's like a line like, of his uncle Kevin, he saw no sign, nor of Lancel. Only a maester emerged to greet him, you know, and you're like, and there's a bunch of like random mentioning, like he says, "Oh, will I find my uncle here?" And they're like, "No, my lord. Sir Kevin took leave of us after the wedding." You know, like Jamie 4 is filled with all of these mentions of Kevin. And he actually asks, like in Jamie 5, like he arrives somewhere and he's like, "Oh, have you seen Sir Kevin?" "Aye, he passed away here heading west." Like there's all these mentions of like, where's Kevin? That have nothing to do with the story. They have nothing to do with the story, right? Like, and they're all just this relic of the fact that there was a Kevin gets kidnapped by the Brotherhood Without Banners, and that went away. You know, that was just kind of eventually a plot that George cut.
Does it mention that the Brotherhood is still led by Lady Stoneheart at this point, or
yes.
Stoneheart?
All that's there. So Lady Stoneheart's there. But the interesting thing about the Jamie plot as well is, so there is a very small, very obscure theory that, so there's this one sex worker that Jamie runs into when he goes to treat between, like, where he goes to negotiate between the Brackens and the Blackwoods. And keep in mind that Jamie 1, A Dance with Dragons, was written very early. And so it's kind of funny that, like, George had finished that chapter for the only Jamie chapter in A Dance with Dragons. He'd finished that chapter like back in 2004, you know, way early, before most of A Feast for Crows was even written. He had finished like the Jamie story. And then he decided to like cut that chapter from A Feast for Crows and pop it into A Dance with Dragons. So Jamie goes to, he's at Pennytree and the situation between the Blackwoods and the Brackens. And he walks in to Titus Blackwood's, room. And he's with a sex worker named Hildy. And it's, you know, Hildy is named and gets a lot of attention, so it's a little suspicious, but she's just a random character, right? And so there's a random theory that, like, wait a minute, how did the Brotherhood Without Banners know where Jamie was? Like, at the end of the story, when Brienne shows up, how did she find Jamie? You know? And it doesn't quite make sense. Like, the Brackens are on his side, so they wouldn't be like squealing to the Brotherhood. And the Blackwoods were under siege, so they couldn't. So who could possibly tip off the Brotherhood Without Banners onto Jamie's location so that Brienne could show up to meet him? And so the theory was, well, Hildy is an agent for the Brotherhood Without Banners. It's a very small, obscure theory that existed. And, one of those theories where you're like, okay, I guess so. Like, no one has any horse in the race. No one has any dog in the fight. So everybody's just like, okay. But like, it turns out this obscure theory about Hildy being a Brotherhood Without Banners plant is completely true. Because in the original story, Brienne doesn't show up to tell Jamie that he has to come with her. It's Hildy.
Wait, what?
Yeah. That the entire ending of the story is not Brienne, but Hildy.
Okay, so let's unpack here.
Yeah.
As cool as it would have been for Kevin to have been kidnapped by the Brotherhood Without Banners, we went through this last time with the Dance of Dragon chapters. I still like him being killed by Varys at the very end better.
Oh yeah. But it is true now that like because I went back once I read about like the relics of like Kevin in A Feast for Crows, I was like, really? And then I looked through the Jamie chapters, I was like, oh my god, he talks about Kevin just a whole bunch, like just an unnecessary amount of time is spent like talking about Kevin and Kevin's location, considering that like he plays no role until the epilogue, right? Like, you know, like he's kind of at the beginning in King's Landing where he talks to Cersei and she asks him to come and be Hand, and he's like, no. And then he vanishes and you don't really He's not part of the story. And then he's in the epilogue, right? And yeah, it's just he was apparently there was like an original kidnapping plot that he was going to be like the reason that Jaime needed to like go meet the Brotherhood or something, you know? So it's kind of funny.
Okay, but so what does Brienne do? So does she still run into the Brotherhood or no?
Well, that's the funny thing is it's hard to say. It's hard to say like when he abandons these plots and when he decides to do changes. What I can say is that the Brienne plot is one of the tightest, most well written stories that he has. So it's really amazing to think that she wouldn't be running into the Brotherhood, you know? So it may be that like they both would have separate Brotherhood plots, you know? Then again, there are two factions of the Brotherhood without banners, so that might be an issue too, you know. So there's the Lady Stoneheart faction, but then there's the Beric Dondarrion faction still exists. So, you know, so.
Well, what about the Bard, who's like a Brotherhood without banners agent who's there, like kind of spying on Jaime and what the Lannisters are doing? Like, is that still in there?
No. The Thomas Seven stuff is still there, but. Like all the Thomas Seven stuff is still there. Thomas Sevens is still, and you know, it's Jaime when he goes to River Runs talks about how the sex workers seem to be infiltrating the camp and things like this, and no one's taking them seriously, and there's not much security going around. So it's not that, you know, a reader should know that every sex worker is potentially a Brotherhood without banners plant, but. So like the Hildy theory makes complete sense. It's just but it's also like one of those small things. Like, how did the Brotherhood know where Jaime was? Well, that's also a small enough issue that it's also something that an author could just not think about, and it being an oversight. You know, like it could be a small plot hole. Like it's something that no one thinks about. But it turns out it's not a plot hole. That like Hildy really was a Brotherhood plant, and that she tipped off the Brotherhood on where he was. Okay,
so are there any more? So we have Dany, Victarion, and Jaime.
Yeah, the Dany stuff, the Victarion stuff, and the Jaime stuff are the big changes. Yeah.
Well, is there going to be any more to this? Because what's going on? I know we did part 1 a while ago. This is part 2. Is there going to be a part 3? And is part 3 going to be bigger? What's going on with the progress of these?
What Gsteff says is because. There was something said. Let's see. I think it's next time I'll be covering the remaining point of views for which I found substantial differences in the Cushing drafts, including perhaps my biggest discoveries. Stay tuned for Cersei, Tyrion, and Jon.
Okay, cool. Very nice. And of course, shout out to Gsteff, by the way, for going there and doing this. I said this last time, how I was amazed that people are just allowed to go in here and check out George's stuff. Some dipshit in the comments was like, well, Carmine, that's how a library works. Yes, I know that, you idiot. It's just, like, I'm surprised that George's previous personal private like writings are available to the public, because you always have people coming in with like sticky dirty fingers and whatnot. And like, I don't know, personally, if I was a writer and I was, you know, had some stuff that I didn't use before, I would keep that under lock and key, and I feel like a lot of writers would as well. But no, props to George for making this available to the public so people can go and see it.
Yeah, it's just really fun, like going through and what could have been, what might have been. You know, and seeing when George takes something obvious and makes it more subtle and stuff like that. So it's fun. It's fun to go through it.
I do have 2 questions for you before we wrap it up. The first question is, does this change any theories you've already done going forward?
I guess it does, in the sense that like the ending of Game of Thrones really does seem like it was George's original plan. I'm not saying it's George's plan now, but it really does seem like Game of Thrones was hitting the major plot points of the book, and you know, Jon killing Dany, is something that totally was going to happen, you know, and that was a plot point. And like the more you kind of go through stuff and you're like, well, that happened in the show. It looks like this evidence shows that this is probably what George was planning, you know, and so I think in that sense, you know, it's another thing where I go, oh no, that's the show. The show really was like George did really reveal everything to them, and that's what they put on screen. You know, the plot points at least, not the how you get there. But other than that, I'm trying to think of anything that really like changes too much besides that's the only one that really changes any of my and maybe the honeyed locust thing where I'm like, huh, you know, like to George really, was he really thinking about it that carefully? But other than that, I mean, I don't think much theory changes. It's just kind of an interesting thing seeing these like relics and how things changed and stuff like that. Yeah, that's about it. It's just that, you know, George does, you know, make major changes and is fine with making major changes, you know, like keeping Victarion alive, changing the House of the Undying vision, you know, and who it refers to and stuff like that. So George is willing to make these big changes.
My second question is, will you take any of this information going forward to doing your fan fiction?
I mean, I'll probably, like, when we get to Jaime chapters, like, make sure that Hildy gets mentioned. Maybe some little things like that. But other than that, you know, it might help with stuff. But I can't think of anything major that would change, you know. I guess the big thing is whether or not, like, you know, I really want to like keep Jon.
You should probably hold off until we get the third part of this.
Yeah, that's true. But I've also like struggling with the fact that, like, I know that George meant for Jon to be resurrected, but I don't want to resurrect him, and so I just don't know what to do with that. So it's like against like George's like ideas, you know. At what point does the story just veer into a new direction? I mean, it already has. Like, we're already doing stuff that George probably didn't think of. So who knows? So we'll see. It's fun nonetheless. It doesn't, you know.
That's fair. But yeah, no, this one was, I would argue this revelation was better than the last one from Gsteff, and part 3 sounds even better. So we will keep you up to date as soon as these come out. But as always, I'm sure Preston will leave the link so you guys can read it for yourself down below in the description. Preston, is there anything else you wanted to discuss from this post?
No, I think we covered it. It was good stuff. Very impressive.
With that being said, guys, thank you so much for joining us. As always, we'll see you all next time. Have a good one. And we are back for the grand finale of the Gsteff Cushing Library, Secrets of the Cushing Library, Ice and Fire, George R.R. Martin findings. And Preston, it's been a minute. You're back from vacay. How was that?
Oh, I mean, vacation when you have children is not really vacation. It's sort of like weekends are no longer weekends. Everything's flipped when it comes to life. Like, you're like, oh, when the weekends and long weekends come, you're like, oh no, oh god, what am I going to do with the kids? But yeah, that's what vacation is now. It's just like, oh god, how are we going to entertain these kids the entire time?
At least for the next couple of years. Like,
I mean,
until they can go off on their own, like what, 8, 9?
Until they can go off to college. I don't know. We'll see. Until
they can adequately use like a portable Nintendo Switch or Game Boy or whatever the fuck the kids nowadays play, and entertain themselves on that. Yeah.
No, I mean, yeah, you give them tablet time, but it's still it's overwhelming. Like, yeah, I don't want to get into it, but like, kids they ask the same questions over and over and over and over again, just to like, I don't know why, just to have a connection with you, I think. But it's like you get sick of answering the same questions over and over again, and it's nonstop, and they're just hyper and they climb on everything, and it's just they're great. They're great. They're great.
Well,
they're wonderful. So
The G
What
stuff.
do we got here? We got the Gsteff stuff.
So while you're on vacation, the Gsteff, they released. For those of you who don't know, Gsteff is a Reddit user who went to the Cushing Library and dug through some of George R. R. Martin's unpublished works and some of his drafts and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And
the best sort of like fan findings and stuff to talk about theories and change like in years. I mean, it's just it's good stuff. But here we are, the grand finale.
While you were away on vacation, they released the final one, and I know for a fact that you wanted to get into this and tell me all about it. So, what's going on with the latest one?
Well, yeah. I mean, so let's go through it. So, Gsteff. This is focusing more on. Gsteff covers a lot of Jon, some Cersei, and some Tyrion, and different observations from earlier drafts of the A Feast for Crows. Back when A Feast for Crows and Dance with Dragons were combined, and so we have like Jon chapters that were written in 2003, 2004. And we can compare them to what is published in 2011, and we can kind of see like what George changed. And, one of the big things that George does is he kind of writes bluntly at first and then realizes that he's gone overboard and needs to make things more subtle. And so one of the things that's kind of nice about looking at these early drafts is he's not as subtle. And so you can kind of get more of a spoiler that before something's just hidden with, or just alluded to, and it'll be pretty like outright said in an early draft of what George does. So for instance, he starts out, Gsteff talks about how, Jon's wolf dreams. So we know that, A Dance with Dragons, A Feast for Crows starts with Jon as Ghost. And he kind of has different feelings about the other dire wolves and stuff like that. And there's a line that a lot of people talk about, which is pretty much our only update on what Rickon and Shaggy Dog are doing. In the published A Dance with Dragons, there's this one line where it's essentially Shaggy Dog taking down an enormous goat, which everybody kind of knows that it's a unicorn, because it's on Skagos, and Skagos is famous for unicorns. So the published line is like, a wild rain lashed upon the Black Brother as he tore at the flesh of an enormous goat, washing the blood from his side where the goat's long horn had raked him. And so from this, fans rightly, have deduced that, okay, Rickon really did go to Skagos, and Shaggy Dog seems to have taken down a unicorn. Back in 2004, George was a little more blunt with it. He says his Black Brother was closest, prowling over wet rocks through dark holes in the ground. He had taken down a monstrous goat, a shaggy white goat as big as any elk, with a long horn jutting from its brow, and he was gorging on its flesh, sharing the kill with his other half. And so in that, now, it's longer. And people say, okay, well, what's really the difference? Well, the difference is the second one actually mentions Rickon. I mean, he talks about his other half. He's there. There's a longer description of the unicorn, things like that. What's also interesting is it says his Black Brother was closest, which... This gets into, so later Gsteff will get into more of this, but Jon's feelings about the wall and blockage through the wall and things like that. So like, if you look at a map, Castle Black to where Bran is should be closest versus like Skagos. But I think the wall might be blocking, so Skagos would be closest, I guess. Or something. But nonetheless, all of this was changed. Gsteff theorizes that it was changed because Jon shouldn't know that Rickon is alive at this point, and therefore he didn't want to mention the other half because that would like spoil to Jon that Bran and Rickon are alive. But just it's like a little small change there.
What kind of interests me here is that he shares the kill with his other half. So, like, is the implication here that Rickon is starting to become somewhat wolf-like or feral?
Exactly. Or at least, highlighting the fact that, like, Rickon too is both is linked to the wolf, very telepathically, bound and connected. Like, we kind of knew that from a Game of Thrones and a Clash of Kings, but more so, that Rickon is going through the same feelings. Like, you wouldn't really think about it, like, even though Arya has connections with Nymeria, we don't think of Nymeria necessarily being Arya's other half because they live very separate lives. Or we don't think about Sansa's other half being dead. Like, it's just because she was never really that connected to Lady, just a little bit. So here, like, the idea is that Rickon is bound to Shaggy Dog at least as much as Jon is to Ghost or Bran is to Summer.
What I find weird about this is that, so why does he have to share his kill with Rickon? Is that implying that maybe Osha is no longer with them? Or what about the clans on Skagos? Have they not?
Right. I mean, it kind of implies that it does close, like, what's going on. Like, that means they're out in the wild surviving, kind of in the same way that Bran is surviving, right? This whole, like, sharing your kill thing is something that, like, Bran and Summer was doing on their trip up and across the wall, right? That he's out in the wilderness and thus the kill needed to be shared. Or, an eventual mirror to Dany sharing the kill with Drogon.
It could also be possible that Rickon is just going out hunting and he wants to be closer to the woods with Shaggy Dog, and maybe Osha is still with them. Excuse me. Maybe Osha is still with them. Maybe they have made contact with the clans on Skagos. This is just him just out having a good time. So that's also possible.
Yeah. Most likely George doesn't fucking know, and he didn't want to paint himself into a corner. Because this makes it sound like, okay, they're in the wilderness together, eating together. Well, maybe he wants it to be that that Rickon was captured by some clans and Shaggy Dog is off, like, separated from him. So who knows, That
actually, I think that's the better explanation, because you were also the one that said one of the reasons why the world of Ice and Fire doesn't touch on Ashai or Karth is because George probably wants to visit them in the future, so he doesn't want to be confined to what's in those books based off what he wants to cook up.
Yeah, this is definitely George's style. This is why, when I talk about, like, Quentin is alive, like, people get so angry about, like, no, Quentin's definitely dead. And it's like, nah, dude, like, George doesn't know. He, like, purposely left it open because he doesn't want to paint himself into a corner. He gives himself outs all the time on everything. Like, almost every character, like, even a character that I do firmly believe is probably dead, like Grey Wind. Alardine, yeah. There's still always an out, right? There's always an out for him. Like, oh, they never found the body. It escaped. He does this constantly. There's so many characters, where it's just hearsay that something happens, and then that allows him to do whatever he wants, So yeah, it's the situation. So next, there was some cut stuff about Jon and Ghost, sensing each other. And so I've tried to make sense of the wall and what it means, when it comes to, telepathic connections. And, George is a little bit of a contradiction, when it comes to, like, what the wall does. So, like, he talks about how he can't sense Ghost if Ghost is on the other side of the wall. But at the same time, there's definitely, like, moments where Jon gets visions clearly caused by Ghost when they are separated by the wall. Most notably when Ghost returns, and Jon is like fighting in the yard, and he rages against Iron Emmett, or he's like in the bathhouse and he has a vision of Catelyn and Robb telling him that Winterfell isn't his and things like this. He definitely gets these dreams, but the wall should be blocking. And there's some explanations, like I think when he's fighting Iron Emmett, the tunnel to the wall might be open or something. He tries to give these hints, but it's not necessarily, consistent. Or when Jojen crosses the wall, he changes personalities completely. And it's like, well, whoever's sending him visions can no longer send him visions. But if that's the case, how did Bran get his dreams and all sorts of stuff? What's really going on? And I think he does kind of explain it here in this cut paragraph. So George says, on the other side of the wall, the wind was still colder, the wolf sensed. That was where his brother had gone, the gray brother who smelled of summer. With the cliff between them, the wall, he could not sense his brother, but sometimes when he padded down the long cold burrow under the ice and poked his nose through the hard black bars, he could feel him. The snow was falling where his brother was, covering all the woods in white. And there were hunters near, living men and dead men, and the ones who wore the shapes of men but smelled only of cold. So this idea that in this passage it sounds like Ghost is in the tunnels at Castle Black under the ground, and while he's underground, he can kind of like bypass the wall. He's going up to these like holes with bars, and he can bypass the wall and sense summer beneath it. So I think this idea that you can send messages underneath the wall might explain like visions and things like that, because the weirwood net and the weirwood roots might go underneath the earth. And therefore, if we're talking about like how Bran is getting his visions from anything north of the wall, it would be underneath the wall, even though the wall is this blocking telepathic barrier. It's still not exactly consistent with George on like when the wall blocks and when it doesn't, but I think it might give a little more explanation that George definitely believes you can go underneath it, at least.
That's a very good point about the roots going under the wall, being able to send the signals, because we know that you can't really go over it, and we see that in Fire and Blood when Good Queen Alysanne tries to fly her dragon over it.
Yeah, there's definitely a bunch of weird stuff, and there's whether or not, messages can be reflected off the moon and things like this, which I talk about, like the satellite nature of the moon, the moon being a satellite. I know, they literally are constantly talking to the moon. And so it seems like they're like bouncing messages off the moon like a satellite or something. There's like ways around this barrier, but the wall seems to be a telepathic barrier, but it's a telepathic barrier here you can go under, and it's a telepathic barrier that maybe you can go over at certain times.
To be fair, characters talking to the moon, characters talking to the flames.
Yeah, I know. So yeah, he was a little more explicit about how, like, yes, definitely underneath the earth, you can bypass the wall. But yeah, the dragons have trouble flying over the wall. There's the issue with Orell's eagle. Like, why did the Orell's eagle explode? And maybe it tried to cross the barrier of the wall or something. So, some people just say, oh, Melisandre did it. And it's like, well, if Melisandre has the ability to explode birds, she doesn't think about it ever, like she takes credits for it, but, she doesn't ever do it again or talk about that magic. Gsteff notes that there's the hunters aspect to that passage, that there were hunters near, living men and dead men, and ones whose shape smelled of men, but only of cold. He's clearly talking about the others being hunters, which means that the others would be hunting Bran, which I suppose we get some element of that when he finally arrives at the cave of the Three-Eyed Crow, that the dead men come out of the earth, but there's no real firm explanation on like why the others would know about Bran, would care about Bran, would want to kill Bran. Like certainly in the show we get an explanation, but in the book we don't really have that kind of explanation. Like why would the others even know about Bran, and why would they be hunting him? But here they seem to be hunting him. So there's also some more aspects to like Ghost wanting to range beyond the wall quite a bit. Like that's mentioned in A Dance with Dragons, but it's a little more explicit in this. And so some people think that like, okay, if Ghost wants to range beyond the wall and he's being very explicit about this, like maybe after Jon dies in Jon 13, that Ghost will range above north of the wall again and maybe go save Bran in the same way that like Summer saved Jon. Jon would then save Bran at some point. There's some speculation about that. That like Ghost would come out and somehow save Bran at wherever he is. Which I was thinking about that with time traveling Bran and like time traveling Bran's escape. So I have this theory that like, if you've watched my time traveling Bran series, that like that Bran is in a time loop trying to get out of the cave of the Three-Eyed Crow, and that if that the various elements of his life, like Hodor and Mira Reed and Jojen, are all elements that he needs to escape the pit. Mira being a great climber, Hodor holding the door, things like this. And that one other aspect could be like he needs Ghost, as well. And that everything he's doing to manipulate Jon's life is just to bring Ghost north to help him out of that pit. And that that's what he's actually doing. That he needs Ghost to like help him get out of that sinkhole or something. What else is in here? Okay. Oh yeah, there's more. Let's see. There's more talk of the Night's Watch calling Jon a warg as well, apparently in the previous drafts. And I think that it's not surprising, because if you read A Clash of Kings and A Storm of Swords, Jon makes a lot of references to being a warg, and everyone talks about him being a warg. And it's this like point of tension that like, oh, he's different. He might be a warg. Ooh, that's very taboo. But then when a Dance with Dragons happens, that's not really the reason people at the wall are angry at him. They're angry at him over food shortages. They're angry at him for letting the wildlings through the wall. But they don't really care about him being a warg. But there's more of it in his original draft, that like the real reason that one of the big reasons that they're going to kill him is because they fear him being a warg. But a lot of that was just cut. Yeah. But moving on, we then have Melisandre. So next, Gsteff notes that Melisandre has more visions in the early drafts of, or at least there's different rumors and there, and more visions from Melisandre that are a little more explicit. So, do you remember very briefly that, well, I mean, it's a small plot point, but it becomes a big plot point because Jon does the baby swap because of it. But at the very early in A Dance with Dragons, Jon is scared that Stannis is going to burn Mance's son. Do you remember this?
Yeah, for the King's Blood?
Right. And it's not really certain, like why. Like, there's a rumor that maybe they'll awaken dragons from stone. And then Jon kind of, but there aren't any stone dragons. So like, what are they talking about? And so just on this, like, Maester Aemon like mentions that, oh, I heard this guy talking about how they're going to need some king's blood. So maybe you should get rid of these babies. So he does the baby swap and then sends off, like Aemon Battleborn off south with Sam. So in the original draft, it's not Aemon that brings the rumor to him, but it's Gilly. Gilly hears the rumor. And they're just a little more explicit that they're looking for king's blood to wake some dragons up. And John is more specific about like thinking about the eggs. Like, could there be eggs here at the wall? Like, did Queen Alysanne leave these eggs, or did Stannis bring the eggs from Dragonstone? Which makes you think like, okay, maybe that's why they couldn't find any eggs on Dragonstone in the epilogue. Did Stannis actually take the eggs, like from Dragonstone? Does he have the eggs? But there's no mention of these eggs or anything or how they would like hatch these eggs or whatever. But it seems that George was at least thinking about Stannis being very explicit with like why he wants King's blood. But of course, in the end, like Stannis doesn't burn any kings. Like he burns Rattleshirt, so maybe Stannis wasn't doing that. And this baby swap is very funny because it's something that happens early in A Dance with Dragons, A Feast for Crows, and it affects like Sam, but it's never really thought of again by anybody. Like no one really, like no one is really worried about the king's blood of these babies. No one's really threatening about like burning these babies. But we do know that like this eventually kind of leads to like the Shireen burning thing. That was definitely like George's plan. That we keep thinking though he's going to burn these babies, but it's actually like he ends up, they end up burning Shireen. But
so they need to burn someone with king's blood to, what is it? Resurrect dragons? That's the whole shtick, right?
To wake dragons from stone.
But
it's clearly a parallel to Dany and the Pyre.
Right, but why go all the way to the wall to do this? They could have done this from the beginning when they had Edric back on Dragonstone before he escapes, and instead of leeching him, just burn him there on the spot. It would have been easier.
It might be because there's more power at the wall.
Well, Dragonstone is a place where dragons thrive the most, so it's like the perfect place to do it if you're gonna resurrect them.
You're absolutely right. It's all very silly. It's all very silly. It's George throwing around a lot of prophecy and like to make people kind of scared into doing things and stuff that fans that believe in prophecy and believe all these prophecies mean something like cream over. But like, yeah, no, it makes no sense. Like if Stannis had eggs at Dragonstone, he would have burned Edric Storm a long time ago, right? Like to awaken those eggs, right?
To be fair, like
there was no talk of eggs.
Melisandre's powers are like so random and somewhat arbitrary because at one point she needs king's blood to supposedly kill 3 other kings, which kind of comes to fruition. But at the same time, if she also needs king's blood to do that, like why not just drain his ass like a gallon and just do all these things at the same time? It never really much sense to me.
It's one of the reasons I actually quite like the Melisandre chapter from A Dance with Dragons, because we eventually just realize that Melisandre's full of shit. Like nothing, all of this is just bullshit. Like Melisandre seemingly has just random powers that fit the plot whenever they need to. She has random prophecies that she believes that fit the plot when they need to, right? Leeches, exploding birds, shadow babies, like, awakening dragons from stone. Like, it's all so utterly random. Like what prophecies she believes about Azor Ahai and what needs to be done. And she can survive poison on this day. And then we finally get this Melisandre chapter and you realize that no, she's full of shit. She doesn't have any powers. Like, she could look into some flames and maybe eke out like a vision of something, but that's about it.
But Preston, what about the Shadow Assassin? You got to explain that.
The Shadow Assassins is the one thing that perhaps she can do. Everything else is just bull. Okay, it's just bull. And so all of these like prophecies that she's going around spookily saying, I do think that the story is better for just removing them. It just, people are paranoid about her. Like they're making stuff up, like around her. She kind of mentions things about power in King's Blood, and everybody's like, "Oh, she said once that there's powers in King's Blood. I guess we better like get rid of the babies because she's gonna burn them." It's like, well, she didn't say that. Like, like That's freaking crazy, you know? So, I guess I like the situation where people attribute stuff to Melisandre when she doesn't actually do stuff, and that she's just full of shit. And because the fandom does it too. Like, all these people at the wall think Melisandre is spookier and more powerful than she is, and she can't do anything. But yeah, but it's her, like, there's just a lot more of this apparently about how they want to kill Mance first, and then once he dies, his baby will be king, and so then they can burn the baby, and then they'll have two kings to wake the dragon, and that kind of thing. Which, this whole burning of kings to wake dragons from stone, obviously just, it sounds like Dany, but then it makes us think, like, okay, if these prophecies are so widespread, did Rhaegar believe these things? Did Dunk and Egg? Did Egg believe these things at Summerhall? It seems that Aerion Brightflame kind of believed something like that, or something weird, or, the Mad King Aerys might have believed something about dragon rising from the ashes and stuff like that. So, it's, yeah. So they have these quotes Stannis saying, I don't trust the word of an oathbreaker. Raider sealed his fate. The law says death. And there is power in Kingsblood, added Melisandre softly. Power we may need before the war is done. Though she did not speak of dragons, Jon sensed them moving in the smoke behind her words. A cold finger walked up his spine, and he resolved to say nothing of the child. Melisandre didn't say anything. She's just like, there's power in King's blood. And then Jon assumes that she's talking about, like, killing children to wake dragons from stone. So it's, I like how I like how George deleted these things. I like Melisandre being more of a fraud. I like how, so, every time I look at the changes that are made, they are superior changes, that George deleted stuff, and it's like good that he deleted certain stuff, Like,
and in regards to, like, Melisandre and Stannis, like, so they want to burn Mance and then have a spare for Aemon Steele's song later if they need it.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, I mean, or if later people are like, oh, if Stannis dies and gets burned by Ramsay or killed by Ramsay, and then Shireen gets burned, that's two kings to wake the dragon being Jon, that kind of bullshit. And he's not stone, but he's like cold, like stone.
Clever.
Like they'll find something. He's hard and cold like stone. You could take prophecy and twist it any way you want, but I'm sure somebody's doing that. Yeah. So there's an interesting thing that where Melisandre has a vision about Jon going north with 20 rangers, and her going along with him, which is an interesting little thing about. So apparently in the previous versions of A Dance with Dragons, A Feast for Crows, Jon is more obsessed with, or at least Jon feels it necessary to bring justice to the mutineers at Craster's Keep. And that's deleted from the published book. Which is interesting because that's a plot in the show.
Yes.
Right? That like in the show, Jon felt it necessary to bring justice to the people at Craster's Keep, which I just thought was a dumb plot. I thought it was just like, why would you waste men, the very few men you have, to go off to Craster's Keep? And they claimed it was for like intel at the time. They're like, but here, this is after the Battle of Castle Black, so it wouldn't even be for intel. But for some reason, Jon wants to lead an expedition to bring justice to the men at Craster's Keep. And Melisandre would be brought along for some reason. And in the end, it was deleted, which is probably for the best, because there's no reason why Jon would bother with Craster's Keep. Like, you don't have enough men. Like, why would you be going and killing these guys that are at Craster's Keep? Like, it makes no difference.
Interesting. It makes me wonder if Dave and Dan had access to some of this stuff because, I mean, made it into the show.
Right. That's the weird thing, is that this like boneheaded idea of Jon leading an expedition to bring justice to the men at Craster's Keep
was George's original idea.
Show.
Yeah.
Yeah. Did it mean like, cause this was like back in 2004, like way back, but I mean, way before the show, like was even in development, you know? So, I mean, of course we don't know when George cut it. Maybe he cut it quite late. The idea of going to Craster's Keep, but nonetheless, it's like the fact that idea got passed on to D&D is just really weird.
And you made a very good point earlier about the Walkers hunting Bran and coming after him specifically, and now Jon's mission to kill off the mutineers. Yeah, Dave and Dan definitely had access to these way before anything else.
You think that he gave them, like, they said, okay, we're going to do the show. Can we also have early drafts of a Dance with Dragons, a Feast for Crows? And George might have like handed those over to. Yeah, see, to
I don't think they asked. I think George offered up anything and everything he had to help with the process of making the show, especially when he was writing Dance with Dragons at the time. They were preparing to make it, so that would make sense. It also makes me wonder if George didn't plan to give Cold Hands as much time on page as he did, if the original idea was Jon going to kill the mutineers. And let's be clear, like, the show should have still included Cold Hands, and eventually they kind of did, because even though George has said that Uncle Benjen isn't Cold Hands, I still think Benjen is Cold Hands. And it should have been him who went out there to wipe out Club for Carl and the other mutineers. Like, they could have easily have fit that in the story if they wanted to.
Yeah, it's certainly possible. It's just such a weird thing that, like, that was actually a plot. Like, the justice to the mutineers, and then it was removed. And then something that we see in the show.
You know, this does give me some hope reading all these drafts that didn't make it, especially the Jon Mutineers thing, because you're right, it's kind of dumb, but it gives me hope that George, who clearly gave Dave and Dan his blueprint on how he wanted to finish the series, he can go back and change things up a bit. Because now, like, I have some hope now. I have some hope that Arya won't be the one that kills the Night King.
Yeah, it clearly changes his mind. I mean, it very well may be that, like, Benjen was Cold Hands in some earlier draft, and then he shifts things around. I mean, we see a lot of these things. There's a lot of these characters that get shifted into different characters, responsibilities that get shifted into different responsibilities, characters surviving longer or dying earlier. So George changes his mind a lot. So that's an interesting aspect of him. When people are like, "Oh, this is going to happen." Well, something hasn't been written yet. George hasn't made up his mind. The idea that, like, George has everything planned out is ridiculous. Like, he does not, you know. And he said that he doesn't have everything planned out. He said that like, he gets bored if he knows what's happening. So, but yeah, by the way, like, I do wonder about Craster's Keep, because you're right that, like, Cold Hands kills some of the mutineers from Craster's Keep. Do you think that, like, the Craster's Keep plot is just done now? Do you think that, like, the even though, like, if you count the bodies, it's not enough bodies, but is the implication just, no, like, Cold Hands killed them all and they're done, and that's the end of the Craster's Keep plot?
I think that's the end of the Craster's Keep plot. It's I know this is going to sound boring, and we discussed this before in regards to the pink letter thing. I do think Ramsay wrote it because I don't think George has enough time to introduce an intricate plot and mysteries with the pink letter. Like, I know that sounds very boring to everybody, but I think it's done because he wants to just move on.
It's funny because with other stuff, you know, like, when I first read the series, and, you know, you get introduced to the Brave Companions in A Clash of Kings, and then, you know, or Rorg and Biter, and you're just like, these are throwaway characters that you could have just never had appear again. And then they had to be like instead they had like this detailed story in A Storm of Swords with like Jaime and Brienne, and you're like, okay, fine, we don't have to worry about these characters ever again. Nope, they're back again. Brienne has to like kill them off like one by one. We have to deal with every single brave companion by name, like every single one of Mountain's men needs to be killed off. Like individually, we need every single story on how each of them dies, which I think is ridiculous. But the mutineers, it's like maybe they're dead, and if he wants those last few to still be alive, he could still have them alive. I don't know. But yeah, I did want to ask about that. Like, is that just the end of the mutineers? Like, He killed a few of them, and we just assumed that was all of them. I don't know. So, I mean, it's one of those things where it's like maybe he would bring them back. I mean, they can be Jon's food source, the ghost's food source, as he goes up to find Bran or something. I don't know, something. So also in the Gsteff stuff, Gsteff found that Mel brought up the Night Fort a lot more. She just brings it up a lot more, saying like, "Oh, we need to move to the Night Fort. The Night Fort is the heart of the Wall," and all of that kind of stuff was cut, which is a interesting thing, because like there's plenty of time for Melisandre to talk about the Night Fort. And it's never really brought up again. Like, they're restoring the Night Fort, maybe for an eventual seat, but all the stuff about how like the Night Fort is super powerful and it's the heart of the Wall, and then we need to go to the Night Fort was kind of cut, so maybe because George is just like, I can't get everybody back to the Night Fort. That's just too much work. What are some other odds and ends in here? Jon, odds and ends. Lyanna Mormont. Her name actually changed a couple times in the drafts. So do you know who Lyanna Mormont's original name was?
Was it supposed to be Jarella? I see it here.
Jarella, and then she gets changed to Marjorie Mormont.
Oh.
and then to Lyanna Mormont, and Gsteff mentions that there's one line that actually is pretty good that got cut, that he doesn't know why it got cut. So Stannis says, that insolent whelp, in need of hiding, I'd call her. Stannis read from the letter. Bear Island knows no king in the north, whose name is Stark. He crushed the paper with his fist. The girl presumes to shout at me. The girl, which is a pretty funny line. The girl presumes to shout at me, like, because she wrote in all capitals. I know why he cut it, and that was like, I think that it's a fairly recent phenomenon that all capitals means shouting, like something from being online. Like I don't know if like in that time all capitals was considered shouting. So I probably cut it for that reason. That's a good. Okay, I didn't think of that one. Okay, that's a good point. Yeah. So but it's a pretty funny line though. The girl presumes to shout at me.
I would assume he cut it because he doesn't want Stannis to come across as like that like ridiculous to of a little girl. But yeah,
little girl getting to him as well. You're right. The girl angering him too much. So also Dolorous Ed, he had a dream where he was pissing off the wall, and then the Horn of Joramun blew, and he was afraid to piss, and so that was cut for some reason. I guess too many people having dreams. And then this is a big one. More about like Jon being a beastling, people calling him a beastling, which was seeded more in A Clash of Kings and A Storm of Swords, and him being a warg being a big deal, something that all of a sudden everybody doesn't really care about in A Dance with Dragons too much. And then finally, or not finally, but with Jon, Janis Slint doesn't die, at least in these early chapters.
Oh.
Yeah. Which, gosh, gets me on my Janis Slint. Like, I've got this like Janis Slint rant about like how I think Janis Slint is a horrible plot. Like, I know some people really love like the whole Jon having a fitting execution of Janis Slint. But I think that Janis Slint, like every aspect of his story is just poorly done. Like it bugs me. It bugs me that in A Clash of Kings, Tyrion spends all of this time, an entire chapter, like interviewing Janis Slint, like having dinner with Janis Slint, and then deciding to send him to the wall. Supposedly it seems because he was angry that he killed, not just the fact that like, keep in mind that, Jesus. So Janis Slint is really a loyal character to the Lannisters who essentially guaranteed them their crown. Like the coup fails because Cersei convinces, or Littlefinger convinces Janis Slint to support Cersei. Okay. This is the whole big thing. So he's a loyal Lannister man, and he's given Harrenhal as a reward for such a move. Okay, the Lannisters owe him everything, and so it always bugged me that Tyrion just waltzes into town, and is like, you know what, Janis Slint, like, you know, your boy Al-Ardim like killed a baby, and you're Cersei's man, so I'm gonna like send you to the wall. It always bugged me. Because it's like, well, what kind of statement are you making that to everyone around you that those that help us get sent to the wall? Like, it's such a weird move that Tyrion does this. Like, he does it essentially because he sees Slint as Cersei's man. You know, there's like a small element of like who ordered Ned's execution, but it's like Slint was kind of following orders from Joffrey, and Joffrey is probably following influence from Littlefinger. So it always bugged me that like it's such a bad example to take such a loyal man who you owe everything to and send him to the wall. And meanwhile, Littlefinger, the real threat, nothing's done with him. Like Tyrion just drops the ball. I always hated the beginning of A Clash of Kings for this reason. And I think we did an entire video about the biggest plot hole about how Tyrion just lets Littlefinger get away with everything when he knows Littlefinger like tried to kill him, and he had his whole Sky Cell adventure in the Eyrie because of Littlefinger and the dagger. Like, it always bugged me that that Tyrion was focusing on Janis Slint instead of Littlefinger. Like, I hated that. But then I was like, okay, I guess George just really wanted Janis Slint to be beheaded by Jon. That was always like the excuse I had in my head, that it was clumsy. It's this really clumsy plot, but it's all because George was planning the execution of Janis Slint. And then I find out here that no, George came up with that like super late randomly, and that Janis Slint was going to live and have a bigger plot. It's just so freaking random. I also don't like, even though like fans really love like Jon cutting off Janis Slint's head, I always thought it was also stupid because like Jon doesn't know that Janis Slint was involved in the Ned execution thing. It's completely random that he executes Janis Slint in that way, and he's not really. And even if it's like, oh, it's fitting poetry that like Janis Slint gets beheaded by Jon because he ended up killing Jon's dad by beheading him, but it's not really fitting because he was following orders from Joffrey, and like I never thought the parallel was very good. I thought every aspect of Janis Slint is just clumsy. And this is just, and of course, like on top of this, all of the other dropped plots that center around it, like Al-Ardim or the religious fanatics, or that just disappear, you know, like it. And then to find out that like Janis Slint, like it just didn't. He didn't even plan on killing. Like, I don't know. He didn't have any plans for Janos Slynt. He was going to send Janos Slynt to the wall, and he didn't know what to do with him. And then so I think eventually George is just like, screw it. I guess I'm just gonna have Janos Slynt beheaded. Another thing that also like is so stupid about the Janos Slynt plot is that Janos Slynt is the loyal Lannister man at the wall who is willing to do anything for the Lannisters, despite the fact that he's been sent to the wall, which, again, none of these things make sense. The Lannisters send him to the wall. They send their most loyal person to the wall as a horrible example. And he gets to the wall and he's still loyal to the Lannisters to the bone. And like, even though they betrayed him, like every aspect of it is just, I hate it. But like, there's an entire plot in A Feast for Crows where they're talking about sending a person to the wall to assassinate Jon Snow, yet they still think Janos Slynt is alive. Like, why wouldn't they just have Janos Slynt do it? Like, there's so many aspects of Janos Slynt that I just hate. But this gets into all of this, that George had no plan. And I think he just figured, might as well just kill off Janos. Because I don't know what I'm doing with this character, which is very clear. He didn't know what he was doing with the character. Oh man. Oh,
it's okay, buddy.
Nothing makes sense with Janos Slynt. Nothing Tyrion does. Nothing that happens at the wall. Nothing that Janos does. Nothing that Cersei does. Just it's such a random freaking thing. By the way, there's actually, when we get into Cersei, there's actually even more about like the assassination plot of Jon Snow and how in the original draft, Oraine Waters recommends like bringing the Drummond, like the 500 person Drummond with like 500 men up to assassinate Jon Snow.
Now, Preston, the next character mentioned in the post that you wanted to cover was Cersei. What's going on there?
Well, so Cersei, most of Cersei is the same. There's one big, there's a couple big things, but most of Cersei was actually was the same, except for some kind of like language rewrites. But one of the things is, Cersei 4, my favorite chapter, is her small council. And one of the interesting things about, one of the things they talk about was, they're talking about an alliance with the Ironborn, because they're discussing how Roose Bolton is going to get his forces north in order to retake the north. And so, as we know, in the real published book, like Ramsay comes down and uses Theon to open up Moat Cailin. But there was discussion in this previous draft of using small fishing boats from the Vale, like a whole ragtag fleet, to ferry Freys up north. And now this is relevant because Pycelle questions whether that's a safe idea.
As always, Pycelle in Cersei chapters, he's the voice of reason.
Right. And so like Pycelle being the one who's like the only not idiot at the small council, or at least the not nefarious and not idiot character is like, wait a minute, like what about Stannis's like cell sales? Like, couldn't they come down and just like totally slaughter the force? And they kind of, everybody kind of dismisses it and ignores Pycelle. But of course, what we do know in the book is that Manderley has built a fleet in A Clash of Kings. That's this Chekhov's gun, the Umber Manderley fleet that Robb ordered him to build in A Clash of Kings, that we have not yet seen, that we kind of know is lurking in the plot, would be there instead, because Pycelle is saying can't Stannis' cell sales like come down and attack, but what he doesn't know is that Stannis' cell sales have abandoned him. Salvador San abandoned Stannis. And so it's not that fleet would come down and slaughter the Freys, but the Manderley fleet would. And so we still have that Manderley Frey rivalry, but originally George's idea was clearly that the Manderleys were going to come out and defeat the Freys at sea. But then all that was, scrapped. And the Freys followed Roose Bolton up by land and are, at Winterfell, and we have the whole, interaction and rivalry in the snowstorm, and all of that comes to be. But it's interesting that it was rather clear that George originally had this idea that he was going to use the Chekhov's gun of the Manderley fleet. He was going to use the rivalry and have the slaughter of Freys be done while they're in a bunch of ragtag fishing vessels.
Well, if you're someone who hates the Freys, then that sounds like a great addition, but I kind of like what we got instead with the tense confrontation between them and Manderley and Winterfell, and him coming in with one of the best line in the series. Had he lived, he would have grown up to be a Frey, so I'll take this.
And what I also think is better about the way George did it now is Manderley is hell-bent on revenge, and it's self-destructive to him. And other Manderleys. And I think that's a better theme than, we're going to kill those Freys and get them back, and then just kill the Freys and get them back. No, it's like you've got to, the idea is that vengeance is consuming, and Manderley doesn't come out of any of this unscathed in the published book. He's nearly dead, lying on the floor, when we last see him. So yeah, I definitely like the way George changed things. I think just killing everybody at sea and having it be neat like that is not really, it's not George,
And the idea, once again, I have to bring in Dave and Dan into this. The idea that Cersei would ally with the Ironborn, I'm wondering if this will make it into, because this happens in the television show in, I believe, season 7 and 8. I wonder if this is going to make it into the books going forward, that the Ironborn that somehow Euron will actually ally himself with Cersei, or if he's going to change that up.
I think there's a lot of evidence that's going forward. I mean, first of all, there's the Forsaken chapter where, you kind of have this vision that Aaron has of Euron with this woman of flame, and the obvious person you're supposed to think of with a woman of flame is Daenerys.
Oh, Daenerys! I thought Melisandre.
It's a bait and switch, and it's probably Cersei and Wildfire and things like that. Like that. So the other thing is that there's a lot of weird connections if you look at family trees and histories between the Westermen and the Ironborn that are there, that you're why are there two house cases and things like this? One on the Iron Islands and one in the Westerlands, and little things like that, little marriages, why did George choose these connections? And it just, it seems like it might be something for, a future thing down the line, like the Westermen and the Ironborn together. But, that's my guess. I think it's pretty, I look at the family trees and the Forsaken chapter and then the show as evidence, and it's it does seem like there's going to be a Westerman Ironborn alliance at some point in the future.
Anything else with Cersei?
A few small things that don't make much of a difference. So at some point, I think I said before that Qyburn mentions bringing. How Qyburn during that chapter mentions setting an assassin to the wall, and Arayn Waters recommends using one of the Drummonds that can hold 500 that he notes to bring up these Night's Watch recruits to assassinate Jon. And so, there's this idea that, well, if that happened, why is a ship that size important at the wall? Would it be used to evacuate Hardhome or something? Would why was he thinking about some huge ship being at the wall, and what use would it be? You know, because I think in the published story, he makes use of Tychonosaurus's 3 ships instead. But it may have been that he was thinking about using Orain Waters' ship.
The plot
in
of
a previous draft.
The plot of an assassin going to the wall and trying to take out Jon Snow. Eventually, that's given in the show, at least. It's given to Roose Bolton and Locke, the Vargo Hope clone.
Yeah, and doesn't really go anywhere, right? He just kind of dies at Craster's Keep.
Well, the plan in the show kind of sucked, and this seems like the better version of that, kind of. Like, Roose Bolton just sent one guy, whereas Qyburn wants to make sure there's no room for error by sending multiple guys.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think the assassination plan is very good to begin with. Like, there's plenty of people at the wall already that are loyal to the Lannisters that would kill Jon Snow.
Really? Could you think of one guy? I don't know.
Yes, I know. So a few other things from the Cersei chapter. So originally Boris Blount died. Like, Boris Blount is still alive in the books, but he's looking very sickly. And so some people, like, Boris Blount originally did die, and so it was not when Cersei kind of harasses Pycelle to reveal Marjorie's moon tea situation. She uses Giles Rosby's death. Like, oh, you let Giles Rosby die? What's wrong with you? But originally it was Boris Blount. And then also with Cersei, she mentions the Night Fort a little more. Again, we talked about this, how Melisandre was just more focused on the Night Fort being the center of the wall and how important it was. Apparently, even more time is given to just Night Fort background and Night Fort focus from Cersei and things like that. Oh, and a rather large thing that's actually kind of interesting about the Cersei chapters is there's no Maggie the Frog in the old... yeah. So apparently that's a somewhat recent addition, that Maggie the Frog was not in those original... Because, you know, obviously this is how... Maggie the Frog is pretty central to reading Cersei's story now. Just understanding like the madness and using it as a flashback to understand like Cersei's childhood and things like that. But it's just not even there. No mentions of Maggie the Frog and prophecy and any of that. And Gsteff says, well, in some ways it's kind of unsurprising, because the Cersei character, you know, in A Clash of Kings and A Storm of Swords, where there's Tyrion is a clear adversary in those stories, she doesn't have any sort of like mention or talk of Maggie the Frog. Now, granted, you're not in Cersei's head in those books, but you know, it's she's very willing to talk to Tyrion. You know, it just seems like a sibling rivalry, not a I have a prophecy that you're going to murder me kind of like a situation. And really, even though I think a lot of us really like the Maggie the Frog stuff and how it makes Cersei crazy and it's all very intriguing, it doesn't actually square with the Cersei from A Clash of Kings and A Storm of Swords. You know, like she should be she should be treating Tyrion rather differently if she's really been having like prophetic thoughts about him for years or whatever. So,
well, with how much the Night Fort's been brought up lately, I wonder if it'll be revisited in the future, because George did say that there would be clues and hints to what's to come for Winds and Dream with the Fire and Blood novel, and the Night Fort comes up there with Good Queen Alysanne. So I'm wondering if it will be like super important going forward, or maybe it's been dropped and it's just there as added background lore for the Wall and the others.
I mean, it's rather clear that the night, whatever happened at the Night Fort with the original Night's King, and his deal regarding the others, and something like is relevant to the macro plot of of why the others are returning and what they're looking for, and the sacrifice of children and things like that. Like, I think that's, and the founding of the wall and everything, you know, I think all of that, all of those stories of what really happened at the Night Fort with the Night's King so long ago is really fundamental, and the secrets are there. And so it's not surprising that George would want to have more focus on the Night Fort, like having everybody lead to that place to maybe discover what occurred, or to return there. But I don't know. Then he George went away from it, and it's just like, maybe we won't go to the Night Fort. Maybe it's done. So I don't know.
Does that bother you, by the way? Because I know you don't like the magical aspects of the series sometimes, and you liked how in Game of Thrones they toned it down quite a bit. But does that bother you? Because the Night Fort, clearly there's something magical going on there, especially with the gate and how that operates.
No, I mean, I the Black Gate is a bit much for me. Like this big talking door, because even if it's robotic or whatever, it's set up such a weird way. Like, why would, like, if it's sci-fi, why would anyone set up a door, like a big talking mouth, and have it based on like the Night's Watch vow? And if it's fantasy, it's just like so magical and weird and inexplicable. Like, why would you set up anything like that? Like, practically speaking, why would someone do that? So, I don't know. I don't know. I think George just kind of did it in the sense that a big mouth like seems creepy, and that you're walking in and being physically consumed, and that's a creepy image. I don't know if you really put the thought into why anyone would actually do that. I mean, maybe the best explanation I have is that, like, oh, these primitive religious people who worshipped the old gods would bring in their babies and think this was some sort of like god and want to sacrifice their child to it or something.
But the only way you open it is through the vows of the Night's Watch, and the Night's Watch was constructed specifically to keep out the others. So how does that make any? But
then you're giving you're giving babies to the others, because the babies just pop out on the other side. So the Night's Watch is like complicit in the sacrificing of children and things like this. I mean, I've done videos on this and have riddled out what I think is going on, and the only explanation that makes sense to me is that the Night's Watch was complicit in child sacrifice, but just as they're complicit with Craster's Keep. But what never really made sense to me was why anyone would construct it that way logically. Like if you were actually sitting in creating a situation where you needed to, give, children to the others periodically as part of some sort of deal, like, how would that really involve building a massive wall and a Night Fort with a gate that talks based on the Night's Watch vows? It's really just kind of out there, so I don't know.
Reminds me of the talking lion's head or the tiger's head from Aladdin, where its mouth opens and you go down.
Right, like, who is the engineer on that? Why did they construct it? What are the blueprints? Like, did they sit around and be like, okay, what's the best way to trick people into giving up their babies? I know, a talking door. Oh, really? Tell me more. Do you have blueprints on that? I do. Like, okay. We're able to do that, but we need to trick people into giving up their babies. But at the same time, like, clearly we don't have enough power to just force people to give their babies over, but we do have enough power to construct a massive wall that's 800 feet high that goes on for hundreds and hundreds of miles. Like, certain things just like don't square, but it's a fantasy story. What are we going to do?
What are you going to do? But no, that's really cool that, like, the Night Fort gets mentioned this many times, but he cut back on it. I wonder if you're right, like, if he's going to just drop it, because I feel like if we had maybe one more book planned, he could probably dive into it, but the story really is getting away from him.
Oh yeah, yeah. He can't wrap it all up. And in the sense that like George R. R. Martin likes mysteries and likes certain things not explained, like he's got a lot of things that he can leave unexplained. So so what else? So that's about it for Cersei. They but going on, there's some stuff with Tyrion. So the Tyrion chapters in these early drafts from 2003, 2004 have about the first 3 Tyrion chapters, which means it's Tyrion meeting Illyrio and then meeting everybody on the Shy Maid and getting on board. And one of the things that is introduced when Tyrion first gets on the Shy Maid, and he sits down with a history lesson with Haldon Halfmaester and young Griff, and this is used for a lot of exposition. And actually, if you go in here and read these like pages that Gsteff took pictures of, they're not well written. It's just a lot of exposition. But Haldon asks Aegon to give him a history of the Band of Nine. That is like Meleys Blackfyre, Meleys the monstrous Blackfyre, and the Ninepenny Kings. Like give a history of like how, like what happened there. And Aegon goes on and spews the whole story, but it's like a fantastical story of how like the Band of Nine like stood beneath an apple tree and like made sacrifices, and made a pact, and the reason that Meleys is called the monstrous is that he sacrificed his own son beneath the tree. And it's like, clearly there's some parallels to werewoods and things like this, but also like the sacrifice of his only son has elements of the burning of Shireen, in that. And he gives this like story that eventually just cut completely. It's worth a read if you want, but like it's just a lot of talking on history. Like I'm trying to think of like a moment in the story that was as just full of exposition as this, and the only one I can think of is Salladhor Saan like giving the history of the R'hllor religion and the Azor Ahai prophecy, where it's just like, why are you going on for pages about this like random prophet, like that has nothing to do with things, so it's here, like they go on for just pages and pages about the Band of Nine and the War of the Ninepenny Kings, and it's just like, like I kind of understand why it was cut, because it's kind of irrelevant, but obviously like Gsteff and others would look at this and say, oh, all of this history about the Blackfyres, this must be like more fuel for the fire that Aegon is actually a Blackfyre, that George is like seeding all of this Blackfyre history. And although I agree that you're definitely supposed to like think that, at the same time, like in this conversation with Haldon and Aegon, it's very clear that they don't think Aegon is a Blackfyre, like they're called like the Blackfyre pretenders and like, and things like that. And they're not seen as, they're not being portrayed as the heroes at all, so, it's all of this was eventually trimmed down to essentially just Illyrio mentioning that the male line of the Blackfyres like ended with Meleys, and that's one of the only things kind of left, from that. But but yeah, this Band of Nine story, which goes on for just many pages, is just kind of ridiculous. So my theory is that like in this chapter, one thing they get very direct, and they're like, oh, what Meleys lacked was legitimacy. Like what when people talk about legitimacy, it's really you're harking back to the Varys discussion about where does power reside. And well, power resides where men think it resides, which is the same thing as legitimacy. Like when everybody agrees and thinks that something is true, it becomes true. That's what legitimacy is essentially. And so I think Varys' plan is to take somebody who may or may not be Rhaegar's son, who may or may not be a Blackfyre, who may not be Illyrio's son. It doesn't matter. But if you tell each person that it's that person, then you can, if you tell a different lie to each person, they're going to all be getting behind the same character. And I think that's more what's going on, that it's not that Aegon is a Blackfyre, but he's telling the people that would support Blackfyres that he's a Blackfyre. And he's telling the people that would support him because he's Rhaegar's son that he's Rhaegar's son. That it's a different story for a different type of supporter. And that's why I think it's important. I don't think he's actually a Blackfyre. I don't think it's maybe will ever be revealed or if it's even that important. It's just that I believe that that's one of the lies that Varys is going to be telling people. That no, he's secretly a Blackfyre, in order to get, House Peak or something, yeah. So there's some other interesting things in it. So some people remember that George, back before A Dance with Dragons was published, George had read a sample chapter at a con, and he read Tyrion 2. And in that version of Tyrion 2, Tyrion overhears Illyrio speaking with Haldon, and they mention the words queen, dragon, and sword. And everyone kind of thinks like, oh, the sword must be Blackfyre, which probably, and so this is in these earlier drafts. And so it's like there's a lot more things that are a little more obvious that yes, that Aegon, that young Griff is going to have Blackfyre. That he mentioned sword, and it's like, well, what's so important? What sword could be important that Haldon and Illyrio would be talking about it? And it's like, well, I mean, what sword is important to a king? Well, Blackfyre is, what else could it be? I mean, Dawn, like what other sword could it be? Yeah. Also interesting is that there is a line in which people are talking about the Blackfyres, and they say that the Blackfyres owned 3 treasures. One of the greatest treasure was a clutch of dragon eggs, which now if you think like, okay, the Blackfyres had a clutch of dragon eggs, and then originally maybe that clutch of dragon eggs is Daenerys' clutch, and that's how Illyrio gets a hold of it. Would be interesting. Now this seems to perhaps be retconned to Alyssa Farman's eggs, but again, like, could they be both in the same? But then a second treasure of the 3 would probably be Blackfyre, the sword, and then the third treasure is just kind of a mystery. We don't know what the third treasure would be. Something that George maybe hasn't thought of yet. Could it be? Even if you're going to say like, okay, what's as important as Blackfyre and a clutch of dragon eggs? The only thing I could think of would be Aegon the Conqueror's crown. But Aegon the Conqueror's crown disappeared in Dorne with Daeron, and his and so we don't really know what happened to it. Like, my only guess would be like the Blackfires could only get a hold of it if they somehow, like, House Ironwood got a hold of it and then passed it to the Blackfires. But then if he had the crown, why did they never wear it or bring it out at that point? So I don't know. So, it's like, what could be the third treasure of the Blackfires?
Real quick, I have to ask, is any of this coming into the fanfic, like the third treasure and all this other stuff?
Yeah, I've thought about it. I mean, certainly, like, Aegon's crown seems like a MacGuffin that needs to return to the story, right? And so I think an easy explanation would be that somehow, House Ironwood secretly got a hold of it and it went missing, and no one, they've been holding on to it for years and years and years, and they're going to finally present it to somebody, to young Griff or somebody, something like that. But, it might be, but, right? Because the crown's got to come back, right?
It could be it could remain lost forever. That's fine. Not everything needs to come back.
Well, I mean, it's something I thought about when watching House of the Dragon, when he says, "Oh, Aegon has every a symbol of legitimacy. He has the Conqueror's sword. He has the Conqueror's crown. He bears the Conqueror's name." Like, it's something that hit my mind. Like, oh, well, young Griff would have the Conqueror's name. He would have the Conqueror's sword. Well, where does he get the Conqueror's crown? Where did the Conqueror's crown go? Oh, it went missing in Dorne. So maybe it'll come back. We shall see. We shall see. Let's see. What's your opinion of the burning of Shireen, by the way, as like a plot point?
Didn't Stannis directly say there would be no burnings in that regard? Isn't that something he says, if I recall correctly?
But then he burns the people in the sacrifice chapter, right?
But that's because they were cannibals. There's a difference. I don't think Shireen's going to be cannibalizing anybody.
I mean, you're right that Stannis always has a little bit of a justification, like, oh, they were guilty of X, He'd have to be really desperate, and at this point, he kind of. Like where Stannis is right now, like right out, isn't he in the Crofters village as it stands now? Yeah.
So as of this point,
he's weeks away from the wall.
Right.
Like,
so
he's best case scenario 3 weeks away from the wall.
So the battle would have to go very, very, very poorly, and some of the main theories out there is that he's going to use the frozen lake to trap the Bolton Frey forces. So
yeah,
he seems like he has the upper hand now. So I can't imagine Shireen ever being burned by Stannis unless it's Melisandre doing something.
Unless it's Melisandre and Selyse doing it without him. But then it kind of takes away from the whole, like, Meleys the Monstrous burning his only son kind of, like, idea. Like, there's such a, like, Selyse, like, yeah, it's really mean for Selyse as a mother to burn her only daughter. But, like, Selyse is a character that we barely know. Selyse has appeared in, like, 3 chapters. Like, she's not that big. She's not that important. Stannis is important. Selyse burning Shireen, or Melisandre burning Shireen. Like, Melisandre, you're like, well, yeah, that's not a shock, because Melisandre, like, is a cruel person. She'd burn people all day long, right? So that's not that shocking. And then Selyse is a character we hardly know, It's only shocking if it's Stannis.
Right.
But Stannis, like, logistically, how do you get Stannis to Shireen for that burning? Yeah.
Like I said, as of right now, he can have the upper hand. He can. There's a theory about the night lamp where Stannis, it's a maneuver he used on when he was master of ships to lure the Bolton Frey forces over the lake and have it collapse, and something has to go down to where he loses so much but somehow survives to make it back to the wall to order and, be cool with that burning to somehow turn the tide. Unless they're going to get Shireen from the wall and bring her to Stannis' camp somehow. Once again, like, you're right. Logistically, it doesn't make much sense as to how he could be involved. So if they are gonna burn Shireen, it has to be
also thematically it should be happening at the Night Fort, right? If he's going to be the Night's King, like sacrificing his children to the others, like sacrificing his children, like thematically everybody needs to go to the Night Fort, which hasn't even been restored yet. Like, he needs to get there, and he has to have a reason to sacrifice Shireen there. I don't know. I mean, it seems like this was what George planned. Like, he's got a lot of foreshadowing for it. This Meleys the Monstrous thing. He specifically told D&D that Shireen was going to get burned. Like, he told it. Like, we know that this was his plan. At the same time, I just don't see how he's getting from A to C. Like, I don't see how it happens. And, maybe that's what he's stuck on.
It's possible that he will change this, that she won't be burned. It's entirely possible. But I really don't see how a little girl survives into the story going forward in this location. Specifically when, like, there's at this point, there's chaos on the wall.
Right, but then, like, I get it, like, there's, you've got to have this king, you've got to have him sacrificing his child, you've got to have a sacrifice in order to wake the dragon, to wake up Jon. Like, I get it, like, I get all of that, but, yeah, at the same time, like, I just don't see how the pieces get to that, I used to, I did a lot of econ. I did econ in college, and like sometimes you're taking an exam and you have to do a proof. You have to get from you, and how the proof is supposed to start, like mathematical proof. You know how it's supposed to start. You know where it's supposed to get to, and you kind of like, if you don't know the answer, like you can't figure it out. There's like degrees of bull crapping where you kind of like go backwards. And then from the beginning, you go backwards from the end, and then you kind of meddle around in the middle and hope that the grader doesn't notice that you screwed it, that you didn't actually know what you were doing. That's where we are here. That's where we are here. Like we know where we are now. We know where we need to be. I don't know how we're getting there. So. But
in the World of Ice and Fire, they changed it. He got his name because of his grotesque appearance.
Just from his looks, yeah. So completely cut. So like, yeah, originally Meleys the Monstrous was not just monstrous in appearance, but also monstrous because he sacrificed his only son. And so, which, I mean, there's so many parallels of this. I mean, like the rat cook, like eating his own children, that kind of stuff, like, the corruption. But like, killing one's own child, like, is foreshadowed in a million different places in the story. Like, I get it. It thematically makes sense that Stannis would be getting here, but and Meleys the Monstrous is just another example of this. But how logistically, is difficult. But yeah. Let's see. I'm trying to think of anything that's pretty much the Tyrion stuff. The Tyrion stuff was mainly about that edition of Meleys the Monstrous. And then let's see a few other random things. So in the original, this has to do with Dorne. In the original Dorne story, Aerys Oakhart and Darkstar both surrender at the end of the Queenmaker chapter. And so Balon Swan, is arriving, and so rather than Arianne trying to convince the cut girl to lie and say that Darkstar did things, they have to convince Aerys Oakheart to lie about the queen-making plot to Balon Swan, in order to not have the whole thing come out. And that's it. And Aerion's response to like trying to convince Aerys is it might require more fucking, as what he is supposed to do. And clearly this, I don't know, it wasn't as strong. And so there was supposed to, in his notes, George's notes, there was actually supposed to be a second Aerys Oakheart chapter. But this was all canceled, and we only have one Aerys Oakheart chapter. And obviously, Aerys Oakheart dies in the Queenmaker chapter, and everything is completely different. But originally he and Darkstar are both like captured and surrender. So interesting enough. Some other things with Arya. In the original Arya story, she doesn't go blind. They go straight from Cat of the Canals to planning the House of Black and White meeting from the ugly little girl, and her getting her assignments, and they didn't have the blinding. The blinding of Arya is just a parallel, a redo of the Bran story, of him being locked in the crypts of, well, it's twice, like Bran put into a coma, and then he's also like locked in the crypts underneath Winterfell. And so it's like in the darkness, his third eye opens. So like, they blind her, and we know what happens. Her abilities, awaken. And so she, that's about it. But I can see how it was just easily added in there. Maybe George needed some filler. Maybe he wanted her to wake up, and have more warging abilities. But it does now that looking back at, it does seem a little. It's a chapter that probably could have been cut. Her going blind and blind Beth. I guess she just listens to a lot of politics and stuff, right?
Makes it more interesting, I guess.
What else? Yeah. Let's see. I'm trying to think of anything else. That's about it. And then other than that, there's hardly any changes to Davos, Brienne, and Sansa. In those early chapters, and it's not surprising because Brienne is a very well planned out like series of chapters. I think George knew exactly what he was doing with Brienne, and Sansa and Davos are pretty short, so there was just not much. He kind of knew what he was doing with those characters right from the beginning.
And that's mostly it?
Yeah, that's mostly it. Interestingly enough, Bran, Quentin, and Jon Con had no chapters in these early drafts, showing that he wrote these chapters late, which makes sense to me. I know, like, we kind of know that Jon Con was a late addition, that originally he wasn't going to have a point of view, and everything was going to be kind of just from everything that we needed to know about Jon Con and young Griff was going to be from Tyrion. But then George kind of realized that, oh wait, there's more story to tell once they go to Westeros. Who's going to pick up from there? We kind of see that maybe that story could be Arianne's later on, but what was going to bridge the gap between Tyrion and Arianne? And so he kind of needed to invent Jon Con as a character, just in the same way that he invented Barristan later on. Like he never intended Barristan to be a point of view, but it happened just because he needed Daenerys to leave at a certain time and needed someone to tell the story in Slaver's Bay, and so Barristan POV was created, and so like and Bran being the hardest chapters, I could understand that he took a long time to get to him and put him off, just because there's just so much difficulty with the time travel and what's going on with the macro story. The Quentin stuff is about, that's the heart of the knot, right? The Myronese knot. But that's also kind of funny that he didn't get to, well, because originally he wanted Victarion to die, but then Aeron would be the one going to Slaver's Bay, and then he switches that to Victarion, adds in the Quentin, adds in the Tyrion, and they're all messing, and then Daenerys, and the stories are all getting conflated, and that's the thing that made Dance with Dragons take so long, was that was those storylines. So it's understandable that in these early drafts he didn't have any of these people. He didn't have Bran or Quentin or Jon Con. But yeah, that's about it.
The fact that he's going through some of these drafts and changing things up, it has me hopeful for the story ending up much different. Maybe there'll be some hints of what we got in the television show, but overall, like, I am hopeful that a lot of stuff will be changed going forward, just to make everything fit together. Yeah.
It is quite amazing because the changes. I mean, everything that Gsteff has gone through, like, the changes are significant. I mean, completely rewritten chapters, created POVs, just major storylines just dropped. It's other ones picked up. It's quite amazing how much change had happened to A Feast for Crows and A Dance with Dragons over the years, from what he originally wrote and what he originally planned to what was published. Just, as he writes, like, certain things he realizes just don't work out, and he's willing to change. He doesn't force himself too much, And so I do agree that just because the show did something doesn't mean he's going to do that. That's my hope. Maybe I'm drinking some copium, but inhaling that shit. But that's my hope. The one thing I am very curious about is the Nightfort stuff. That is, I wonder why he dropped that. Maybe because some things are just better left as mysteries. Maybe he doesn't have enough time to dive into that. But multiple characters all over the place keep mentioning the Nightfort. But what's very funny is that he had all of these mentions to the Nightfort. Melisandre as being obsessed with it, Cersei mentioning it, and then he deletes those references. He could have kept those references, he could have kept a lot of them in there, but he trimmed them all back. And then when he got to the Bran story, he also hardly had any, he didn't mention the Nightfort again. So yeah, I mean, maybe he wants to keep it a mystery, but I do also think that, yeah, he was just trimming back the importance of it. Maybe we won't get to that. I better remove these references. Or he just wanted things to be a little more subtle. Like, if he just kept saying Nightfort, 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 everyone will sit there and go, oh, there's going to be a sacrifice, because that's what the Nightfort's about. It's about a sacrifice, so it does seem that George definitely likes making things more subtle as time goes on. You can tell his blunt writing in his first drafts, and then he pulls everything back. But almost all of his changes are improvements, which is also kind of cool. You see you see an old idea and you're like, yeah, I could see why that wouldn't work. And what we're given in the published version is pretty good, I like the Jon Con chapters. I like the Barristan chapters. I think those the fact that they're invented, on the fly, but yet they're great, So yeah, I can't see how a published Winds of Winter would be anything like Game of Thrones. I just don't see how.
The only way I can see how it would be like Victarion allying himself with Daenerys. How in the show that was Theon and Yara / Asha. I don't see how Jorah and Sam could meet at this point in the story. I don't see how even at this point in the story in the books, I don't see how Cersei and Euron would be allied. You're right though. I never thought of that. I never thought that the woman in flame could be Cersei with the wildfire. I always thought Melisandre because woman flame. I didn't think it would be Daenerys either. That's a good point. Fuck. Like even Jon resurrecting. Like I don't. Melisandre's at the wall, so you have that recipe. But
yeah,
does she even have that abilities? Would she? Yeah, you're right. I don't see how any. And then you have the Dornish storyline.
You saw how clumsy it was in the show, the resurrection of Jon. Like, why is he being resurrected? Like, you know, like why are we doing this? Like, there's no reason for it. You know, Davos being like, hey, hi, Melisandre, woman that I hate, who I blame for the death of my son. Can you use your voodoo magic to resurrect this guy I don't even know? Sure, let's do it. You know, like that. I mean, I guess by accident, you know, like the only thing is like, oh, we're trying to bring back Stannis. We're trying to do something for Stannis, and then we just randomly resurrect Jon. You know.
And even Stannis, like, where he is right now, he has a good position that he can defend from very successfully. Like, the Frey and Bolton forces would have to be godly or have an ass pull to win that. But at the same time, you know, stranger things have happened, so...
Well, it's also just how it's written. Like the fans analyze Stannis' position and realize it's kind of strong. But when you're reading the story, Stannis is set up to be the loser. You're like, oh, there's no way this dude can win. And, you know, like, he's freezing and they have no food left and it's ridiculous, you know? And you're like, okay, like, Stannis is going to lose. The story is telling us Stannis is going to lose. And then you examine the text and you're like, well, Stannis has these advantages. Oh, Stannis is going to win. So, Stannis is going to lose again? You know, like, somehow, you know, it's a double twist, you know, or something. Or he wins and then loses. I don't know. It's how everything is getting to that, to Shireen getting burned. I don't know.
And by the way, I you know I love you, but you've been focusing on way too much stuff in the fanfic that the audience is interested in. But I feel like the audience really wants to know what's going on with Jon, what's going on with Stannis, what's going on with Jaime.
Oh, but this is, you know, by design, is to try to get the stuff that people aren't so interested in first. But a lot had to do with the timeline on why I focused on what I did. Like, people are like, oh, why did you do 2 Hotah chapters, Elaine and Arianne and Jon Con? Like, you know, like, don't you want to get to the meat and potatoes, like what's happening at the wall in the north, you know? And it's like, yeah, but this other stuff's really important, you know. It is. You don't want to get straight to that stuff, you know. We'll get to that stuff.
And I'll ask you again. So some of this stuff here that was in the drafts, some of it might be making into the fanfic, or just what's in George's work already?
There might be some ideas here and there that can be incorporated, you know. Definitely, you know, like, I definitely thought about those 3 treasures and things like that, or like, you know, does this story about Meleys the Monstrous, like, you know, should it be brought in? Like, should we be talking about the band of 9 more? Stuff like that. There's definitely it made me think again. Like, it made me think about Craster's Keep and like, oh right, those guys. We need to resolve that. You know, stuff like that.
But no, if that's all that Gsteff had to say, thank you to Gsteff for going out there and doing all this extra work. This is going to go on your channel, so please leave a link in the description so people can check out Gsteff's previous postings, and they can read them for themselves.
And you know, there's a lot of scans of the actual pages, and they're interesting to read.
But yeah, well, once again, thank you to Gsteff. And Preston, do you mind if we wrap it up here?
Sounds good.
Guys, thank you so much for joining us. As always, we will see you all next time. Have a good one.